Wow. You're telling me that you guys came here for the big drama stream name, whatever? Fucking hell. Okay. Sorry I'm late. I was detained by ICE. Happens to the best of us. Lasted about 3 hours. Sorry, minutes. Fuck. It's not a long waiting screen. Shut up. Hang on. Hip, 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 hip. Right. What can I do for you guys? What are you here for? I want a stream where there's no negativity between people. What? In this old world? Good luck with that, boss. Good luck with that. Fix Gaza, you're a YouTuber. I mean, doing my best, okay? As a YouTuber. Doing my best. Sorry, you guys have to sit through some fucking news before we do slop, okay? Kid you not. How are you doing on this sunny Thursday? I'm doing all right. Hell yeah. Oh. I want the 8-hour Queeman Loner IP debate. Yeah, that's doable. Potentially. Okay. We might also have to do some investigating at some point on Hassan's flight because, as was suspected, he might have exaggerated some things. I'm surprised. That's really scary. If that's true, that's huge. If that's true, I'd freak the fuck out. I'd be melting. Okay. What's going on in the world? That's what I want to know. What'd you say? Hikmah history video. Probably not today. There was a video on Syria that I was maybe going to watch. There's also a BBC newscast talking about it, but I don't know. I feel like BBC coverage on the Middle East is always quite fucking weak. Like it's a bit anemic. There's not much going on there. What's this? How long is this? This is 40 minutes. Okay, that's quite long for a beginning. I think I know where we're going. Okay. Apparently the stocks are back. Stocks are back winning. Hell yeah. Let's have a look.
Okay, more now on the trade.
What was that essay you looked at about Jews in Algeria? Can you add it to the Obsidian? Which essay? In Algeria? Oh, the Cremu decree. Yeah, it's called We Will Become French or some shit. Yeah, I'll find it for you.
Sanctions, and the companies in the US are rushing to get shipments from China as a 90-day pause in the trade war between the world's two largest economies has come into effect, an agreement Donald Trump has referred to as a total reset in relations. Laura Bicker has been to southern China, where shipments to ports in the US had all but come to a standstill.
The race is on. Factory workers in China are trying to make up for lost time and lost trade. This sofa company is keen to finally get shipments on the move in case Mr. Trump changes his mind about lowering tariffs.
Just in case, Just in case Trump's schizophrenic fucking double reappears at any given moment.
Our factory stopped production because our main market is the United States. Once the tariffs exceeded 50%, we had already come to a standstill. 145% was just not possible.
Goods have been piling up here since April. Now, surprisingly, the two superpowers have managed to do a deal. Many observers have focused on the question who blinked first, Donald Trump or President Xi. Beijing believes its defiance brought the Americans to the table, its refusal to give in, but it has come at a cost. US companies are scrambling to get their shipments out of Chinese ports.
Where is that accent from? It's Scottish, but I'm trying to figure out where in Scotland. I don't know.
Which could take weeks. And the lower import
like
taxes
Central
will
Bell,
only
right?
last for 90 days.
It's Central
No
Bell,
one
but
is
she's
sure
definitely
what
muted
happens
herself
next.
a little bit.
These air fryers were designed for the US market. They were in development until the tariffs hit.
突然发现你父母离婚了。
It felt like my parents were getting a divorce. China and the US are the most important economic and cultural powers in the world. Their sudden separation would lead to a world that we cannot imagine. Tariffs as high as 145% would mean we have to say goodbye to one another.
再也不会相见了。
At night, the workers who build kettles and toasters for US homes learn dance moves in the park. If talks with the US don't go well, they face an uncertain future.
Well, that's not
Beijing
good,
may
is it?
feel like it's won this tariff war, but it's far from over. Laura Bicker, BBC News, Foshan.
Wow. See, BBC is kind of shit, isn't it? Isn't the BBC just a bit of a shit show? That was not that helpful.
I want to get
I
perspective.
mean, it's good that they're they're doing little dances because the tariffs are frozen and they might keep their jobs and everything. But I mean, fuck. Okay. Whatever, man.
I want to get perspective now from John Bolton, former National Security Advisor in the first Trump administration, former U.S. Ambassador to the UN. Ambassador Bolton, I mean, the gross tonnage of all of this, the plane gift from Qatar, the Trump Organization's business deals overseas, the cryptocurrency ventures. Where are you? First, where are you on this plane? How do you see this?
Well, I think there are a lot of things wrong with it. I think there is a serious emoluments clause argument here. The Justice Department has apparently...
For context, John Bolton is arch neoconservative hawk who was massively prominent during the Iraq War because he really supported going in there to take out Saddam Hussein and spread democracy around the Middle East. He was taken into Trump's last administration in 2016-17, but now he is not in the administration because him and Trump have become a little different. Trump is much more catering to the isolationist crowd, at least rhetorically. Seemingly not in practice yet, but yeah.
Not been able to find the problem. Let me see if I can help. The way this has been put together, it's what's sometimes called a structured transaction in criminal law terms. Each individual link may look okay, but the end result, after the Department of Defense to Department of Defense transfer and after going to the libraries, Trump wants this plane to fly around on after he's no longer president. So I have
you
a way
have,
out
you
of
have no
this,
doubt in your mind. You have no doubt in your mind that, I mean, he talked about it going to the library. You have no doubt it's not going to be mothballed in the library for visitors. He would fly around on this.
Yeah.
Of course not. Look, if he wants an Air Force One for his library, there is one at the Ronald Reagan Library. When the current Air Force Ones are decommissioned, he can have one of them. But I would give some advice to the Qataris to get themselves out of the hole that Trump has in part put them in. If it is a government-to-government transaction, defense to defense, I'd say take the $400 million, whatever the value of the plane is, and commit that they will build at Al Udeid Air Force Base in Qatar over and above anything they've already built or committed to, $400 million worth of upgrades to that base. Build the most deeply buried, most hardened command bunker in the world. Do whatever you can with it. And if you can't spend all the money at Al Udeid, go to the Central Command headquarters in Tampa and spend a couple $100 million there.
Okay, sorry. We're missing an essential feature of this stream, guys, okay? We're missing a very important feature. I will say, did he mean Qatar? Yeah, of course he did. I don't think he meant it's the gutter. What was that question? It was a good question. Do you think Bush pressured Blair to go into Iraq or the inverse? I used to think it was the former, but now it seems like it's the opposite. In the intel reports, Blair was much more pushing of it and Bush was skeptical initially. I've heard that before. I know at the time, people believed that the UK was just being America's little fucking manservant, you know? And people made films about it as well. Like it was referenced in films. I don't know if you guys know a very iconic British rom-com called Love Actually, where Hugh Grant plays the Prime Minister, who I think is fucking his secretary. But in that film, he is getting pushed around by the United States president. And then he does this little scene where he stands up to him and he's like, I love the United Kingdom. We have Sean Connery, James Bond, Harry Potter. We have David Beckham. Like, yeah. I will not be bullied by any other nation. Like, it's just fucking, it's so stupid. But yeah, that was obviously the consensus at the time, was that Bush was just fucking taking Blair for a ride. And Blair he had very submissive energy, you know? He was like, he was a little bit camp, a little bit of a fucking, he seemed like a stooge. He behaved like a stooge. But looking back at it, I know it's true that he was much more pushing of it behind the scenes than was initially thought of him. Like, he wasn't just being dragged along, for sure. Like, whether or not Bush believed in it as much as he did or not, Blair did really, really believe in going to Iraq. And I think he was largely quite seduced by the positive reception that the United Kingdom got in relation to Kosovo, because Kosovo was a very, very, very popular act of Western intervention. People don't remember this. People don't remember to get out like a brutal dictatorship fucking military. Yeah, like people were naming their kids after Tony Blair and Bill Clinton. There are kids in Kosovo, or people in Kosovo now called Tony Blair. Yeah. And there's a statue of Bill Clinton. So I think Blair was kind of like, especially the end of the Cold War, I think Blair was kind of just like very high on his own Western farts, that he thought that like this could just work anywhere, right? But I don't know if Bush was more reluctant than Blair. I have not heard that. Or I have heard it, but I haven't read it. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Let's go back to the regularly scheduled cuck. Okay.
Ended on the U.S. Special Operations Command, which is close by in Tampa. That would be a gift for the United States. Nobody could say that was personal to Donald Trump, and we could use the extra $400 million in our defense budget, because Trump's budget request for the next fiscal year is not as high as it needs to be.
From a national security perspective, does accepting a plane from Qatar make any sense to you? I mean, just the retrofitting alone, from what I understand, not only could it take a long time, it costs a lot of money, but it's incredibly, I mean, it is a huge task to make this safe for the president to fly in this plane, even from an intelligence standpoint.
Well, wouldn't matter if it was from Qatar. If it was from Great Britain, you'd have to go through the same security precautions. Now, Trump can waive all of them, but it would be a huge mistake. The Air Force One is not a flying palace. I mean, take it as a former passenger. It's a flying office. It's the White House in the air, with incredible facilities and capabilities that many of which are classified. I'm sure this is a beautiful plane,
that, don't you, Mr. Bolton?
But does it have aerial refueling capabilities? Does it have secure communications? I think the refurbishing might take as long as the rest of Trump's remaining time in office. I'm not sure he really cares about that, because he doesn't necessarily want it while he's in office. He wants it after he's gone. And that's why the way this structuring of the transaction has worked is that it gives DOJ, well, apparently they think they found a way around the emoluments clause. I think they're wrong if you look at the whole thing and what the purpose in Trump's mind really is.
Where do you stand on the change vis-a-vis Syria and its leader?
There was also Sierra Leone, where Blair ended a decade-long civil war in a couple of weeks in 1999, gave a lot of false confidence. I did not know that.
Well, I don't understand why it's being done this way. Al-Shara, formerly Al-Jalani, his nom de guerre when he was an al-Nusra terrorist, may have trimmed his beard.
Sorry, this is how Western experts on the Middle East should talk, by the way. If you are Western and you take an interest in the Middle East and you haven't heard these words spoken regularly around you in the proper fucking accent, then you just use your own accent, okay? It's much less cringe. Just get to the meat of the content, okay? No one cares that you've remembered how to pronounce a few words properly, like trained yourself for the aesthetics.
He may have ditched his combat fatigues for a coat and tie. He's got good PR advice, but he has yet to take steps that I think are convincing to us that he's no longer a terrorist. I'm glad that he's anti-Iran. That's a big negative for Iran, and we should take advantage of that. I will say that Trump did tell him to try and sign an Abraham Accord.
Yeah, exactly. Don't cough out a lung trying to say Gaza, because they don't do that. They're more likely to just use what to us would sound like an H. Is it true that Israel is upset by the US lifting Syria sanctions? It's very unlikely that they wouldn't be upset, right? Like, yeah, they would. Why would they be happy with that? Like, they're literally trying to capture more pieces of Syrian territory and bombing the shit out of them.
Accord recognition of Israel and take other steps against terrorists. But hey, that's not enough. We should ask for more, not just rhetoric from this tough guy, but actual performance.
Okay.
Trump didn't ask for it, and he didn't ask for the other commitments before he gave up the sanctions. That's not the art of the deal to me. Now, maybe something has happened behind the scenes we don't know about, but if the Syrian government wanted the sanctions released, they should have at least committed to not just combating terrorism or recognizing Israel, but providing a full, total, complete evaluation of what the Assad regime did with American hostages and other foreign hostages. They're not the Assad regime. There's no reason to cover that up. They should open up their facilities for inspection by the U.S. or international authorities on the Assad regime's chemical weapons operations and biological weapons efforts to make sure none of that is still going on. They should commit not to allow the Turks to have undue influence in northern Syria, and frankly, they should kick the Russians out of the Tartus naval base and the air base nearby in Latakia province. If they performed, if they did those things, then I could see lifting the sanctions, but not now.
It was
Ambassador John
inescapable.
Bolton, thank you. Appreciate it.
The handshake that you see on screen could reshape the Middle East for years to come because it shows the United States president embracing a once U.S. designated terrorist who is now the leader of Syria. Ahmed al-Shara spent years fighting U.S. forces in Iraq. There was a long-standing $10 million bounty on his head, and the U.S. just dropped it actually a few months ago. He was once known as Abu Muhammad al-Jalani and was placed on the U.S. global terrorist list back in 2013.
There you go. That's it again. Yeah, don't call him Abu Muhammad. Just call him Abu Muhammad al-Jawlani. Just call him that, okay? It's fine. No one cares.
Leading an al-Qaeda affiliate in Syria. He allegedly orchestrated suicide bombings across Syria. And as a reminder, I want you to listen just one more time to what President Trump had to say following that historic meeting when I asked him about it on Air Force One today. How did you find the Syrian president?
Great. I think very good. Young, attractive guy, tough guy.
True. Yes.
Fighter.
Oh, it's your subtitles. He's saying very attractive, tough guy, strong fighter. He loves that. This is why the sanctions got lifted. Trump loves a good-looking tough guy.
But he's got a real shot at pulling it together.
A strong past indeed. My source tonight is retired four-star General Stanley McChrystal, who has a new book out on character, Choices That Define a Life, that's available now. And it's so great to have you here, sir. On what the president was just saying there in this meeting.
Chat, get your salutes, get your lits, get your fist bumps, American flags out for the four-star general. Okay, thank you for your service. God bless America. Thank you so much. This man has killed so many of the fucking Arabs. Not just any Arabs, the fucking Arabs. This guy has bagged so much terror. Thank you for your service, Mr. Four-Star General. Dave Smith's fucking master.
Which is, I mean, nothing short of historic between the two of them. You commanded forces in the Middle East. I wonder what your reaction is just to if I told you, 15 years ago that this would be happening, what you would have said.
Well, I probably would have said unlikely, but the reality is people who are our enemies often evolve into not being our enemies, and people who were terrorists evolve into something else. Menachem Begin was a terrorist in his early days.
Hell, this
Mandela.
guy's speaking fucking truth. Oh no, he's putting Begin alongside Mandela. Oh no. You know what's funny is that there is somewhere where Mandela actually refers to the Irgun as an inspiration in terms of their methods. There's somewhere where he speaks slightly highly of, strangely highly of the Irgun. Damn, people should have just reversed it, right? The IDF's a terrorist organization. Yeah, well, so is Mandela. I thought we liked those guys. Oh no. I heard it from a four-star general, okay? Dave Smith can't even dispute me on it.
Menachem Begin was a terrorist in his early days. Nelson Mandela was labeled a terrorist. And so many people who feel very strongly about something actually exhibit a force of will, and then they can mature and evolve into being more. I'm not sure if that's the case here, but I think we need to be open-eyed and open-minded about it and give it a shot.
Yeah, we've seen some hope for what this could mean for Syria. I mean, that's certainly the president's view of this, as he kind of sees it as an economic lifeline. He really wants Syria to sign on to the Abraham Accords and normalize relations with Israel.
You see, what he just did there, that actually was a fair analogy, because we're talking about whether you should work with someone who is a former terrorist, who you've considered a terrorist in the past. So that's not comparing the methods and the ideological and political goals of the Irgun and Mandela. That's him saying that you can't just write someone off because they were a terrorist in the past. You don't do that. We don't do that. Most countries don't seem to do that. And actually, if they do it, they might often do it to their peril, right? Can you imagine if fucking Anwar Sadat was like, sorry, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Israel would still be at war with fucking Egypt. Bro. Well done. Listen, that's what separates the four-star generals from the four-star fucking Ottoman propagandists.
He did seem to note that that's further down the road if it happens. I wonder if you see that happening anytime soon.
Yeah, I actually think it's possible. I think the Mideast is in a period in which the tectonic plates are mobile now. They're not all moving like we'd like them to, but there's an opportunity for progress. Now, there are certain very recalcitrant issues that still stay, and some opposition, Iran and whatnot. But the reality is we've got regimes and leaders who are interested in a different future, and that could give a lot of options. Now, the United States' role, I think, is critical here. We can't just be following. We can't just be doing what other countries want. We've got to have a plan, and we've got to play an activist role in it, in my view.
Yeah, obviously the geopolitics seem to be scrambled in a real way. We're in Doha right now, and the Qataris, as you know, they've got a big military base here. They've been key mediators when it comes to hostages being released by Hamas and trying to end the war there. A lot of the
doesn't this give more ammo to the leftists that are like, why can't this apply to the Houthis? No, the right thing to do would be to try and pursue some kind of settlement with the Houthis that either partitions the region or does some kind of power sharing. That's been the UN recommendation for ages. The problem is I don't know if the Houthis even want it. But if they do, they're not acting like they want it, right? If you want it, you stop attacking civilians in the fucking sea. That's incompatible with you wanting, but yeah, that's been my position as well. Yemen has never been a stable country. In its current borders, it's never been a stable country. It is inherently, it's been unstable. It was unstable before the British were there. It was unstable before the Ottomans were there. It's always been a shit show because of its geography and its cultural, clan separations. It's always been like that. So the Houthis are there to stay, okay? 10 years of Saudi, Emirati, American fucking bombs is not going to turn that around anytime soon. More of it will just cause more of the same. they're more dug in now than they were 10 years ago. So it's like, yeah, there needs to be some kind of settlement. And it's not, it's not great giving legitimacy to people like that, but obviously the only way you would do it is if there's some kind of guarantees that that they'll act like a state, because we have like Iran's a state. They're allowed to be a state. They're recognized and they've got a right to exist as a state. If the Houthis don't want to, do terror shit anymore, then yeah, I think like either partitioning or some form of power sharing in Yemen is probably the only logical path forward. The whole shit show was caused by Nasser, by the way. You can say that, but like, bro, like even under the Ottomans, Yemen was the worst fucking part. It was so unruly. People talk about Palestine being a backwater. Like, no, Yemen was so fucked, even under Ottoman rule, that the only people who would ever govern it were like the useless fucks who like had no other choice. If you were a governor or in a administrative position and you had a choice, you would never go to Yemen. Yemen was for the fucking corrupt shitlord like morons who who had no interest in governing like fairly or had no capabilities to govern fairly. So they just went there and were corrupt and useless, and because it just wasn't a desirable place to be in charge of. Yeah, it was for the fail sons. Yeah, the runts of the litter would go and rule Yemen. Yeah.
Scrutiny, though, in this particular visit has focused on the administration's plans to accept that luxury jet from Qatar. I just wonder if that is something that you personally, given your experience, would you recommend that? How do you see that?
I think it's problematic. As an American, I don't feel very good about it, simply because I think it projects a view of American character, what we're willing to do in a way that I'm not comfortable with. Now, I'll leave it to legal people to argue about whether the emoluments clause or other things, whether they can make it work. But I would rather him not do it. And I think that in the long run, it's not either a good optic or a good reality for the relationship.
Wow. 4-star analysis from a 4-star general, guys. Pay your respects. Get your American flags out one more time for the boys. Well done. We're so proud. We're so proud. Okay. Is it time? Is it time? So, known moron, dead behind the eyes, gets all his information from other YouTubers, pseudo-intellectual dipshit, Noah Samson has made a response to Ethan Klein after getting sent a demand letter threatening to sue him for defamation. I'm guessing he hasn't retracted, so I suppose that means it's going to go to a lawsuit. Who knows? Might have been an idle threat. Those exist. I've received one of those. But we'll see. Let's see how he responds. The lawsuit basically revolves around Noah accusing Ethan Klein of defending a genocide. And he does it in the most contortionist left-wing analysis kind of way, where he just says, well, you might think it's genocide and you might oppose it, but also the way you talk, i.e. by attacking the axis of resistance supporting knuckle-dragging fucks that I like, then unfortunately I see everything in the Middle East as goodies and baddies, and my team versus another team, because the region is way too complex for my white bitch ass to ever actually make sense of properly. So I'm just going to say that by shitting on Hassan and shitting on Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, then you're actually just like, you support everything the IDF does. And I'm going to call it material analysis, because that would make it sound far less stupid. So Ethan threatened to sue him, and I guess Noah's saying, nah, not retracting, and this is his response. Fuck! He's called it Ethan Klein lawsuit response.
Hey everyone, it's me, Noah, long time no see. Today I'm going to talk about being sued, or being threatened with a lawsuit at least. I haven't actually been sued yet. Ethan Klein and Mutahar from Some Ordinary Gamers have said that they plan on suing me for defamation. They're doing this in response to a video I posted in March called The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide.
Hey, that's me.
I brought up these legal threats in another video of mine, but they decided to escalate things by paying a lawyer to write a cease and desist, which they sent to me in late March. And in it, they ordered me to retract my video within 3 weeks or get my little ass sued. Ethan Klein went on to read the cease and desist on his live stream and repeat this threat over and over again on subsequent episodes.
He started his second video by saying, Ethan's threatened to sue me. It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you.
Oh.
Wait. I'm literally going to sue you for defamation. Noah said in his second video, Ethan's threatening to sue me. Have fun with that, I guess. He said, well, I'm about to have fun with.
Why were you even in the thumbnail? I don't think he ever mentioned you. Because he's a spineless little coward who, I don't know. Like, no, I don't even think it's that. I think he probably has some like ethic about not going after smaller creators, I guess. And also maybe, if I'm being a bit more charitable, it's because I think he probably, given that he's using that picture, I know where that picture's from, is everything he thinks he knows about me on the Middle East will have come from watching Bad Empanada videos, like clips that are taken from live stream VODs, from segments that I never even uploaded to my main channel because I just didn't think they were that important, right? Like, or because I put my foot in my mouth a couple of times. Like, he doesn't know anything about my positions in the Middle East. He doesn't know anything about the Middle East. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe he just thinks it's like not worth going after me because I'm like small fry. I don't know. Fuck. He changed the thumbnail after he saw your reaction to it. He might have done that, but he might have also just been doing an A/B thing because YouTube does have an A/B thumbnail test where it will just automatically cycle through thumbnails and titles to see which one is getting the most attention from the algorithm. So it might. I don't think it could have been a spite response, but it didn't have to be.
With it, and unfortunately, I don't think you're gonna be having much fun with it.
He didn't respond to my video by his own admission. He just read what his lawyer wrote for him and then said that his full response would happen in court.
I know he wants me to respond to every point in his video, which I will do in a much more formal setting.
What do you mean by that?
And I can't wait for you. You know, you can do your cute little videos and all that kinds of business on your YouTube channel, but when it comes to you know, I'd love to see you reason out in a court document about how I
will say, if you want my opinion on this, just summarized, Noah definitely lied about Ethan. He was, and I think it was malicious. Unless your defense in court is, yes, I am this ideologically captured and this brainwashed because I just got all my radicalization and my ideological foundations from watching breadtubers who have no accountability. If that's going to be his defense, that's fine, but he presents himself as an authority on the issue. He talks like he's got all the backing of all these reputable organizations and everything, even though, again, obviously no human rights organization has accused Ethan of defending a genocide. But the fact that his entire rationale for calling Ethan a genocide defender is just it's all like the ultimate left-wing pigeonholing mental gymnastics. It's like you have to go through 5 therefores to put Ethan into that category. It doesn't even make sense. It's not that you defend the actions. It's like, oh, you oppose the actions, okay, but then you also oppose the people who I think falsely are defending the Palestinians against the genocide, Hamas or Hezbollah or the Houthis, and then you also attack the creators who are more sympathetic to those groups, and whilst claiming to be pro-Palestine as a whole. And therefore, by attacking the people who defend the people who I think are defending the Palestinians against the genocide, therefore you support genocide. It's so stupid. And this is even assuming all those conclusions are correct, which they're not. It's a lot of mental gymnastics going on, and it's very silly.
Mudahar support genocide. I really look forward to that.
Despite all of the threats from these guys, as I said at the outset, I haven't been sued yet. It's been over 3 weeks since the retraction deadline, and as you may see on my channel, the video is still up. Here's a clip of the last time Ethan even mentioned it, which was over 2 weeks ago.
Noah Sampson, he has missed his deadline. Actually, Mudahar is in the chat. What did he say? Did you see that Noah's apparently moving out? Yeah, he's sorry, no video, been moving, etc. Video coming soon. It's amazing how nobody wants to respond to me. Everybody goes cold feet. If you're going to level an attack against me, the least you could do is respond.
God, I love this, man. Why won't you play with me? Why does no one want to play with me? Come on. Ever since the retraction deadline passed, the ball has been in Ethan's court. Not responding to a cease and desist is a response on its own, right? According to these people, I'm still actively defaming them because my video is still public, so it's on them to do something about it. But again, aside from some beautiful bills, my mailbox remains empty. If you're wondering where I've been, there's a few reasons I haven't really been able to post much. I've had some personal things going on. I recently moved. I also got doxxed by a certain community of fans of a certain podcast, which I'll talk about in another video. But one of the things that I've been dealing with is...
We could never tolerate... If that's happened, then that's condemnable and everything. But like, bro, you literally promote the most serial fucking doxer in the entire political space uncritically and just pretend he doesn't do it. So, I don't know, fuck you, maybe.
Preparing for the possibility of being sued. This was all new to me. I've never been sued and I've never sued anybody. So I had to spend some time and money learning about defamation law and talking to lawyers and free speech organizations. One thing I was definitely advised was to not post for...
Oh, I was going somewhere with that, with that little ramble earlier. Yeah, I don't think defamation suits are the way to go about these things, because it's just one of those things that can never really be applied in a very fair way. Like, defamation suits are only ever going to be for people who have the money to do it, and then that means like little people are easier to target, and it just doesn't set a good precedent in general. I think you should be able to just argue these things. Now, I understand that like accusing someone of defending a genocide is like kind of fucking mental, okay? Defending a genocide is like, it's worse than defending P. Diddy, you know? Defending a genocide is fucking insane. It's worse than defending Prince Andrew or... I was gonna say Destiny as a joke, but okay. Like, you get the idea. So I get that, but I just, like, in the political sphere, I just don't think it's like a very... I just don't think it's the very helpful way to go. It doesn't set a great precedent. Now, does it mean I think that Ethan legally does or doesn't have a case? I couldn't tell you. I don't give a fuck about American legal precedent on defamation, so, whoops.
For a little while, because anything said online would very likely be used against me in a potential lawsuit. Now, it is possible that these people might still sue me, because rich people can do whatever they want, whenever they want, including sue whoever they want at any time for any reason. But it's worth noting that Ethan has also been a bit preoccupied in recent weeks, going beast mode in some live debates in front of hundreds of thousands of people.
Let's go.
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
What?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
Yeah.
See, this, like, it's just what... Do you realize that these kind of, like, childish kind of retorts were happening from both ends the entire debate? But, okay.
I got a free Rolex hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
Yeah, and you're oh wow, who knew? All right, listen, it's 5 o'clock.
Let's do the bit where Hassan tried to use an Avi Schleim clip to suggest that the bombings were what caused the Jews to leave Iraq, even though Avi Schleim actually said the complete fucking opposite. But okay. Whoops. And this is the political commentator, seasoned veteran versus podcaster, comedy podcaster.
Clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool ass race car bed to sleep in. And I hope you enjoy that. This definitely summarizes
the content of the entire debate.
Thank you. Have a good one.
And dealing with another very real defamation lawsuit that he's currently losing to a former billionaire, which is a thing that's actually happening right now. He could be on the hook for a lot of money, which is crazy. So maybe he's just busy and going to get around to it eventually. Personally, though, I don't think they're going to follow through with these threats for a few reasons, but the biggest one is just that they don't have a case. I think it's pretty clear that this cease and desist was sent to me with one goal, which was intimidation. It was an attempt to silence my criticism of these creators' genocide, apologia, and participation in baseless smear campaigns against pro-Palestine creators and movements.
All he has to do to avoid getting sued is apologize for everything he said and did,
holy shit.
admit he was either lying or ignorant, and erase the video and also just disgrace, like, and just accept the disgrace that is basically lying about two people being pro-genocide, which is one of the most twisted, fucked up things you can accuse someone of.
This sort of thing often works because most people just don't have the resources to deal with a lawsuit. In my case, I don't have the resources either, but what I do have is an audience of people that have been very vocally supportive of the potential for contributing to a legal fund. I'll be honest though, I would prefer it if they didn't sue me. Not because I think they have a case, nor because I don't think we can raise the money. It's just that I don't feel comfortable fundraising for legal fees right now, given the many better places that money could go, like aid for the people being subjected to this ongoing genocide. Seeing as they haven't sued me yet, that's what we're gonna do. That's what this video is for. It's a fundraising video. I started a fundraiser for UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. The donation link is in the description. I'll also be hosting a fundraising live stream with some special guests and some gaming and hanging out and other things of the sort, which will start on Saturday, May 17th at 2 p.m. Pacific time.
Also, just not to be that guy. You can fundraise for Gaza if you want. That's cool. Are they really the ones where like aid money or more donations is actually going to go somewhere? Like UNRWA, I think, are already kind of like massively limited because Israel really does not trust them because of the fact that like at least a handful of them have had involvement like very closely with Hamas. But also, if the aid's getting as limited as it is more funding going to actually do anything? Even back before if the aid is as controlled as you say, then why would you fundraise for this? If you're fundraising for what? Just more trucks to just stay on the other side of the border not doing anything? I feel like as far as aid money for these groups go, like the last thing they've got the money that they need. It's just the problem is that they can't really get all the stuff that they have and all the equipment that they have into the strip. So it makes me wonder what happens when they have all the money that they need for the aid in Gaza, or even the West Bank added to that. Then what do they do after that? Which is also making me wonder because like how many Lebanese people have had their homes bombed to shit and like they're not getting anything, you know? Like I don't see any fundraisers for those guys. I don't know, just a thought.
And probably go for...
But I guess that's also because the only Arabs these guys give a fuck about are the ones who are currently like fighting with Israel, right? So that's why with Hassan talking about the Houthis in Yemen, his whole thing was like, oh, well, what else are they supposed to do if they can't target civilian ships and kidnap Filipino sailors? Well, I don't know. There are people in Yemen who are still suffering malnutrition. Large numbers, large percentages of the population are very, very fucking hungry in Yemen. And the Houthis could be helping them. And they would actually be more helpful to their own people than they would be to Gaza. But yeah. It seems you think Gazans don't have internal currency. They do have I know Gazans have internal currency, but that's not what UNRWA fundraisers are for, is it? Is humanitarian aid to Yemen resumed or not? I think, well, because they're still designated as a terrorist organization, there's still a big fuck up there with the fact that, yeah, the UN and the Houthis still have a lot of issues because of the kidnapping of aid workers and the lack of access to the entire area. So I don't think now is, like, it could still help, but there are lots of issues there with the way aid gets distributed in Yemen.
A few days. I don't usually stream, but I'm thinking of playing some games, maybe set up an air mattress and do a sleeping stream. I've seen that before. It looks fun. I've set the goal at $200,000 because that's what I was actually quoted as being a safe amount to fundraise in order to be able to afford a potential prolonged legal battle against Ethan and Mutahar, which is crazy, right? That's a lot of money. But I was also thinking we could show them that that's a figure we can achieve if we need to, and instead of it going to a lawyer for some bullshit YouTuber lawsuit, it would go to Gaza. If these guys actually do decide to sue me though, in terms of the actual lawsuit, again, I'm not too worried. I told the truth and said what I believed, and I'm prepared to defend it in court should it make it that far. If that does happen, I'll just do another fundraiser, I guess, and then we can donate whatever we don't use once the case gets dropped. It could be a little or it could be a lot. That all depends on how long these guys want to drag this out.
UNRWA is not Gaza only, but sure. Well, yeah, UNRWA is also refugee camps in Lebanon and in the West Bank. So yeah, like, it would help I think it would probably help more for there than it would in Gaza. Yeah.
I want to talk a bit more about the case, the cease and desist, and a few other things. But first, we need to do a sponsor break. I got to do sponsors because my videos get demonetized and I don't post that much. Support me on Patreon if you want to stop seeing them. Thank you to Delete Me for sponsoring this video. Delete Me is a data removal service that makes securing your online privacy simple, affordable, and effective. Your personal data is being sold online by data brokers. Anyone can buy them, which means you're potentially at risk of being harassed, doxxed, or attacked due to any publicly expressed political views, opinions, or even, your occupation. Delete Me offers comprehensive scanning across hundreds of data brokers, including emails, phone numbers, social...
Delete Me is a scam. If Dahlia says it, it's probably true, but okay.
Media accounts, physical addresses, and more. The process is really simple. First, you'll fill out a search removal form. Then once you pay securely, Delete Me will begin the process immediately. You can also request custom removals by sending specific links and run online scans to self-select the data that you want removed. I've used and trust Delete Me because as an online public figure, it's obviously a helpful option to have, but I think those benefits also extend to anyone with any sort of online presence, which is most people. Take control of your digital footprint today and protect your personal data with Delete Me, your trusted partner in online privacy. Get 20% off Delete Me consumer plans when you go to joindeleteme.com/Samson and use my promo code Samson at checkout. All right, now let's get back to the video. Okay, so about that defamation case, it really seems like none of the people that are supporting or promoting this lawsuit have any clue what defamation actually is. So I want to go over that very briefly.
Calling somebody a supporter of a genocide is a very different thing than saying somebody's career is cooked or saying that somebody fell off or making a video about an internet drama. One of them is a real legitimate thing where people are bad. And the fact is that this is totally different than just a drama slop thing. This is completely different.
For someone to be found liable for defamation, there's a few bars that need to be reached. First, the plaintiff must establish that the allegedly defamatory claim is a statement of fact. Next, that statement of fact must be provably false. It also must have caused demonstrable damages to the plaintiff's finances or reputation. And lastly, the statement has to have been made with actual malice. Actual malice is a legal standard. It's the highest legal standard for defamation claims, and it's only applied to public figures. Basically, it means that the defamatory statements have to be proven to have been made with the existing knowledge that these statements were false. Now, the first hurdle of Ethan and Mutahar's lawsuit threat is establishing...
Now, I do believe there is a... For California defamation law, does it need to have that, or can it have reckless disregard, I'm wondering? You know what? Might have to find my lawyers. We'll see.
That claim one, that they backed the genocide, evidenced by my video's title and thumbnail, is a provably false statement of fact. They immediately fail here, though, because it's not a statement of fact, it's an opinion. It's the conclusion of the arguments and evidence I presented in my video. In defamation cases, when distinguishing between opinion and fact, the broader context of where the statements were made must be considered. In the cease and desist, the lawyer they paid to write it for them chose to ignore this broader context, opting instead to single out one word in the video's title, the word backed, characterize that word using one definition from a single source, and then argue that that word, solely using the definition they've interpreted it to mean, is a statement of fact and also a false one. And not only that, but this falsehood is one that I lied about maliciously. When evaluating defamation claims, headlines are not typically treated as statements of fact when the articles themselves explain how this conclusion was reached. That's what my video was for. It was an hour long. I know for a fact that Ethan accused me of defaming.
Well, that would also depend on whether or not the arguments in the hour-long video would lead a reasonable person to think that this person is defending which it doesn't. It doesn't at all. But okay.
Him before he'd even watched it based on the title and the thumbnail alone. If I had to guess, I would say that the decision to threaten a lawsuit came from this knee-jerk reaction to my video's title and thumbnail, and that knee-jerk reaction.
This is 100% false, by the way, and you can tell from the way he talks about how it happened. This is just completely false, but okay.
Action was never re-examined because it didn't need to be. Ethan has money and time and no one in his life that is willing to challenge him on something like this, especially not his lawyer who he is paying. So whatever he thinks and says is truth. So how do they go about trying to prove this claim of defamation? Well, it's pretty interesting. They actually go with the no, I didn't defense. They essentially claim, we couldn't have possibly supported a genocide because elsewhere we have said that we don't. We said that genocide is bad, so we are exempt from any criticism.
Well, it's also that they said particularly in Gaza, not just that genocide's bad, but okay.
For any other things we may have said that do actually support a genocide.
Like what?
For this point, one of the quotes that they cite is Mutahar saying, "I'm not afraid to say that genocide is wrong." Wow, how brave of you, Mutahar. Aside from that being just false, Mutahar stayed silent on Gaza throughout the entirety of the genocide until it was time to join his friends on a Hassan bad smear campaign. If that's not fear, I don't know what you'd call it other than, I guess, cowardice. But even if it were true, it wouldn't matter. Pointing to examples of...
He missed the top part of that screenshot on purpose. What? The Mutahar one? Wow, how brave. Yeah, he's just petty, man. He's a fucking child. Okay. What, him? Oh, wait, well, I mean, he is missing out this. I think there's an actual case of, genocide, and there's an actual case of attack that goes towards the Palestinian people. So, okay. Well, that would lead me to conclude that they think it's wrong.
I'm not afraid to say that genocide is wrong. Wow, how brave of you, Mutahar. Aside from that being just false, Mutahar stayed silent on Gaza throughout the entirety of the genocide until it was time to join his friends.
Stayed silent. He's such an idiot, man. The guy is not a fucking political streamer, but okay. Okay.
On a Hassan bad smear campaign. If that's not fear, I don't know what you'd call it other than, I guess, cowardice. But even if it were true, it wouldn't matter. Pointing to examples of lip service doesn't just cancel out other things you've said. Like if someone says that they killed someone and then later says that they didn't, it's not defamation to talk about the first statement without quoting the latter. I didn't think that defense would end up being used by an actual lawyer, but it did, and that's hilarious. Their lawyer is aware of that too, of how unserious this is, as evidenced by his total lack of citations for any case law in this section. This whole claim, the one that's supposed to be the most prominent one, is just blank.
Wait. So someone has put him up to read to this. This can't be because of his own research. There's no way. Like he would feel confident in doing that, right? Does anyone have the PDF or the screenshots of the lawsuit? It's probably on the fucking Yeet account, isn't it? Also, a cease and desist letter does not have a very high standard for citations. That's also the thing. Like, it's a cease and desist letter. The standard would go up as you go further into the case. Like, so when they argue about the history, he can just use like fucking Wikipedia for the demand letter. But then afterwards, if it actually goes to court and it goes to a proper case, then you'd probably have to bring in like expert analysis and bring a historian to look over the thing, right? So that's a bit silly from Noah there.
And that's because there is no legal precedent for the no, I didn't defense. They're just completely going off vibes. The rest of the cease and desist is
the
just...
no, I didn't with evidence defense, but okay.
Sort of funny to read. A lot of it is them saying, Your Honor, he clip chimped me. Your Honor, he literally didn't even watch the video. They spend like 3 pages attempting to debunk a Bad Empanada video essay.
Successfully, by the way, because Bad Empanada is a fucking fraud who cited a fraud and then actually even embellished that fraud's fucking article by changing the words to make it sound more like sensational and more clear-cut than it was, but okay.
Because I cited it, which is just sort of awesome. It's been said plenty of times already by Bad Empanada included, but you can't litigate a historical argument in civil court. That's not what civil court is for, and that's...
You can. For defamation, you can absolutely litigate historical arguments if they suit the case. What happened with David Irving? That was a defamation case. They literally had to get historians in to prove that the Holocaust happened to a judge and a jury, and also to show that David Irving was lying about it. Okay.
That's not what defamation is. There's one part in the letter where, in an attempt to evidence my malicious intent, their lawyer cites the disparity in the view counts of my videos, accusing me of the legal violation of clout farming. This statement demonstrates that you intended to not just have third parties spread defamatory statements about Ethan, but profit from those defamatory statements. You proved this point yourself when your video entitled Manufacturing Consent for Genocide failed to receive many views, particularly in comparison to the first defamatory video. You made the second defamatory video to further profit from your defamatory statements about Ethan.
It is quite funny that if he doesn't explain why the historical argument against the Bana Banana video is false in any way, it's because he has no answer. He would debunk that if he could.
Your Honor, Noah fell off and tried to climb back to relevance by putting my client's name in his mouth. I encourage people to make videos about Ethan because I think the things he's saying are harmful. I think he's spreading pro-Israel propaganda talking points during Israel's active genocide of the Palestinian people in Gaza. And so far, that's been happening. People are making videos and more people are being exposed to the arguments against these ideas that I think are harmful. Their assumption here, though, that these videos could only have been made for nefarious, self-interested aims, that's just pure projection. I think. For these guys, everything is about views and internet fame. You know, everyone is cynical and self-interested, and no one actually believes the things that they say insofar as those beliefs are able to get eyes on their content. There's no way you could be criticizing someone based on any sort of genuine political motive. No, you must just be wanting to jump in on the dog pile, to cash in and grow an audience of snarkers that are there not because...
I mean, yeah, because if your biggest enemies are people who support a Palestinian state, want the war to end, think settlers are military targets, want the current Israeli government in jail, then yeah, it probably does sound like you care a bit more about the drama than about the issue. But that's why, again, like, I guarantee you, if Ethan just went full fucking pro-settler, like, hanging out with Yishai Fleischer and supporting everything he does and, like, defending every aspect of the war and everything, like, then these people would probably just leave him alone. Like, they only ever go for people who are, like... On this issue, they only ever go to people who are just, like, what, not hardline enough for them. Like, center-left people who are not hardline enough for them. It's so stupid.
They're against genocidal propaganda, but simply because they don't like you. For no reason, even when you're being a perfect little angel.
They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals. There was more Jews...
They do. They actually... Wait, what? Why... Debunk it, you fucking moron! Have there not been tunnels under hospitals that everyone fucking confirmed? Yes, there have. We know this because the best that these guys had to respond to it was that, oh, they said that Israel built it themselves, which, one, they didn't. They built a basement, and you can see the basement. It looks very different from the tunnel that Hamas built. It's in a different part of the complex. And two, even if Israel built underground, like, storage units in Gaza, that doesn't give you the right to turn it into a fucking military facility when it's under a hospital. Fuck.
Displaced, then Palestinians during...
That's also true, by the way, yes. And you still haven't explained why your debunk of that argument is true, other than by citing a Bana Banana video, dumb fuck.
The Nakba. 900,000 Jews were forced to choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to the fucking Arabs.
Yes, that's true. Just like the fucking Jews did the Nakba. Yeah, what? Because it said fucking. Like, oh, fucking, it was fucking them. Yeah, what? It's so weak, man. This is so pathetic. Okay.
Maybe it's just because they're anti-Semitic. That's probably it. They're probably all anti-Semitic. Anyone that doesn't like me...
Okay, you know what? Like, Noah is actually... Because he is just so captured and so vibes-based that he can just show clips of people saying things that are correct that he doesn't like, and he can just be like, oh no, it doesn't sound right. It's all self-evident to him. Do you have a source for tunnels under hospitals that doesn't use IDF spokesperson as a source? Okay. Not that you give the slightest fuck, but okay, let's see. If you haven't... The thing is, you wouldn't be asking that question if you've looked for more than 5 seconds. That's the problem. This is the
studio and go truthing or
France
faking,
24 check on it, where they look at the video from under Al-Shifa. They geolocate where that tunnel is. This is the tunnel here. They geolocate it in the hospital complex, and then they look at the basement that Ehud Barak was saying the Israelis built in the 80s, and then they geolocate that one to find out that it's in a different part of the complex. This is from the tunnel under Al-Shifa, the one that has like a 15-minute video of them going through it. So if you want that, there is also a full unedited video of it, I believe, posted by the Telegraph. The Telegrass. So, hey, good luck.
Is anti-Semitic. Ethan, through his lawyer, ascribes all of that to me because that's who he is. But, you know, not everyone is like that. Some people just don't like it when you use genocidal talking points because they don't like genocide.
Which genocidal talking point? You fucking idiot. Okay, I don't know. Yeah.
That's a good enough reason on its own to make a YouTube video. What I also like about this one is that, you know, to argue that I'm self-interested, they cite a video I made knowing full well that it would get shadow banned and demonetized, which it did. If I just wanted views and money, I would not have made that video. To be
not really what shadow banned means. That's video by the IDF themselves. They could have used something else and edited the video. They have been caught doing that before. No, they literally show you the outside of the hospital complex and then they go into the tunnel. It's unedited. That's why it's been verified by journalists, yes. Unless you want to say it was AI and somehow the press just didn't realize. So now you're, that's why I thought you wouldn't care, because you would just look, you would just check yourself. Like, just say that you think that, like, yeah, like, you just don't believe there's any, like, you just don't think Hamas has ever used a hospital before. You just don't think it's true.
Frank, the reason I made that video was on a pretty simple, basic principle, which is being against genocide. And that principle manifests itself in me wanting more people to know about how the media is normalizing this genocide. That same principle is why I made the videos about these guys. It just so happens that when YouTubers are in the thumbnail, more people click on the video. Ethan is aware of this phenomenon, obviously. He's used it for me and many others. It is unfortunate that more people care about what
this was also, in Al-Shifa, they actually allowed news cameras in, so there goes that argument as well. I mean, like, I'm sorry, you don't have a, you have no fucking leg to stand on. This is like, it's not disputed. It's not disputed by anyone.
This guy has talked with a lawyer. He's doing the worst thing you can do with a lawsuit, talking about the facts of the case. This video will be shown in court.
Thanks to the 60 shekels, DG code 2. That's them funneling the Mossad money, so you guys know, clearly, obviously, in a video game. Look, like, they allowed news cameras inside the tunnel. I don't know. Like, keep on huffing that fucking Al Jazeera copium. I'm sorry.
Their favorite e-celebs have to say about each other than an active genocide. But that's the frame of reality we're working within on the internet. And I don't know, I think people are doing what they can to try to change that.
Do you think this is defamation? Legally, I couldn't tell you because I don't know California defamation law and don't care to read any case law on it because fuck that. Is it dishonest or manipulative or like a cunt thing to do? Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, I think things like this should just be solved via like response videos, and audiences can decide. But you know, it's a pretty serious charge. I still don't. Yeah, still not keen on going the defamation route. It's just not my style, you know.
Or at least use it for positive goals, like getting more people to learn about the genocide. And to an extent, for some people, this seemed to work. You know, I got a lot of comments saying they hadn't heard about what's happening in Gaza or about how bad.
I didn't know they were that extreme in Israel. He's 70% of them oppose the war right now. They want the war to end in exchange for the hostages. Fuck me. But you were finding. Oh God, what was the evidence that he used? It was like fucking 9-year-olds on Omegle. Like, okay.
Things actually were until that video was recommended to them. And for most people, the only reason it was recommended to them is because I framed it around what some guys on the internet think about it. Wonderful. That was what I'd hoped would happen. Believe me or don't, it doesn't matter. What matters is that factually, some people learned about the genocide and they wouldn't have learned about it if I hadn't used these creators as examples. And the same is true for creators like Bad Empanada or Overzealots or Chris Kunzler and more. And anyone else that wants to join in and use the
the fact that this guy is like seen as a reputable voice on Israel-Palestine or like just like a good creator in general, that is like otherworldly to me. It's fucking insane.
Algorithm for good. And they certainly wouldn't have learned about the genocide from any of these creators themselves because despite their claims to caring about it,
I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years.
None of them ever talk about it. at all, aside from when they're, baselessly smearing its opponents and running cover for the country that's committing it.
They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals.
Outside of that,
they do. I don't know. Disprove it then. You can't. Sorry. I think the thing that came out of Al-Shifa was that there weren't as many tunnels as was initially framed by the IDF. That's what came out about Al-Shifa, was that they didn't show as much military presence as they said there was. That's the counter. But people use that to suggest it just didn't exist at all, which is mental.
Silence. As an aside, I think it's still open to debate as to whether or not this tactic is worth it. Like, is it worth the trade-off to get this information in front of more people when the conversation can so quickly turn from the issues and into creator drama? In this latest chapter, I don't think it was. Granted, I didn't really expect that these people would be petty enough or dumb enough to actually sue me or threaten to, but I probably should have, so that's on me. That debate, though, is open only to people that actually care about and talk about the genocide. Not you, or you, or you, or any of your freak show fan bases. As far as that first group of people goes, the people whose input I care about, they have been mostly supportive of these efforts. Do whatever you can to get the word out to as many.
Just so you know as well, like if you're in Noah Samson's world, the amount you talk about what's happening in Gaza versus the amount that you don't doesn't actually mean shit, because this entire isn't the whole problem, and we've seen this demonstrated over the last year and a bit, that these people have no fucking idea what to do about Gaza. That's why they just go to protests and scream and then go home. The most they'll do is they'll donate to UNRWA. Like, okay. But you can do that even if you only know, like, you've just seen some videos of people like begging for food in Gaza. Like, that's all you need to really make that decision. You can support the war and still think that people need aid in Gaza. That's not even mutually exclusive. Literally a tunnel entrance under a kid's bed. Yeah, that was actually verified by a journalist as well. A Sky News journalist went into Gaza and saw that themselves and filmed it. Yes, that's real. Yeah. The one where that led to the spot where the 6 hostages were shot in the head. Yeah.
Many people as possible. That's the feedback I've been getting, so that's what I've been trying to do. But again, that might not always be the case, and that is subject to change. Aside from the cease and desist being, a joke, the other main reason I'm down to clown in court is because Ethan keeps proving my point over and over again. Like, every day that passes and every time he opens his mouth on his show, he continually proves that my allegedly defamatory claim that he is backing a genocide is actually very correct. In the very stream,
so
he was
a statement of, okay,
supposed to be disproving the assertion that he supports genocide. He brought out the most explicit IDF talking points he'd used to date.
I feel like this is a force that's going to help end the war, not fucking keeping hostages and...
What, not the protesters? He's not talking about the protesters, is he? There's no way. There's no way. No, I don't believe it. Okay.
Underground and, like, sending... Just continuing to provoke Israel to attack them.
Like, literally, yes. That's what the protesters say as well. Like, please stop firing rockets out of our fucking town centers because that makes them a target. Actually, Hamas says that as well. That Hamas announcement from Operation Protective Edge, where they were like, if you see one of our soldiers firing rockets from a building, don't post about it on the internet because it will provoke an Israeli response. Can we find that? I think that's a good place to find that. But can I find the this is a force thing? That's another thing I need to find. Okay, fuck, where am I going? This way. I'm just flying aimlessly now, okay. So search text. Yeah, it's this. Watch live. Here we are. I have to save a screenshot of this because everyone's an innocent civilian. Fuck. Shut up. It's here. I have to look at this through multiple layers now because this video that was posted by the Interior Ministry got taken down, but it's here. No, not that. describe them as an innocent civilian or an innocent citizen. 3 boxes. Okay, look, see that? This is yeah, do not publish or share photos or videos showing rocket launch sites or resistance movements in Gaza. This is the Interior Ministry's channel. I'll have to find the original react of me watching the video, which would be this one. Yeah. Focus your coverage on the following. Locally made shells launched by the resistance are a natural response to the Israeli occupation, deliberate firing of rockets at citizens in West Bank and Gaza. Beware of publishing pictures of missiles being launched from the city center heading towards Israel. This is a ready-made pretext to strike residential areas in the Gaza Strip. Like this is from the Interior Ministry. That's from the Interior Ministry. They're literally saying that themselves. I wonder if we can find where he's got this clip from, because if it's what I think he's talking about, the fact that Noah chose this clip is fucking disgusting. But let's see, just to be sure. The H3 podcast. What did he say? Can you just copy the URL or did it get removed? You can't Wayback Machine a video. No. I do have the initial react to me watching the video, which has the channel there. Like you can see it. So I would just have to crop that part out and play that without my chat and everything over it. So I can do it. I just haven't done it yet because I'm lazy.
Explicit IDF talking points he'd used to date.
I feel like this is a force that's going to help end the war, not fucking keeping hostages and underground and like sending.
Yep, they do that. They do that. What? Debunk? Somewhere? It's from the podcast, right? Let's see this. This is a force. Filmot's a very useful source for this, by the way, for looking up key phrases to get context as well. Fuck you. Okay, it's gonna be a bit hard to find this. Is he? Maybe find him saying something else? Show of force. I don't know.
Just continuing to provoke Israel to attack them.
Israel to attack them? Would that work if I search that phrase? Bro, what? What do you want from me? Okay. Oh, it's the Noah lawsuit. Okay, good. So what's he talking about there? This is a force.
Fucking white savior fucking complex, dude. Every time, dude. Like fucking white guy telling me how to feel. It's a fucking. This is why I hate why I hate any of these people, dude. It's like, what is that? What is that? I hate Hassan, but you can't just admit you're wrong for once. Being neutral on. I'm not neutral on a genocide. I don't side against anyone. I just don't fucking agree with fucking like pushing like actual.
What's the force he's talking about?
That guy's much bigger.
Yeah, that guy's
on the shoulders. I'm very impressed by his balance and stature here.
Sure.
They're saying Hamas out.
Who's badass?
I think it's. I mean, listen. I feel like this is a force that's going to help end the war, not fucking keeping hostages.
And Noah used that to call it a clip of IDF talking points. Him supporting the protesters against Hamas, saying that they're a force that's more likely to end the war than what Hamas does, which, by the way, it is quite likely that more people in Gaza support this viewpoint now than don't. This is unusual, by the way, to see this. This is from Poland this month. This is like 2 weeks ago released in Gaza. You see how at the beginning they're like 50% of them, so like the plurality of them think that armed resistance is the way to end the occupation and build an independent state. Look what they say now. Only 31 say armed struggle. 40 say negotiations. 26 say peaceful resistance. That's 66% of them support nonviolent means. So they think, they believe it. And Noah used that as an example to springboard off of to springboard into IDF talking points. It's an IDF talking point to say this is a force that's going to end the war, not firing rockets and provoking attack. It's insane. The protesters say this as well. They accuse Hamas of gambling with their own lives, which is what they're doing. They understand this. That's fucking insane. That is so gross. The only, and that's not even charitable, because fuck it, but like the only charitable interpretation you can be is that he found this on Snark. But even when he's saying this is a force that's going to end the war, surely, like I thought that immediately, right? I was like, he's talking about the protesters. If he's contrasting this is a force that's going to end the war in Gaza, contrasting it with firing rockets, that he's talking about the protests. You'd have to know that. If you follow this conflict and you care about all parts of it, even the parts that hurt your ideological positions, then you should know. You should absolutely be aware that he's talking about the protesters. You're acting like most Palestinians want Hamas to disarm. This is not true. Teuton, I don't know how else to explain to you when they're saying that most of them support non-violent means to deal with the occupation. Okay? What do you think that means with regards to arms for Hamas? Maybe they mean Hamas can be armed in a defensive way, but they're saying armed struggle is 31% of them see that as the way to end the conflict. 40 said negotiations, and 26 said peaceful resistance. I don't know how, like, you are blind. You are so fucking blind. I don't know what to tell you. Like, fucking hell.
And putting fucking like military complexes under hospitals. They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals.
The talking point he's using there, that Hamas builds command and control centers under hospitals, has been Israel's primary justification for the systematic destruction of Gaza's healthcare infrastructure for over 19 months now. That talking point is a justification for one of the key elements of Israel's approach to genocide. It's genocidal propaganda. There's no other way.
Does that mean that Hamas, if it turned out that Hamas does it, does that make them genocidal for doing it? Because you're not supposed to do that. It's illegal to do that. It's very bad to do that because you are subjecting your healthcare system to proportionality analysis. "64% of Gazans don't support Hamas disarming, only 18% support it." Teuton, that's great. I agree with that because I go with all the numbers. Now, does that contradict what I said? Does that contradict what I said, Teuton? Quickly, you got a yes or no question here. Do the majority of Gazans right now support armed resistance versus peaceful negotiations? Yes or no?
Way to put it. He is sharing genocidal propaganda to millions of people. A few episodes later, Ethan and his wife Hila downplayed Israel's mass targeted assassinations of journalists by claiming that the IDF doesn't do that.
It's not like Israel
that is worried
Look,
about.
it's not like Israel's going to do a precision strike on Hassan. They don't fucking.
Yeah,
but it is dangerous. It's a war zone. Like, I agree, it's dangerous.
It's a war zone. I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
They're not.
Yes, they do. They do that.
I'm sorry. Like, I'm not going to say that every dead journalist in Gaza is justified. I'm just going to tell you what these guys will never admit to, which is interesting because the IDF, not only does the IDF say it, Hamas says it as well. You can look at their own page. It's like, it's this stupid fucking meme where it's like, hang on, Oasis of Martyrs. This is from the Al-Qassam official website. Military media. Now, they haven't been updating this since the previous encounter, but they have a whole section here for their military media. These are soldiers who are also journalists. And if you look at lists of dead journalists, especially from like Protective Edge, where 2014, there were quite a lot of them in the summer of 2014, like Hamas admits this. They admit this. They're very clear about this, that yes, some of their fucking journalists are also soldiers. Now, does that mean that every journalist strike is justified? No, because I'd imagine the IDF is going to be quite loose in their interpretation of a journalist's work, because a journalist doing pro-Hamas propaganda is not a target. If you're propagandizing, that's not a target. Now, if you're doing incitement and celebrating and like pushing for like war crimes to be committed and things like that, that would probably make you more targetable. If you're a journalist and a fucking soldier, who was stationed in an advanced position waiting for the Zionist vehicles to advance so he could attack them and the enemy soldiers, then yeah, you're probably a target, sorry. But again, that's like a case-by-case thing. Now, Hassan, I don't imagine Hassan is going to turn up to Gaza looking like this, okay? With the fucking combat uniform and the headband and the gun and the fucking camcorder, okay?
More than anyone ever, actually. It's the last possible group of people on Earth that you could claim doesn't intentionally target journalists. This is just pure misinformation that is used to run cover for Israel as it commits a genocide, a major factor of which is limiting people's exposure to the atrocities they are committing. And the most direct way they can do that is by assassinating journalists over and over and over and over again. A couple weeks ago, in a debate with Sam Cedar, Ethan continued to expose himself as a propagandist for Israel's genocide. He repeatedly blamed Palestinian resistance for Israel's genocidal actions in Gaza.
They could have done that. They could have ended it after a week.
I mean, Hamas could have ended the war anytime too.
How could have Hamas ended the war?
By releasing the hostages?
No, listen. Israel has said time and time again that the release of the hostages is not going to end their
That's why he said by leaving and releasing the hostages. I think he said both things there, but okay.
Assault on Gaza. They have said this over
I don't believe
and
that's
over and over.
I haven't seen those statements. I've seen the opposite.
At any time, they could have done that.
Well, what has Hamas done to end the war?
Hamas said that they would release hostages and accept like a 10-year truce and shit like that, okay? It's not leave. They've never said they would leave and release hostages, but okay.
Hamas offered
what have
the
they done to end the war?
Early dawn to say Hamas offered all the hostages in agreement for in response to Israel not coming into Gaza. I mean, there's just to defend Israel's actions.
That didn't happen either.
Being inevitable.
This kind of happened, but it was very at the time. You can look for the statements. There was a Hamas person, I think on October 9th, who said that he would give up all the civilian hostages in exchange for Israel not doing a ground invasion, which is kind of mental. You don't just get to like... It's like you punch someone in the face 20 times and then just be like, ceasefire, quick, no, whoa. Yeah, it's also in terms of like precedent, it would be a really stupid thing as well. That means that basically you can like attack Israel, you can murder like 1,200 people, and then as long as you just come back to your own country with some hostages, you can be like, yeah, we'll give them back, just leave us alone, please. Like, what if Hezbollah was like, okay, I guess we'll take our pop as well, right? Because all we have to do is take at least a couple of hostages, and we can offer them back in exchange for everything stopping again. It's so dumb. You don't do conflict like this. When it comes to that offer, though, again, I think it was civilian hostages, they said. It wasn't even all the hostages. And you can even find, if I can find the interview, might get Stardust to look for it. There is an interview where there's a guy being interviewed by a British or an American journalist about that offer. And he's like equivocating really hard on what he considers to be a civilian hostage or not. But I mean, you know. There have been offers since then too, though. Yeah, none that so far would prevent a Hamas resurgence in Gaza, like from getting them to try again. And that's kind of the problem. Now, Israel's problem on their end is that they shouldn't be responding to that by just saying, we're going to just go balls to the wall militarily until we consider Hamas to be gone enough that we can like occupy the strip and then like give it to the Americans. Israel can at least... And this is what even like even fairly right-leaning people or formerly right-leaning people like Ehud Olmert and people like that have said is that what would be better for them militarily and like pragmatically would be to limit at least the fire right now and try and establish some kind of like part of Gaza that they already have, like say the buffer area or Rafah, and start to push for that place having Hamas gone, but also for it being place that can be handed over to some other third party with local leadership as well, so it can actually prepare itself for local sovereignty. Because Israel cannot just try to be there forever. That's not good for it. It's not even good for them as much as Netanyahu thinks it would be. That's what would be a better solution. But Hamas are not offering that, right? Hamas are offering things that would give them a window to rebuild and try again. Both sides bad.
Getting to is Hamas, I think they knew that this was the reaction that would happen.
By this logic, there is nothing Israel could do that can't be blamed on Hamas, which is a genocidal logic because they're committing genocide and doing exactly what he is doing here.
What is this sentence? That's genocidal logic because they're doing genocide. It's like, okay.
Blaming Hamas. This is the logic employed by the IDF and the Israeli state and its propagandists, and this sort of thing is what makes Ethan one of them. In this debate, Ethan also repeatedly conflates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, which Sam Cedar deconstructs pretty effectively, in my opinion.
This will never happen, but in a totally just world, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi, and you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting if they've ever exhibited any sort of positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Now, isn't it true that Israel has more power to stop the war? No, it's not. Hamas can just surrender. They kind of, in a sense, if Israel stops the war now, you'd have to go into this whole fucking phase of experimental means of withdrawal and who is actually fit to govern the areas that are cleared of Hamas and everything. Hamas can just surrender and fuck off. That's all, yeah, and give the hostages back. Unconditional surrender and leave. That would stop the war. It might bring you to a phase that would not be the ideal one or even the right one or even close to the right one, but it would stop the war, yeah.
To me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora, and certainly probably people you know in your family.
You go in and you're making this about anti-Semitism by doing this hopscotch about a poll that people had positive feelings that Jewish people do, and then therefore he is anti-Semitic. And honestly, that type of conflation I think is so dangerous and so disingenuous. I have had a guy who went to my bar mitzvah, my sister's bar mitzvah, my kid's bar mitzvah, sat at Passover with me 3 or 4 times, call my father and ask him if I'm anti-Semitic. That is just an example, an illustration of conflating when he's clearly talking about Zionism. Was it hyperbole to say any time in life, whatever? The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews. It is.
That's a really great anecdote, Sam, and I'm sorry that happened to you. But the fact is that the majority of Jews in the English-speaking world, the UK, the United States, which I guess is where most of our audiences are, the majority of Jews in both these countries identify as Zionists. In the UK, it's 65%. In America, it's probably above 70 or 80. For the youth, it's quite high. It's over 80. Yeah, sorry. So if anyone's conflating Zionism with their Judaism, it's the Jews themselves. Is it their fault? Should they stop doing that? Are they bringing it upon themselves when they do that? No, yes, it's bullshit. And then you have to wonder, well, why do most Jews feel that way? Why do they identify in those terms? Is it just because they're fucking mental? Is it because they're Nazis? Is it because they're genocidal? Or is it maybe because there's a bit more to, there's a bit more of a connection between the Jewish historical experience and identifying as a Zionist? I don't know. Does identifying as a Zionist mean criticism of Israel is unacceptable? Yes, that's exactly what it means. JK, lol. That's exactly what it means. As soon as you call yourself a Zionist, that means that Israel is off limits for critique. They could probably eat 40 beheaded babies. They could behead them themselves and eat them. And you'd be like, well, I'm a Zionist though, sorry. Take that. Checkmate, Jew hater. Go do another Holocaust. Fucking hell.
A fig leaf and a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men, for that matter. It is not keeping Israelis safe. And this type of...
Then that's a problem, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I guess it would be.
Inflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly, than the idea that he said positive any time.
Not only is this another textbook defense used by the genocidal state of Israel, but what he's saying here is also anti-Semitic. He's using this poll to speak for all Jews.
Now, to me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora.
Lots of Jewish people think this thing, therefore criticizing that thing is anti-Semitic. Hey, man. No, it's not. The criticism is not about their Jewishness. It's about Israel. The only one here making it about their Jewishness is you. In this,
yeah, but what? Oh, well, I mean, it's so fucking dumb. Like, do you know who else made it about their Jewishness? Fucking the fucking Arabs, like their leaders did. Yeah, in the Middle East and North Africa. That's true. When Israel carried out the Nakba in the 48 war, when they won that war, every Arab and Middle Eastern North African country took it out on their own local Jewish population. They did do that. Yeah. Who did the conflation there? Most of those Jews weren't Zionists. They had nothing to do with that war. Why did Jews end up in Israel? Because they were chased there. They were chased there either by Russian pogroms, by persecution, by the persecution in Western Europe, by the persecution in Eastern Europe, by the Holocaust, by all these countries closing their doors, by the Evian Conference. That's why they're there. That's why Zionism and Judaism are kind of like, there's a bit of a Venn diagram going on there, you know? Next year in Jerusalem, what's what they say after Passover, okay? These two things are... Stop trying to pretend these things have nothing to do with each other. This is why I think this is so fucking dumb. This is why I think it's kind of anti-Semitic. Like, I don't know. I kind of hesitate before applying that to these people because I think it's more the product of just sheer ignorance than anything else. The way these guys talk about Israel and its origins, you would just think, if you only learned about Israel from people like Noah and Hassan or whatever, you would really just think that a bunch of Jews got fucking bored one day and decided to conquer a country for no reason. Which is kind of dumb.
The same conversation, Ethan blamed Palestinians for Israel's mass killing of peaceful Palestinian protesters with sniper fire during the Great March of Return in 2018.
They were marching in the Great March of Return week after week after week.
Sam, was there Hamas activity?
Yes, there was.
At the Great March?
Sinwar was marching. Sinwar was...
You don't want to bring up Sinwar in the March of Return, bro. That guy was saying some fucking mad shit. And also, he wasn't really marching to the buffer zone, was he? He was kind of just being like, hey, you guys go do it. Okay.
Marching with them.
Were people attacking the border wall?
During the Great March of Return, the first dozens of these things before the snipers? No, they weren't.
No, they were actually.
So there were the people from...
They literally said, yeah, like... They literally said, like, I think 18 people died on day one, and Hamas was like, yeah, like at least 6 of them were our soldiers. They were our dudes. Not to mention the PIJ and DFLP guys that were there as well.
For peace.
There was Hamas activity. They were attacking the fence. They were like trying to cross the border.
They were
but not militants. Militants were trying to cross the border.
We know where he got this talking point from, his friend Destiny, and we've seen him use that before a bunch of times.
Overwhelmingly peaceful.
No, he didn't get that from Destiny. Oh, okay, well. Again, it's like do you know what this is? It's like I consent, I don't. The IDF consents, okay? Ethan consents, I consent, Dustin consents. I think so, anyway. This one time. Hamas consents. This is from the 30th of March, first day of the protests. PIJ consents. can go through all of them. This is the DFLP guy, prominent leader in the Democratic Front, martyred on its doorstep. This is the March of Return, 31st of March 2018, the day after. This is Islamic Jihad. I think they have one here. Maybe this is the wrong page, is it? No. Oh, I'll find the other one there. Where's the PIJ one? Oh, here. Oh, yeah, there he is. He died of his wounds later on. Islamic Jihad. And it's our Hamas dudes. 30th of March, March of Return. Soldier. Soldier. 30th of March, first day of the protest. Station at the border. Soldier. So, everyone consents apart from Noah. Weird.
Well, just as a quick thing, because people love to talk about the Great March of Return, the Peaceful March of Return. All of this is like the Peaceful Great March of Return. Remember this, okay? This is all the Peaceful Great March of Return.
And we've gone over this before, but the human rights reports were very clear on what happened.
Yes, they omitted the soldiers from the report. It's funny that they did that, by the way. Very funny that the human rights report did that. I don't really understand why. Why did they do that? Because they do talk about people who got injured. They do show you quite a few people who definitely didn't deserve to get shot. And that's a very valid attack on the IDF. They were shooting people who didn't deserve to get shot. Amongst people who definitely were just like participating in hostilities. Like, yeah. Do I have the examples of the people they wrote about but didn't actually say that they were militants? That's a very long list from the deadliest day of the march of all soldiers. But yeah, these names for sure, if you look at the Human Rights Report, there are only 18 people who died on day one. And somehow, like fucking Neo in the Matrix, the Human Rights Report just dodges like a third of them who are soldiers. It's quite weird. Quite weird. Hamas didn't though. They were good to... They remembered. They remembered to credit their troops.
And in 2018, thousands of people were shot by IDF snipers, hundreds of them killed, while standing hundreds of meters from the fence. It's actually pretty insane that this talking point is still being used. Like, it's disgusting. Men, women, children, medics, aid workers, and disabled people were shot and killed. If your retort to this fact is, well, there was separate instances of violence at the border.
They were attacking the fence. They were like trying to cross the border.
Whether you want to admit it or not, you are doing genocide propaganda. You are offering a moral justification for this violence. There are plenty more instances of this sort of thing in Ethan's debate with Hassan, which I could go over, but I feel like you get the point by now. If Ethan is really going to go...
Snipers, it's always snipers. Well, in this case, it actually was snipers. Like, yeah, these snipers had spotters, they had commanders, they had people with fucking binoculars, and they had literally, like, if you were a sniper in the March of Return, you needed commander approval to fire a shot. A single shot, you had to get commander approval, which also does show that people who didn't deserve to get shot, it wasn't just like a sniper being rogue or being an asshole or whatever. It was the commander signing off on it. So yeah, and obviously the investigation from the Israeli side was like, oh, we didn't see anything here. So yeah, there was a lack of accountability, a pretty bad one actually, because it's very clear. Like, you can find people who did not deserve to get shot, and they were anyway. Najjar was one who was shot, that female medic who was shot just trying to go up to someone to help them with their wounds, and the IDF clip-chimped her. They clip-chimped her and accused her of being a human shield, and then they later admitted that they were lying about her, that she was just a medic. But obviously, if you want to have results in terms of accountability, you kind of need to identify the problem. And when you say it's genocidal and someone says, actually, that's genocidal propaganda to say that there was Hamas there, because I read the United Nations report who just happened to miss them conveniently, then yeah, no one's going to take you seriously. You sound like a moron. I don't even know if I blame Noah for that necessarily, though, because if you're just like a regular old dude, well, why would you read beyond the Human Rights Report? The Human Rights Report's like over 100 pages. So... if you miss it, like, and you don't think to go to the alqassam.ps to see what Hamas said about it, then it's like, yeah, you're cooked. I don't know. It's kind of the UN's fault for that, really, or whoever wrote that report, because they were They provide a lot of good insight into the marches, but they also omit some very important detail. They do a little bit fucking, they get a bit weird with it. You assume he read the report. Well, he read the bits that he likes, for sure.
Go through with his I don't support genocide lawsuit, he should probably stop using talking points that support genocide. These guys know that what they're doing here is wrong. In his announcement tweet a couple months back, Mutahar said, I never want to financially harm or bring a lawsuit to a creator, but slander like this is far too extreme and unchecked. So at this time, we are exploring legal action, blah, 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 blah. I never want to do this thing that I know is wrong and predatory, but I'm going to do it anyway because I have no principles and you hurt my feelings. Defamation is not saying extreme things. That's not what defamation is, and it shouldn't take thousands of dollars and months, potentially years of our time to get these guys to understand that. It might, though, because they're rich, which is amazing. It's a beautiful system that we have, but I hope it doesn't. And then recall what Ethan said 8 years ago when he spoke about his experience of being sued by a more wealthy YouTuber.
It's unbelievable. It's criminal. The American justice system is just, it's how can you defend yourself? Like, you guys gave us $150,000 to fight this lawsuit. It's not enough. It's not even enough. And I'm just wondering, if we didn't have the backing and support of all you guys and the means to even throw $50,000 of our own money to defend this case, how would we ever stand up to this? It's like those with money in the legal system have the ability to destroy and bully and just defeat people on the grounds of I have more.
Isn't this just like a very simple case of like some defamation cases are valid and some aren't? But okay.
Money, and you never would have a chance of defending yourself. It's
like, yeah, it's shit when fucking J.K. Rowling sues people and threatens random people on Twitter with defamation suits and makes them retract out of sheer terror. But it's probably okay when, what's her name? When that lady sued, when that lady, well, she didn't actually, because David Irving sued her. That'd be a bad example. If it were the other way around, it's good that she won a defamation suit against David Irving. That's what I'm saying. Okay, yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's valid, sometimes it's not. Okay. This was a copyright suit. Okay, well, let's not pretend to care about differences. Why are you sweeping for Ethan like this? Missy, just tell me what the sweep is or get banned. It's so fucking annoying. I literally said I don't think defamation suits are the way to go about this. But the argument that Noah's making is just because Ethan opposes one rich person doing a defamation suit, that means he opposes all defamation suits and all. That's a really retarded argument. Sorry.
It's obscene. It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you.
Ethan now constantly threatens lawsuits over creators he doesn't like and creators that say things that are mean about him.
When I'm done with Noah, when I'm done with the other one, the big one that's dropping probably next week, my full attention is going to you, George. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach. You're full of shit, bro. You're not going to do shit. And I'll tell you who's going to do shit. Me. I'm coming, okay? So you're not safe either. Just wait. Keep talking that shit.
He has become the villain, and if he goes through with this and somehow manages to succeed, he retains Alan Dershowitz, we get Richard Goldstone on the bench in a Zionist kangaroo court. That
There's a very funny DM that I could show you guys that would add on the. Oh my god. I don't know. Fuck me, bro. I don't need to say anything. It's okay. I don't need to say anything. It's not worth it.
would set a pretty bad precedent, I think. If you disagree with someone's opinions about you, you should respond to it yourself, like an adult, in the court of public opinion, not pay.
I was just going to say, when I was talking to like some real life friends about this, one of whom knows law, they were looking at the cases, right? And they were kind of like, you know what? Like, I think like you and Mutahar like probably would have a better case here than Ethan. Like, so I was like, okay, cool. But I'm not going to do this. I don't give a fuck. Even though the whole like a Lebanese, a Muslim, and a Lebanese Christian, an Indian Muslim, and a Jew take a white guy to court over their takes on the Middle East, which is quite funny. But one of my thoughts was like, I just, even if like you win, it's just, I don't really fancy this whole, like the toxicity of this narrative, like getting spread around, like, oh, they used a Zionist lawyer to take down the fucking like anti-genocide activist. It's just stupid. I don't want to give them that. I feel like they would use that to and make content out of it and make money off of it. It's just cringe. But well, yeah, I remember telling them like his Zionist lawyer, and Noah not only went Zionist lawyer, he took Ethan's lawyer, who is an Iraqi Jew, by the way. So he's more he's got more Arab heritage than any of the people fucking attacking him. But where the fuck am I going? Okay, but it's like, he went out there with the Dershowitz and the Goldstone at the Zionist kangaroo court. Holy fuck. Good memes.
A lawyer thousands of dollars to respond for you in a pre-written email.
Let's just do one more for the boys. Okay, that was a good meme. Where is it? Bro, come on. Have I got enough windows open? I don't think I've got enough windows open. One more for the boys.
About you, you should respond to it yourself, like an adult, in the court of public opinion, not pay a lawyer thousands of dollars to respond for you in a pre-written email, video, essay. It's pretty clear that he's done most of this stuff to make money. Succeed. You know, he retains Alan Dershowitz. We get Richard Goldstone on the bench and manages to succeed. You know, he retains, he's become the villain. And if he goes through with this and somehow manages to succeed, you know, he retains Alan Dershowitz. We get Richard Goldstone on the bench in a Zionist kangaroo court. That would set a pretty bad precedent, I think. If you disagree with someone's opinions about you, you should respond to it yourself, like an adult, in the court of public opinion, not pay a lawyer thousands of dollars to respond for you in a pre-written email, video, essay. It's pretty clear that he's done
It's fucking brilliant, man. It's actually god tier. I'm not sure he's got Dershowitz on the retainer. Zionist kangaroo court. Why is it such a coincidence that his Zionist kangaroo court has two people with the most Jewish fucking names on the planet? Goldstone and Dershowitz. Like, Goldstone and Alan Dershowitz. Actually, you know what? Is Dershowitz Jewish? Yeah, he is. Yeah, okay. Stop. Why is he conflating Zionism with Judaism like that? Why? Why did you pick the two most fucking, like, recognizably Jewish dudes and call them the Zionist kangaroo court? Why? Stop. Why are you conflating Jews with Zionism like that, Noah Samson? Surely you could have found, like, a couple of lawyers who are not Jewish who are also pro-Israel, right? You could have done that. How difficult would that be? God.
Most of this stuff to make money and for content, which is kind of funny because defamation's supposed to be the other way around. Like, he's made tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars off of my alleged defamation. I don't know how that factors into proving damages, making...
Just in this point alone, I didn't respond on a video because I don't want to feed into drama, but it only benefits him. I love free speech, but it doesn't come without consequences with his accusations. Whoa. Fucking quest log. I'm not going to do dungeons. Fuck that. Waste of time. Test of endurance. What? What?
A bunch of money, more money than you would have made without it. I don't know, but I guess we'll find out, maybe. I would close with some point about right-wing free speech hypocrisy, because a lot of these people supported this lawsuit despite claiming to want free speech.
I do think people that make up bullshit like this probably do need to have a degree of accountability, especially if they're saying and making claims like that you're a supporter of a genocide. I think this is a very...
Just to be clear, in Noah Samson's world and all the people, the fucking assholes that he supports and creators that he pushes, in his world, bro, the gulag would be fucking filled to the brim with social democrats who they think are Nazis. Like, that's just the world that he wants. I don't know, like...
extreme claim to make. It's not like you just say this out of the blue, right? And because of that, I do think that there should be some degree of accountability for it.
But it's not even worth it. This is the most predictable thing that has ever happened on Earth. The Zionists and right-wing...
Not that I think Asmongold is a social democrat. He is a right-winger. He's a Trump-tard, yeah. Got him, Clippers.
Service about free speech is not an actual principle. Of course it's not. It's a tool. Sometimes that tool is a shield to defend their right to be racist loudly online.
I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people.
And sometimes it's a sword to attack people who criticize them for doing that.
It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you.
None of these people actually care about any of these issues. Their support for a cause is entirely dictated by whether or not they like the people that are supporting that cause, whether or not they have some sort of content creator-based relationship.
Like a huge chunk of your argument that like you might call it genocide, you might oppose it, but you keep on attacking the creators who support it, which is just like that is based on who you like, Noah. You put two and two together, okay?
But that also means
does this mean that the 48% of Gazans who support the anti-Hamas protesters are pro-genocide because they are opposing the people who are, in Noah's worldview, are defending Palestinians against the genocide? I can show you the polling. The demonstrations. Holy cock. Where's the 48%? 48% of Gazans, compared to 14 in the West Bank, say they support the demonstrations that took place over the past 2 months in the Gaza Strip, demanding that Hamas abandon control over that strip, while some demanded the departure of some of its military leaders out of Gaza. This was, by the way, don't let anyone tell you that this protest was like, stop the genocide. We're okay with Hamas. We just wanted the genocide to stop. No, they were anti-Hamas protests through and through. The chants, the speeches of the leaders, the speeches of the demonstrators, they were anti-Hamas protesters first and foremost because of Hamas's military actions. So does that mean that by Noah's worldview, like 48% of Gazans now are like pro-genocide? I don't know. Fucking stupid.
Myself included, need to stop treating it as if it's anything other than that, with the exception being using these morons to educate people. I think that's good. I think people should keep doing that. All right, so anyways, that's all I have to say about the lawsuit stuff. Ethan and Mutahar, if you are not suing me, that's great.
I wonder if I'm like... I feel like me saying this is just being provocative, but like I wonder if maybe one reason that Noah doesn't use me in his videos might be because every time I make claims, I just throw the source up and he can't really clip it. Like he can't really clip it. Like if I'm saying that Hamas were present, like very present by their own admission in the March of Return, and he clips me saying it, he's just going to clip me showing the sources and showing Hamas's own words and be like, why? How's that genocidal propaganda? Like literally Hamas says this. Rip. Did you notice anything funny about the thumbnail?
Great, I would prefer that, so I don't have to fundraise for legal fees during a genocide. If you are actually going to sue me though, please just let me know. I'll fundraise again, you will probably lose the anti-slap motion and have to pay my legal fees and will just be wasting a bunch of time and money, which in the grand scheme of things is not that big of a deal. I'll be fine, but that will be annoying. So let me know, please. Viewers, if you can, donate to the Gaza Aid fundraiser. I think we can raise a lot of money. I'll be going live starting Saturday, May 17th at 2 p.m. Pacific time and streaming for a few days and do some guests and other stuff. So stay tuned for the specifics about the times. And sorry for the slop. Sorry, this is a little messy. I'm getting back in the swing of things. It's been a while since I've even sat down to write anything. So coming soon will be more stuff.
That's okay. You know, maybe next time you'll provide sources for your claims. Okay.
Stuff that's actually good. So yeah, goodbye.
I can't tell. I feel like every single clip or talking point that he used there, that he called a pro-genocide talking point, was just true. The military under the hospitals, that's true. Hamas being at the front with militants in the March of Return, that's true. The Jewish exodus, that's true. The fact that most Jews in the English-speaking world are identified as Zionists, that's true. Okay. Does that mean that if they were like, if those are pro-genocidal talking points, which they're not, you don't get to genocide Palestinians because any of those are true, actually. That's what I would say. Like, none of those justify doing genocide. They don't even justify war crimes. Like, the fact that Hamas was there in the March of Return doesn't mean every gunshot was justified. Of course it wasn't. But if Noah calls them genocidal talking points, then it's like, what? So if someone could prove to you that they were true, then you would suddenly like support them, like support the actions? It's a bit of weird fucking logic, but okay. Okay. Well, that was good memes. Also, we have a wild Mutahar in the chat. Oh. Also, as far as the defamation suit goes, I'm really not sure how Ethan would, one... To me, it's like proving malice would be... This is based on fuck all, like, extensive knowledge of defamation suits, just like it's stuff I've absorbed over looking at cases in the past like, that I care about, like, and in different countries. But if we're talking about malice, that's probably going to be hard to true. I don't think it would be impossible because of him omitting very important facts that he seems to have been aware of. But showing damages, I don't know. Mutahar could probably show damages because he seems to have had real life consequences from this shit being spread around. If that counts as sufficient damages. Noah might genuinely be dumb enough to believe everything he says, though. Maybe, but he does frame himself as like an authority on the topic, which is kind of like where the issue is. How is Mutahar defamed? Because someone said that he defends a genocide. I don't know. Again, I just think that's... If you're going to get a lawsuit... And again, I'm doing this very, very qualified, very... what's the good word? Not qualified. Low conviction, because I don't know case law. But as far as being, like, framed unfairly, then yeah, I think that's easily defensible for Mutahar's case. Will it pass a court? Who the fuck knows? I think I'm leaning towards no. But I just don't know enough about it. Queeman and Mutahar Discord chat, yes please. I mean, if they want to talk about defamation suits, they can go for it. That's not really... I'm just more interested in the facts. Just more interested in the topic being covered, you know? Whoa, Queeman's coming in with strong takes here. Shit! Uh-oh. What do we do from here? Fucking... Hang on. I'm gonna... Oh my god. I'm gonna die. Come here. Can you get me unbanned from Discord? Yeah, somehow. 1 minute. Fuck! Is Mutar still even here? He might have gone. I'm going to do donos. That's what I'm going to do. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the $5. We must stop the terror. I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive. Matt, hi. Thanks for the 5 Canadian. Shout out to Dating and Money 101. Pretty sure I lost brain cells listening to you debate him. Love your content, Matt. Oh, thank you. And Cello, thanks for the $5. One day, instead of the communist revolution, we will have a revolution where we teach bread tubers how to make logical arguments. See you there, comrades. Good luck, buddy. Never happening. Mega Milky Art, thanks for the 35 rands. Thanks for the slop. Oh, we did our best, didn't we? Sagar, thanks for the 2 Canadian. Israel government are criminals, but it isn't a genocide. Okay, I think I agree with that, but who knows? Things might change. As in, it might get worse. So BX, thanks for the 199. Why is Ethan talking about tunnels under hospital? What, the context of him bringing it up? I don't know. I think he's just shitting on Hamas. The Singing Town, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Mega Milky R, thanks for the 35 rands. Bro, the fact that people think Lonerbox is a Zionist when he's been making videos on the IDF war crimes before Hassan could find it on a map. Again, it's like that kind of Martin Bailey definition of Zionist, right? Like, you can believe Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state, which should really make you enough to be a Zionist. But in the West, it also implies that you support settlements, war crimes, Netanyahu, Ben Gavir's fucking ballsack. Yeah, it's silly. Noob Creeper, thanks for the $5. What is your favorite race in WoW? I'm just here for the WoW stream. Race? Don't you ever ask me to pick a favorite race ever again. Spuds, thanks for the $9,000. No, Spud 9000, thanks for the $5. Jesus. Due process equals outlined in the Constitution. Due-ish process equals Zionists funding frivolous lawsuits, according to Noah. That was just very funny. That was a very funny little bonk there. He deleted his call to action. Oh yeah, the one that I managed to clip in time. Hang on. Oh, someone found the thing. It's still on Facebook. Oh! Oh, thank you, Hamas, you dancers. My boys. Look, it's real. I told you it was real. This is the Interior Ministry. This was their PSA to the activists and the soldiers. This was broadcast on TV. It was broadcast to their followers. It was broadcast on social media, YouTube, like things like that. Yeah, they were there. Yeah, New Media Department, Media Office, Palestinian Ministry of Interior on Facebook. Yeah, it's real. I told you it was real. Don't doubt me. Fuck. I have to do it like this, do I? Yeah, and this is all the notices translated. It's just them saying, like, yeah, if anyone dies, don't talk about their position, basically. Always call them an innocent citizen. Like, yeah, it's just all that kind of shit. Which is why, and again, even if you don't like Hamas, you're going to probably do this, right? Because why would you risk yourself? Archive it. Well, these are screenshots, so I have it now. I have it reliable. Yeah. This is the Gazbara department. Yes, this is Gazbara. Beware of publishing images of rockets being launched from the city center heading towards Israel, as this is a ready-made pretext for striking residential areas in the Gaza Strip. The genocidal logic from the Gazan Ministry of Interior, by the way. Whoops. Fucked. Okay. Fucking taught myself. Where's the... Is this Hassan's manual? I mean, people like, you know what? I want to watch this. I want to watch some. This guy's got a new video, Yusuf Ahmed. He actually reached 100,000 subscribers. For those of you who don't know, because we've watched a few videos of this guy, he's kind of like, he's just a teenager. He's like a 16-year-old dude who just films his day-to-day life in Gaza. And it's like completely just non-partisan and everything. It's like he's just showing people what it's like going about your day, trying to get food, trying to get water, what you're eating, like who you're talking to, like what the buildings look like around you, whether there's a strike near you. Yeah. This guy's pretty good. He's also massive Zoomer vibes.
You heat this kettle up. This is the stale bread that she's gonna heat up. This was actually taking longer than expected.
Come on, big boy.
One thing I like about Palestine, there's news of a ceasefire. It might happen very soon. What's up? Good morning. It's like, what time is it? It's 9:40 a.m. So I have no cooking gas at home, so I can't use my stove. So I'm gonna go to a clay furnace. I'm gonna heat this kettle up and making some tea so I can drink it for the morning.
Was he born in Gaza? Pretty sure this guy has only ever known Gaza for his entire life. Yeah, I don't think he would have moved to Gaza. Like, what the fuck?
And I also brought some bread with me, which is 2 days old. Here's the stale bread that she's gonna heat up, so we can actually eat it. And the lady was done heating up the bread. And about the kettle, the lady told me to put it on top of the furnace so it can start heating up. And since the kettle is gonna take a long time to boil, I just went home with the bread. I just finished heating up the bread, and I toasted like 2 breads. So let's go home now, and I'll come back to the kettle once it's done heating. Alright, finally home. Here's the bread.
He's from Dubai. He moved to Gaza before the war to go to school for cheap. Whoa. Well, that's very unfortunate. Holy fuck.
Hey Alona, I've been kinda checked out lately, so I haven't heard your opinion on the new aid proposal. What do you think? It seems like it will get rid of Israel's excuse about Hamas stealing. But the UN hates it.
Yeah, I hate it too. The problem is like, okay, let's just assume for a minute that loophole in the Geneva Convention, which I guess the Israeli Supreme Court does believe, they've gone with that. Basically, the loophole that they're trying to use is that if aid has a chance of reaching the enemy and enriching the enemy, as in like they can steal it and sell it to pay their fighters and shit like that, then you can block it. That's like what they're saying. Assuming that's true, it's still fucking mental, right? Like morally, just let's think for a second, really, is it okay to starve out like 1 million people or so because otherwise the fighters might get some of it and make fucking big buck off of it? That's insane. That's fucking mental. Like, it's so bad. And also, the plan that they have is a recipe for disaster. The plan that they have is that these people have to go to very limited areas that can only feed so many people a day. Not enough people for everyone in the strip. And it's like a family representative goes there, gets screened, picks up a 44-pound package to last them and their family for the week, I think. Maybe 2 weeks. I think it's more like a week. But there's disputed claims for that. And then they have to walk back with it and just hope no one mugs them or whatever the fuck in a time when everyone's quite desperate right now. Like it's just a horrible plan. Because one, if they're walking back out of a secure zone with the aid, like what's to stop someone from just killing them or stealing it from them, like mugging them? Second of all, what's the second one? Second of all, screening procedures in Gaza for that many people is a recipe for people rushing this the screening area, delays, people being late, tensions because you're crowding a bunch of people to a small sort of bottleneck area with soldiers screening them. It's happened in the past where screening procedures when people were not starving have taken place and people were afraid of being late because the roll call was horribly timed, and it resulted in people rushing towards the soldiers and then the soldiers just panicking and opening fire on them, and 100 people died. This happened in the 50s when Israel was briefly occupying Gaza. Twice. One of them was directly linked to a screening procedure. I don't know if the second one was, but yeah, but that was before. That was not when people were desperately hungry compared to now. So I mean, It's not good, shall we say. It's very bad. That's why I'm fucking banning people for supporting it. Like, it's just a red line for me, sorry.
Get a bite. Alright, done. Alright, let's go back to the kettle now. Get a scat, bro. Look at this, bro. The kettle isn't done yet. Has to be boiling. And this was actually taking longer than expected. So what's the best thing I can do whilst I wait? And then I want to check on the kettle.
I have to leave, but can I watch this VOD when I come back somewhere? Yeah, it's in playlists. Go to the YouTube channel, go to playlists, look for stream VODs, they're all there.
Ah. شويش يا ابراهيم. يلا يا يوسف. You see it? يلا يا يوسف. Come on, big boy.
Yo, okay, I just got done heating up the kettle. It's boiling up, it's boiling right now. Look how boot is behind me.
You dropped some.
Look, I dropped some apparently, it's fine.
He dropped some, guys. He fails to believe. Isn't kettle bit British? Or is it teapot?
British?
Teapot.
American is teapot, right?
Shots fired. I'm gonna say kettle. Kettle?
Kettle.
I'm American, man. I use kettle any time of the week, man.
And which one is American?
Buddy, I'ma use kettle. I don't know if it's teapot or kettle. I don't care, actually. Alright, so I'm currently on my rooftop right now. Maybe sipping some tea. You know, one thing I like about Palestine, or Arab countries in general, is that everyone knows each other. Like, everyone's so connected, we feel like a brotherhood, if that makes sense. You know, it's weird. Suddenly, you'll have a grandma coming up to you saying, "Is this your dad's name?" I say, "Yes, this is my dad's name." And then you find out that she's your relative. You find out that they went to the same school, your dad and this grandma. Something like you never see in Western countries, and I never see any of my friends who are in Western countries talk about. And listen, this also happens in the UAE. Like, if you live in the UAE, you probably know someone that knows someone that knows someone that knows me. I'm not even joking. You can fact check that. Yeah, that's one thing I love about Arab countries. Also, there's news of a ceasefire. It might happen very soon. Do I know when exactly? Maybe it might happen today. I've read on the news. They said maybe it'll happen today. There might be a ceasefire. And listen, I don't want to get my hopes up, because every time I get my hopes up, I get disappointed. So if there's a ceasefire, the borders will open. More food will enter Gaza. I'll be safe. And I'll be able to hang out with my friends.
Do you see how he said Gaza without coughing up a quarter of his lung? Just saying, you know.
I'll make a vlog once the ceasefire is here. It'll be pretty sick. And you know, if there's also a ceasefire, I might be able to leave Gaza. And listen, I was supposed to leave Gaza in May 9th, but then the border closed on May 6th. And it's been closed till today. The Rafah border crossing.
Sundowner is very excited that he said... I'm not doing it.
And listen, looking at it from like a more mature perspective, I'm not the type of person to cry or type of person to grieve over something, because I believe that everything happens for a reason. Because I didn't leave Gaza. I was able to go after my dreams. I was like, which is hitting 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. And I was able to help my community and raise $500,000 for my people. And I'm super happy and I'm super proud of myself for everything I've done. Inshallah, I'll be able to leave Gaza soon, because I'm kind of tired. I'm really tired. Yeah, that's all I'm hoping for right now. Hope a ceasefire comes, we can go back to safety. And with the ceasefire, I hope the borders open so I can leave Gaza and continue my education outside of Gaza. My family will be in a safe place. So that's all I'm hoping for right now. That was it for today. Love y'all so much. Peace.
What, dude? Was he actually, was he raising money to go to to get into Egypt, if I remember correctly, because you have to pay a shitload of money to do that. What does he think of Hamas? He never talks about them. He never talks about them. He doesn't. He just talks about what his day-to-day life is like, and that he hopes there's a ceasefire, and he wants to go to Egypt or get the fuck out of Gaza. Yeah, that's what he talks about. He doesn't talk about politics. He doesn't talk about Israel either. I've never heard him talk about Israel. Probably smart. He doesn't talk about Hamas. Yep. I do wonder. I wonder, like, because the way he does it, like, he doesn't even hint. Like, it's like, I do wonder if there is such a thing as, like, apolitical people in Gaza who are just like, I just want this to end. And the reason I say that is that that does happen in Lebanon. Like, it's like people in my family are just kind of like, when Israel's bombing, they don't talk about Hezbollah or about fucking Israel. They're just kind of like, I really hate what's happening in Lebanon. I don't like like what's happening to Lebanon right now. It's like almost like they're deliberately avoiding talking about putting blame on it, which is very weird. It's like they're avoiding politicizing it, which is very strange. I've never understood that, because obviously it's like a country is bombing another country, right? That's most people, actually. I don't know if it's most people in a place that's getting bombed, though. I would feel like if you're getting bombed, you're probably going to think about politics at some point. But apparently, I don't know. I mean, I've known plenty of people who haven't. Head of the program that will manage Gaza's aid has said more hopeful things about the plan. Okay. It happens a lot from my experience. People just get tired. I wouldn't say it is most, though. That's what I would expect. Yeah. What's this channel called again? I'll give you the link. Don't worry. Don't fret. Not even a bit. Fucking tunnels. Go away. Copy link address. Go here. 2K viewers who rated actually eat glass. Fuck you in a video game. All right. So I am going to... Do I want to do it now? No, I want to watch a thing about Syria. Okay. I was wondering if I wanted to, because Mina wanted me to watch this, and it looks like it might be actually informative with unique information about the sanctions being lifted on Syria. Let's watch this. Fuck you! Muted cunt. Hang on.
Hi, today, as my guest, I have Wasim Nasser. And if you are, first of all, if you're among my French audience, he probably needs no introduction. For those of you who are not French, Wasim Nasser is really sort of a star journalist at France 24 on the news channel. He's somebody that, well, I'm proud to consider myself a friend, but he's sort of professionally as a Sahel expert. I've mainly interacted with him about the Sahel, of which he knows a great deal. But he's really emerged as a Syria expert, and Syria is a country about which I really claim no expertise, and I am very happy to defer to Wasim. He is somebody who, in my eyes, has incredible credibility, and so I think that when it comes to Syria, he's somebody that even if you might disagree with him, you absolutely have to listen to him and listen to his case. And then if you think he's wrong, then think about why he's wrong, right? So like the burden is almost sort of on us to kind of come up with a counter argument. So I asked Wasim to come and talk to us today about Syria. Wasim, thank you very much for taking the time to speak with me. I realize how completely busy you are of late, and for all the obvious reasons. Would you perhaps introduce yourself and maybe say a little bit about what you do and what your background is?
Okay, so I'm Wasim Nasr. I'm a journalist for France 24.
I work for all 3 channels of France 24, meaning in French, Arabic, and English. I work in
Health
particular
warning.
on jihadi movements, either on the Levant or in the Sahel region. As you just said, I've been working on those on both areas since
Base
more
movements.
than 15 years now. And I have the chance or the opportunity to have first-hand information from groups who are, and among them, of course, the Nusra Front and HTS, and what became actually today the new Syrian Authority. And since we are talking about Syria, I can say that I met Ahmed al-Shara 3 times now. The first time was in April 2020.
Talk about how handsome he is. Otherwise, I don't believe it. There's no way.
23, meaning 2 years ago, and the second time was less than a week after the fall of Assad, and the last time was during his visit to Paris after his long meeting with the French President Emmanuel Macron.
Thank you. So why don't we just sort of get
His
right at
strong
it? I know
past.
that with Syria, what I see in news reporting and even also like on social media, they're like 2 completely diametrically opposed takes. One is that al-Shara is a jihadist, and a jihadist can't change his spots because he has this background with Al-Qaeda. He fought with Al-Qaeda in Iraq.
Oh,
and
shit.
then with HTS.
Man, it's like the opposite of Twink Death, isn't it? Like he just looks so cooked here. He looks older. This just isn't a good look. Look at him now. He looks amazing in a suit compared to this shit. Look at it. This was just a bad look. It's like when you see pictures of yourself in 2006 in the emo phase, you know?
The rebel movement in Syria, which was or is, I don't even know, Al-Qaeda aligned or said to be Al-Qaeda aligned. So that's one point of view. And that,
what a Western bias you have. When the dichotomy is Western versus jihadist militant, yes, I do have a bias, yes. Is that okay? Is that like an acceptable form of racism? I don't know what the fuck it... It's not even racism. Just shut up.
That view is also very pessimistic towards what he's up to and what he even could achieve in Syria. And then the other point of view is that he has transcended that previous role to become kind of a statesman, to have a vision about a new Syria, dare we call it an inclusive Syria, and a Syria that's capable of living at peace with itself, which is perhaps the most important thing, and then also with his neighbors. So what's your take? Like, can a jihadist change his spots? And, you know, who is this man?
But listen, there's many things in your question. First of all, yes, of course, he joined Iraq, the ranks of Al Qaeda, but he spent most of his time in Iraq in jail, actually, where he convinced the U.S. administration at the time and the Iraqi administration. He was very young. He was like 19, 20 years old, that he was Iraqi. So he didn't have the treatment of a foreign fighter in Iraq, but still he spent like many years in jail, and then he was released for lack of proof. And those documents we have today actually were released by his opponents, Shia militias in Iraq, in order to like to annoy him, you know. But at the end of the day, it proved that he didn't take part in the sectarian war in Iraq because he was in jail, you know. And he was released a little bit before the uprising or the revolution in Syria, and he directly joined Syria at the time, and he was mandated.
Lorna Rocks, O'Hare International, and there is no detention center. There's a CPB office with a staging area, aka waiting room, and then there are more private rooms. Hassan lied, I work there. Yeah, when he called it a detention center, he was trying to invoke like fucking ICE facilities for like illegal migrants, right? Yeah. Yeah, I know what those rooms in those airports are like. Yeah, they're not detention centers. It's not, you wouldn't use that term.
We should say it, by Baghdadi, means the head of the Islamic State, actually, when he went there. And less than a year after, he got into conflict with Baghdadi. And this is why in 2013, he refused the...
My God, stop talking about the fucking Hassan story. We're learning about Syria. We're learning about a much more important. We're learning about a much more impressive Arab. It's just that one clip where Hassan was like Arabs, myself included. Very funny. Anyway, Bull, thanks for the tier 1 sub. We're learning about al-Shara, okay? And he tricked Iraq into believing he was Shia by perfecting an Iraqi accent and giving them a fake name. What? Jelani did. That's wild. Well, we definitely have the al-Shara fucking #1 simp in chat now. I've seen the Twitter feeds. Please stop talking about Hassan so we can talk about this guy. Thank you.
To go back into the ranks of the Islamic State, and he vowed allegiance to Al-Qaeda. That was the momentum, actually, and he went in a war with the Islamic State, which he lost, and actually he's the man that ignited the war between jihadi factions, meaning the war between Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State.
Yes, he did.
It's him. So this should be stressed on, and then not to be very long on those periods. In 2016, he cut the links with Al-Qaeda, meaning following an agreement with the Zawahiri, but actually he duped Zawahiri at the end of the day because the agreement was not respected by him, and he ended up fighting Al-Qaeda and its offshoot, meaning Hurras al-Din in Syria. And actually, I was following this since the early days of the war between them, the early days of the fighting in Syria. I witnessed the bloody battles that occurred between his men and the Islamic State men, a battle which he lost in eastern Syria, actually.
Hang on. So his only connection, was he ever actually on the same side as ISIS then? Was there a point when Nusra or whatever, fucking the Al-Qaeda branch that he was with, was alongside ISIS? Or because Baghdadi, right? But I think that was the thing. I can't remember the fucking timeline. I don't think that was. They were part of the same umbrella, but then Al-Qaeda, Nusra, quickly fought against ISIS. Yeah, they split. And then he split again with Al-Qaeda. So he was alongside Al-Qaeda when they split with ISIS, and then he did his own thing after he split with Al-Qaeda. So he split from both of them, really. That's how he splits first with Al-Qaeda. Oh my fucking god. Is that true? I'll come back to it. I forgot.
And so when I saw that change was really happening, meaning as early as 2017, I followed.
He has a very strong history. Yeah, he does. We'll come back to that, okay? When in doubt, just remember that he's a very good-looking and very strong man with a strong history.
Closely. And in 2021, I began working on going to sea by myself. Because as you said, it's a first. It's a first where we see someone who has his jihadi leader, actually. Not only him and others in the ranks of HTS were saying that global jihad and global terrorism was a mistake and that Al-Qaeda should dissolve, Abu Mari al-Qahtani, which I met there, and was killed by a suicide attack in April 2024 because of all this, you see. So that was actually encouraged me to go see by myself. So I went there in April and May 2023, 2 years ago, and I saw how they were administrating Idlib. I saw him. I saw his actual Minister of Foreign Affairs. I saw Qahtani. I saw others. I saw so many people in charge of HTS, or what was called the Salvation Government at the time. I visited the Christian villages. I saw the priests. One of them became Bishop of Aleppo, even before the takeover of Aleppo and Damascus, meaning he was named by the Vatican. So what I saw there, and I wrote about this for France 24, I wrote about it also for CTC West Point, my trip to Idlib at the time. And it was
I've
really
put a link to, I'm sorry, for the viewers, I've put links to his CTC West Point articles. I think you've written a few.
Yeah.
I put a link to them in the description. They're very good.
Great. You see, so that was like really like groundbreaking at the time, you know, and I saw it by myself how he was handling Idlib, treating the minorities, the churches being restored, women going to school, women driving, music in the shops, etc. People smoking in the streets, and
Mm-hmm.
like the flag of the revolution, and not only the flag with the Islamic Shahada all over the place. And since you know those issues, dear Michael, you know that those maybe details are very significant actually. It didn't look like Kandahar, it didn't look like Raqqa under the Islamic State. It was something else, and which I called the third path out of global jihad, meaning a third path away from Al Qaeda and the Islamic State, from people.
Okay, so this is what I had in my notes, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think he did at one point admire the 9/11 attacks. He did take inspiration from the Second Intifada. He fought Americans in Iraq when he was with Al Qaeda. He was imprisoned in Abu Ghraib. He was the General Emir of al-Nusra in 2012, but then when al-Baghdadi wanted to merge with ISIS, he rejected that. He was against it. And then they were at war with ISIS in 2014. So, and his signs of moderation were already showing in like 2015. And then Tahrir al-Sham, that was 2017, when he defeated al-Qaeda and ISIS and purged them from the movement. Is all that true? So at least since 2017, he was properly just fighting, like confronting al-Qaeda and ISIS.
In charge actually, because many jihadis, when they get caught, even leaders, okay, it was a mistake, I didn't mean it, and foot soldiers, they say, okay, I was the cook, no, they were like in charge, and they were still saying that was a mistake, and we are seeking another path. And what he told me at the time in 2023, it was off the record. It was a long meeting, maybe more than an hour and a half, with him, with his actual Minister of Foreign Affairs, then with him and his actual Minister of Foreign Affairs, and then with him alone for a while. And actually, it was off the record. I was like, I could say I met him, but I couldn't say, I couldn't talk about what we talked about. And not to be long about this, actually, everything he told me back then, he went public on it after the takeover of Damascus. So when I went back to Damascus, like a week less than a week after the fall of Assad, I saw him. He wasn't yet in the presidential palace. They were still at the government building. And so he's like repeated everything he told me, but it was on the record, And so the risk I took in 2023 by going there and by reporting on what I saw there, but this third path, well, actually it was confirmed with what they did when they took over power, meaning there was no massive massacres when they took over Damascus. There were no exodus of populations from cities. It happened in like 10, 11 days. It was swift and it was soft. Doesn't mean that there was no extrajudicial killings at the time.
I've never seen this before.
It doesn't mean that there was no
There's like a hanged guy here. Look at this.
It wasn't massive. It wasn't.
Is he fucking? Is he like? Is that just shorts, or is he like flayed as well? What the hell? He's all blue and shit. I've never seen this in the game before. He's got a hand tied behind his back. Ah!
From the like decided on the level of the commanders, but of course after like 40 years of civil war, after 54 years of Assad dictatorship, you can expect that people have grievances, and some of those people want to settle the scores themselves. And this is, maybe we'll talk about it. One of the biggest challenges he has.
Is that how you understand the Alawite massacres that took place this spring?
Well, yes and no, because we should remember, and it's good you're putting up this, that it happened a little bit less than 4 months of the takeover of Damascus, meaning that he was able to keep it calm for 4 months, which is like a miracle.
Yeah.
Everybody expected that the Alawites would be massacred like the last one after the fall of Assad.
That's what Sundowner said.
They are like
only happened 4 months
sometimes
later.
Wrongfully associated to him as a community, you see, but it didn't happen actually. And what happened in 3 months and a half later, it was like former regime officers and militiamen who have like blood on their hands since the civil war, documented. This is not an analysis I'm giving. We know that the people that were involved were filming themselves since like 2012, killing others, etc., etc. So they knew that they won't benefit from the amnesty he declared, because he declared actually an amnesty. He said, my campaign is a campaign of also should be a campaign of pardon also, regarding foot soldiers, the administration, etc. So, but those people knew that they had blood on their hands and they had no escape, because we are talking about like middle-ranking officers or foot soldiers, because all the important representatives of the regime, like they fled, either to Lebanon, to the Gulf, to UAE, to Russia, whatever. Some of them even to Europe, because they have like double passports. Anyways, those who stayed there tried to ignite actually a sectarian war in order to be protected by their own community. You see, like there is no return, to arrive to a point of no return. Okay, this was green lighted and helped by the biggest loser in Syria after the fall of Assad, meaning Iran. And so it happened like 3.5 months after the fall of Assad. The first actually coordinated the attacks with a plan, and they hit, if you go into details, cities that are mixed, between Alawites, Sunni, and Christian minorities, meaning for example Jabla or Banias. Why? Because Banias, there was the massacre of Banias in 2013. And the repression of 2011, it was really vivid, really present in for the population. You see, so when those remnants of the regime, as they call them, attacked police checkpoints in those areas and went back to the streets, the Sunni majority actually was like terrified. It's like. Sometimes I give this example. Imagine Paris liberated from the Nazis, and like 4 months later, you see the SS back in the streets. So what do? So people were really scared. They asked for weapons. They went to the police stations. They took weapons, and when
you have an emergency video, just send it on Discord. I'll look at it. I'm not gonna like jump out of my skin and die in game because I saw a Discord message. Don't worry.
When they
Unless
had
it's a banger.
Well, they went further and they went avenging and attacking Alawite villages in the outskirts of Banias and Jabli, and you know how it unfolded. So the first massacres actually that occurred in the coastal area was among the populations of the coastal area, you see. And then it was critical to a point where actually the police forces or security forces that were dispatched to that area weren't enough. So it really could.
How many Alawites were massacred? I think there were like 200 of the people who were killed or so were security forces. Another 100 or 200 were Assadists, and then other than that, it was like, yeah, I guess like. So like 800, I suppose, between 600 and 800 who were civilians who were just massacred.
Have like had an outcome which is really critical for the new regime. So you had calls like in all over the country in order to flood the coastal areas and to prevent those former regime members from taking over. And that became chaotic. You had factions from all over, like from the north, coming into the coastal area, and this is when many human rights abuses occurred, till the point like it took like 3 days for the new authorities actually to control the situation again. And just for you to imagine the situation, people even in the ranks of HTS were like blaming Shara, telling him if we had finished with them since the first days of the fall of the regime, we wouldn't have this problem now, because they lost almost 400 security members. We are talking about 1,000 casualties and 400 security members. So like, it's not like it's heavy, And even when, for example, he called a woman an Alawite opponent to the Assad regime, who's a political refugee in France, he called her on the phone because 3 of her brothers were killed because they were Alawite, even though they opposed Assad, actually, And so he called her, and she backed his initiative of the inquiry committee, etc., etc. And so people in his ranks were like, okay, you called her, but you did not call the families of the security forces who were killed. Why are you doing this, etc., etc.? You know how it goes when it's like sectarian. So it was really a hard equilibrium to find. And one thing to stress, many people talked about foreign fighters killing the Alawites, etc. Actually, no, it was Syrians amongst them. It was easier maybe or more comforting to say foreigners killed the Syrians, but actually no, it was neighbors who killed their neighbors, like avenging 14 years of war and 54 years of dictatorship. So, and many rumors about killing of Christians actually did not happen. There's only between 4 and 10 documented killings of
the
Christians.
Tucker Carlson, remember the Dankula video was like, what about the Christians that got massacred? Like 7 people got killed. I don't even know if they were targeted because they were Christian. Fuck me. He said Syria it used to be Christian, like read the Bible. It's Christian and Jewish, read the Bible, bro. What a fucking meme. That was such a banger.
Was more accidental of targeted killing, and even the churches of Latakia, all the churches of Latakia and Aleppo issued the communique saying
it's a strong mob.
Those claims are false.
Yeah,
we are not harboring Christians from the villages in our monasteries, and Christians aren't targeted, etc., etc. So there's regarding this tragedy, because it was actually, there was also a lot of disinformation, and what is interesting in a way about it that we saw that this information came mostly from Iraq, Shia militias, Iranian outlets, but they were like met by Israeli also outlets on social media. So it was really like weird and awkward to see this combination regarding what was happening in the coastal area, and one more time, it was like really it's a miracle, I guess.
Hello, Econoboy.
That he kept it quiet for almost 4 months, and that he even got to control the situation after 3 days, even though, of course, we deplore the killings of innocent people that happened, which he acknowledged himself, in his first speech after the massacres. He did not deny what happened. He was, we are gonna those who committed those killings are going to be accountable, and he said those who did them and those who outpassed their prerogatives, meaning his own men, you see. So he was not in denial. This is something you could not imagine in the days of Assad. Assad would have rewarded the people who committed those massacres, you see. So that's what I can say about it.
What is his vision for this modern Syria? What is he trying to do in your eyes?
He told me something in December which stick to my mind, coming from this kind of personality and leader and jihadi leader at one point in time. And he said, we are tired. Syrians are tired. It was very meaningful, for someone like him to say this, and it came following something he said about neighboring countries. He was like, we don't want any problems with our neighboring countries, and he specifically named Israel. The only country he named by name was Israel, and we are like, as I told you, less than a week after the fall of Assad. So he's not trying to be like a new platform for terrorism or whatever, And even addressing Arab countries, he was like,
I love it that people use this. People use this as the evidence that he's like fucking collaborating with Israel. It's so disgusting, man. Like because he's basically just not suicidal, right? Because he realizes that using his weaponry and his firepower against Israel would just be the biggest waste of time and human life and resources possible, right? Fucking hell. But apparently that makes you like a collaborator.
The revolution is over,
Yeah, whereas Israel and Assad actually did have a pretty solid understanding with one another, yeah.
because he knows that Arab monarchies and Arab regimes are afraid from what's happening in Syria to happen to them, you know. And he was like reassuring them. It's like, we are not a revolution. The revolution is over. We just want to rebuild
This guy's
Syria
gonna
or
be
focus on
fucking
Syria,
pummeling me in a
and
second.
we don't want any problems
Fucking
with anyone.
die,
Actually,
Rick.
that's what he said. Even though the battle was still ongoing, you know, even before the fall of Damascus, he sent letters to the Iraqis, to the Russians, to the Chinese, you know. So and just saying, we are tired. Syrians are tired. I guess is very meaningful coming from him. And even if we think about the Israel, each time he talked about it,
he's low-key turning me pro-Syria, not gonna lie. Yeah, Syria is just objectively, listen, there are not many goodies and baddies, but in the Middle East, but Syria is like legitimately just the goodies against Israel, just fucking seizing their territory and fucking them up for absolutely no good reason. Yeah. I will die on that hill. I will become the biggest Jelani simp. Still cautiously, you know. I'll talk you a bit of caution, but not really.
each time his foreign minister talked about it, it was always in regard of the 1974 agreements. Even in Paris, he said for the first time publicly, which was like known by those who followed the situation, he said publicly in a press conference, we are having contacts through some intermediaries with the Israelis in order to solve the pending problems, you know. And we can imagine, of course, the UAE, but also an important player, which is Azerbaijan, which has like really very good relations with Israel, and both are really backing actually.
I have a great relation.
Either the Azeri or the UAE, you know, and this all comes in the frame, of course, of something that he could deliver, you know, without making a lot of pronostic, as we say in French, something he could deliver. And allow me a small detail, you know, for those who follow actually, what was the deal with Assad, you know. Assad, when he was welcomed back in the Gulf, in the Arab Gulf, Assad was in the 11th of November welcomed in Riyadh, as you can remember, you know, like a few months, a few weeks before the fall of his regime. The deal was, okay, you get away from Iran, and maybe you'll get into a pacification deal or some kind of deal with Israel. And Assad would have promised to deliver. But actually, when Ahmad al-Shara took over Aleppo, he proved that Assad was completely relying on Hezbollah, which was really tired by Israeli strikes at the time. And this is why he was able to take over Aleppo and then Damascus. So he proved that Assad was totally relying on Iran. He could not split with Iran. So he could not deliver any peace or any kind of agreement with Israel. And this is how Assad lost the backing of Arab monarchies even before the fall of Damascus. So actually, Shara today is in power. And he is sending actually positive messages.
Are we still talking with a tired jihadi? I wonder what will happen after he rested. Pure Sunner, I think the thing with you is that, like, if everyone thought like you, no peace resolution would have ever been achieved anywhere, ever, right? Like, what do you think people... Remember, one of your peace prime ministers... Actually, I don't even know where you're from. One of Israel's peace prime ministers was a terrorist. It was Menachem Begin, who made peace with Egypt. Can you imagine if everyone was just like, oh, I wonder what will happen as soon as he... Fuck off. I think al-Shara has had almost a decade right now of work showing quite clearly that he is not interested in global jihad anymore. But, you know, maybe he'll just... Maybe it's all... it's Mordecai Kedar. He's in my head now. You understand? This is a Hudaybiyah. This is a Hudna. With the spellcasting hands when he talks to you, leaning in.
To the international community.
Yitzhak Shamir. Well, Yitzhak Shamir was not really a peace prime minister. He was more of a fucking roadblocker. He's not a good example. Shamir was a fucking shithead. He was an absolute cunt. Hudaybiyah. All right.
community, to the local governments, but also to Israel. For example, his Minister of Foreign Affairs met with the Jewish representatives in D.C. and in Washington. You had two Jewish delegations.
Sharon, there is something I found very interesting when I was talking to Shlomo Ben Ami, and he was saying, in his opinion, it's not the loss of Yitzhak Rabin that was the big loss in Israel for peace, right? Because Ehud Barak eventually went further than Rabin was offering to go for. Like, that's just true. That whole, like, Rabin saying less than a sovereign state and everything like that, like, by the time of Ehud Barak accepting, like, the fucking Clinton parameters, right? That was very different. But that was much more than I think Rabin was willing to offer. But when Sharon died, that was probably the reason that we never got the convergence plan. Had Sharon been alive, it's quite possible that he would have withdrawn from the West Bank as well, at least from the non-border settlement areas, because the convergence plan was kind of inspired by Sharon's mindset. Like, this is like, we can occupy this place forever and risk like one person, one vote ever coming up, in which case we're fucked, or we get the fuck out and say it's not our problem. So he didn't die, he was in a coma. Wow! What happened after the coma? Sorry, I seem to have reached the end of my argument. Wow.
Delegations of Syrian Jewish delegation of Syrian origin who were able to visit Damascus twice. One of them was less than 10 days ago, and to visit Jewish sites, etc. They also had, for example, as you know, recovered the remains of Israeli soldier who was killed in 1982 in Lebanon during one of the biggest battles between Syrian army, Palestinian factions, and the Israeli army at the time. So all those issues are like building up, and we are expecting also a visit from more representatives or people who from the states, actually, from the Jewish community, etc., etc. So he is like trying, as I told you. I don't know how it's gonna work out actually, but he is not showing any animosity or any warring aims regarding Israel. Even in the world.
Temi, thanks for the 5 Canadian. I think it's so messed up that the Israelis didn't come up with a post-war plan early on. They needed a clear objective, but now we have this mess. I think the early stages, they had a reasonable excuse because they didn't even really have war plans, let alone a post-war plan before October 7th. They didn't have plans for occupying or like ground invasion into Gaza. But it's been long enough now. Yeah, the post-war plan has been lacking for like a year now. Fuck. Whoa, let's leave those guys. Bye-bye.
Words that he is using. He's not like going for the Zionist entity or the first time he used the word enemy, was when after maybe a week ago, after the Israeli strikes that happened in the south, and that he cannot not say the enemy, even regarding his own people, But before that, he didn't even use the word enemy regarding Israel. You see.
So let me then ask you about the Druze, because that's one of those things that I see as, I think the Israeli government uses it. It looks to me kind of like a pretext, but there's also, I think, like, in terms of when I mentioned the sort of the diametrically opposed rhetoric that I see, certainly in social media, but I definitely see like coming from sort of like the sort of right-wing Israeli side, there's this idea that this regime is picking on the Druze, and there's a danger of massacring the Druze, and you have to protect the Druze. And and I think most Israelis really warm to the idea of protecting the Druze for all the right reasons. But so what exactly has been going on there in terms of the violence that between the Druze community and the regime, and sort of what's the balance there, and to what extent is I'm loading up the questions, but does sort of Israeli intervention on behalf of the Jews make any sense?
Well, the Druze issue is a complicated issue, because part of the Druze are seeking out to Israel. And the funny thing about it, if we can frame it this way, those are the Druze who are like totally with the regime, with the Assad regime. Others were opponents to the regime and are close to Shara and are backing Shara actually. And even when you look at the Druze, for example, in Lebanon, you have Walid Jumblat, which is like the very prominent Druze figure, who's backing Shara and saying it's a mistake to let Israel get involved. But at the same time, Israel uses this as an opportunity, yes, as you are saying, and as a pretext. But the Netanyahu government had also pressure from the Israeli Druze community in order to intervene, because they think that the Druze are targeted for being Druze, But actually, the issue is between Druze themselves, those who are with the Shara and those who are against Shara, actually. So, and maybe this complication, got very obvious with the latest confrontations that occurred in Germana, Sahnaya, and Swaida, meaning like a few days ago, but a few weeks, maybe also 10 days ago. Yeah, actually, when the Israelis strike the last time. And so, you know how it happened? At the beginning, there was a fake audio attributed to a Druze figure where he was insulting the Prophet. And it goes like it spread on social media.
That's fucked up.
And so some people,
either
in the ranks of the government forces or next to government forces, because as you know, the forces are not yet disciplined and it's not like a regular army, Well,
I think your argument when you say Israel didn't have plans to do anything before October 7th is a really bad and kind of dumb thing to say. I've never heard anything otherwise, but from the internal probe with October 7th and the fact that no whistleblowers have contradicted this, Israel's only plan before October 7th that they had protocol for was for a border crossing of like 70 people. So I don't know why it's bad and kind of dumb. It's just true. Unless I don't think I've heard any IDF like whistleblower or anyone, and they have whistleblowers for everything else these days. I don't think anyone was sitting there being like, "Listen, just in case, here's a little thing in the back pocket for doing a ground invasion into Gaza." No. Listen, I just say what I'm given. I just repeat what the universe gives me. Fuck.
They went on picking the Druze community. They picked on the Druze community because of this fake audio. But so it took time till the government says, okay, this is the fake audio. The Druze religious figure said, it's not me. I never said this. But in between, there was confrontation. And it was also, as we said, as for the coastal area, for those government forces to go in between and to find settlements with the Druze in order to calm the situation. Okay, but the outcome of all this is that the Druze got what they want, actually, because in Sahnaya and Germana and Swaida, Shara agreed that security in all those areas will be attributed to the Druze under the banner of the security forces, government security forces, but actually they are Druze from those areas, and even one of the Druze sheikhs, like the one who called Israel for help, he got from Shara, and it will take us back to what I said earlier, he got from Shara that former regime members of the Druze community get incorporated again in those forces securing the Druze areas. And he even got also the salaries of widows and of former regime members to be paid by the government, and which happened. You see, so he is trying actually to tackle all those issues, and it is very difficult for him since and this is what he said, also in Paris, publicly and in private discussions we could have, that actually when you have a force and you don't have enough money to pay the force, and you don't have enough means to equip the force, well, it is hard to talk about discipline, So this is why it is very important for sanctions to be lifted in order at least for him to be able to build a security force which is like efficient in order to tackle all those problems. You cannot ask him to take care of minorities, protect minorities, make reforms, fight Captagon trafficking, fight the Islamic State, fight other jihadi factions, and you don't give him the means. You see, so this is why actually France is very proactive. Was very proactive in partially lifting the sanctions on the European level, and this is why President Macron is insisting with President Trump in this regard. You see, in order to lift sanctions, and and I guess it is taking this path, since President Trump said that that the U.S. is seriously considering this, because without this, he cannot build a force capable of securing his countries and capable of tackling all those very explosive in the real meaning of the term of all those issues. It's like the first layer is security, second layer reconstruction, third layer an economy that works, and then we can have hope for stabilization.
What would happen in the region if it's stabilized? Like if all this works, what are the sort of the knock-on effects for everybody, really?
In case of stabilization?
Yes.
It's like welcome to a whole new realm, Like we are getting out of more than half a century of Ba'athist rule in Syria, which caused only problems for Iraq, for Lebanon, for Israel, for Jordan. There is no country in this region that did not suffer from this, from the Ba'ath regime and the Assad father and son, So we are going into the unknown, but a positive unknown, I guess. And this is why also all Arab countries in the region are reaching out. Can you imagine, Michael, that the Qataris, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, the Turks, the French, the Iraqis?
You shouldn't use that argument because it makes it seem like you support the status quo. No, it doesn't. No.
All are
disagree.
Really helping and trying to help to stabilize, All those people understood that stabilization is very important.
Could you say a few words about the Turks? That's also something I don't fully understand, because I see, basically in the north the Turks are encroaching, in the south the Israelis are encroaching. But what are the Turks after, and what room is there for the Turks to sort of back off and kind of allow Syria to prosper, rather than try to take advantage of Syrian weakness in order to pursue their own agenda?
Well, listen, the Turks have one main issue with Syria, and it is the YPG. Meaning the YPG is the Syrian offshoot of the PKK, which you all know, terrorist organization, etc. The world dealt with the YPG in order to fight the Islamic State. Okay, so this is also a good example of how you can deal with terrorist organization if you decide to, in order to fight another. So this being said, their priority for the Turks is to solve the issue of the YPG, because as they told me, on a very high level, we had a problem, we had a problem with the PKK, which was recruiting Kurdish Turks in its ranks. Now we have a problem with the YPG, which is recruiting Kurdish Turks, Syrian and Arabs and foreign fighters in its ranks. So for us, the problem is huge, end of quotation, which is understandable from their point of view. So the fact that France is in the middle of the dance was in the middle of the dance of creating the agreement, or the feuille de route, as we say, between Kurdish factions, the YPG, with Syrian Democratic Forces,
I don't want to show my cloak.
with Ahmad al-Shara, is very good, very important. And the CENTCOM played a huge role in this. And I'm saying specifically the CENTCOM because it was at the beginning of the Trump administration taking over, and there was no decision taken by the administration, and things had to go fast.
Can I explain on Discord? No. I don't think it's a good argument. I just think that'd be fucked. I'm busy.
So the CENTCOM played a big role.
No disrespect.
Meaning they took Mazloum Abdi, the head of the Syrian Democratic Forces, so the YPG, in a Chinook helicopter to Damascus twice. And the last time it was to sign an agreement with Ahmed Shara. And we were 3 days, Michael, after the massacres on the coast. You see? So nobody blamed Shara for the massacres of the coast per se. People blamed him for not controlling the situation, but nobody said that he was responsible as he ignited it, you see? And so even though the CENTCOM, even though the massacres happened, the CENTCOM, the Kurds and him decided to sign this agreement. And it was helped because Abdullah Öcalan, the founder of the PKK, which is who's in Turkish custody, called for laying down arms. And actually, yesterday or a few days ago, I don't know when you're gonna issue this video, the PKK decided to dissolve. And why is it important? Because in a way, like Ahmed al-Shara, who split from international terrorism and jihadism, which enabled him to take Damascus, enabled him to have open arms by regional, the regional community and the international community. Well, if Muslim Abdi is free from the PKK, an international regional terrorist organization, and focused on Syria, those two men who have maybe like the same, a similar path, in fighting in terrorist organization, etc., could be the key if they work together for a pacified Syria. And this is the path which is being taken. And to go back to the heart of your question, if the YPG does not represent a threat for Turkey, well, they'll be glad with it. If it prevents them from going into another military operation in Syria, and if things get solved by Damascus, they will be satisfied with that. And one of the biggest problems of Turkey will be solved, which will also end up by many Syrian refugees in Turkey going back to Syria. And you see, so on all levels, and this is what's very interesting about the situation in Syria, is like all regional players except Iran are gaining something. We did not talk about Lebanon, but since the fall of Assad, Lebanon had presidents. Lebanon had the municipal elections since 2 weeks, which didn't happen since elections since 9 years, without a president since 2 years. So the region is breathing, since the fall of Assad. So the biggest loser is Iran, and the biggest misunderstanding, because that's how I call it, is with Israel, with this government at least, because many voices in Israel, like Ehud Olmert or others, are speaking out and are saying, okay, let's see, maybe we could do something with this new Syrian government, and even everybody understands, when Assad fell, that Israel goes on hitting Syrian assets, military assets, ballistic assets, what was left from planes or ships. Okay, because they did not know in which hand they will fall, those assets. But now we know, Shara welcomed the people who work on chemical weapons from the international organizations, from the French. He opened the country. He's opening the files. He's he one of the first things he talked about is denouncing chemical weapons, which made his own suffer. That's what he said. So I guess if things are stabilized, it will be beneficial. But I'm not saying that it's going to be an easy task. It's a difficult task. It's a difficult task. It's a tricky task. And this is why, actually, the French are going fast, because they know that it's critical and that it could fall apart at any time.
Based on what you're saying, I feel like it's a rare glimmer of hope in this region, where usually there's just grounds for pessimism.
Exactly. It's a third path, and to go back to our other issues like the Sahel or other places, what's happening in Syria could be a blueprint for other places, because we are always rightfully suspicious or rightfully surprised to see a jihadi group split from global jihad and doing what it's doing now in Syria, But it could be a blueprint for other places. Because we know, and that war on terror that went on for 20 years does not have satisfying results.
No, it did not work out so well. It has not worked out so well.
So maybe.
Now watch this drive. Yeah, war on terror was quite cringe, wasn't it? I should have done a war on nice things. That would have been much easier.
So maybe if we go back to old plain ways of counterinsurgency, where war is a card. Negotiation is a card. Development is a card. Maybe it could work out, And people are looking at this, Like people in the Sahel, like Jenim, are thinking about splitting with Al Qaeda since a while. And when they see that the world is opening to Damascus since they denounced and they denied global jihad, they think, okay, maybe it could work out for us too. And we know that it is happening after the Taliban take over Afghanistan. Like when U.S. representatives were negotiating with like former Guantanamo detainees. Like plus the fall of Damascus, it shows you that this era of full-blown war on terror, which I wrote so many times, and and I said like it was strategically blinding on the level of the Levant and of the Sahel and other places. Maybe it's coming to an end. To go back to other ways.
This interview was published like a day ago. No, Bold. I don't think it's a good argument. It's not. You're not going to change my mind on it. Sorry. Me saying that Israel didn't have plans to like do a ground invasion into Gaza before October 7th, like they didn't have protocol for it, is not me saying I supported the status quo. It's just not. No reasonable person in the right mind is going to think that. Sorry. But just put my 10 toes down so you stop wasting your time typing it at me. Okay, chill. Put on some relaxing whale noises.
Of solving security problems to old ways, because it is surprising to see a jihadi group one more time like splitting and taking the third pass as HCS did, but it is not a first in like for terrorist organizations. You have the IRA, you have the ETA in Spain and France, you had the Corps, and you had the PLO, you had so many groups before that used terrorism as a modus operandi, and that went out of their terrorism and took other paths, So it's the first for jihadi work, yes. Let's wait and see how it's gonna work out. I'm not saying it's gonna work out, but actually it's a first, it's a third pass, and maybe, just maybe, it could be a blueprint for other places.
Thank you very much. Anything else you want to add?
Michael. No. I guess we're good.
Yeah, I think we're good. Thank you. This is brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael, for this opportunity.
Thank you for taking the time. I'm really grateful.
That was really informative. What's his name? His name is Wassim Nasser. He's a France 24 reporter. I think France 24 doesn't really get enough attention. They're quite good. Yes, I know you want to show me the fucking vibe video. Ah! Invite him on stream. You know what? Think about it. Where is... Fuck! Well spoken for knowing 3 languages. What? French, Syrian, and English. So Arabic. Jeez, Syrian. Fucking idiot.
Health warning.
Ugh! Alright, here we... Fuck. I've tried reaching out to some Gazan journalists recently, but they're just... very not responsive. That was for a separate issue. Ah, okay. Lorna should sing for us. Absolutely not. Okay. What is this video? Sulfur. Oh, this. Is it this? This is a vibe check. Okay. Can you see who it is? Well, I can see Jelani is one of them. Who's the other one? Foreign Minister Shabani. Okay. Yeah, of course it's Jelani. Yeah, I see. I can spot him. He's a very good-looking man. No wonder Trump likes him. Yeah, it's so interesting that like part of the path back from terrorism is just vibes. You just have to have strong vibes. Literally vibed his way out of international sanctions. He's a Syrian Obama. God, how depressing would it be if that guy turns out to be a disappointment? This young and strong, strapping lad. How fucking miserable would it be if that guy fails to deliver? Oh, God. I couldn't deal with it, man. Wait, what's this? I needed to watch this yesterday. Do I want to... Fuck, where is it? Nux Taku debating. Hang on. Who was the guy that Nux Taku debated? Achito. That might be good. Where's the fucking video, though? These are all reacts. Dickers. Where's the video? Oh, God. I'm going to get really frustrated really quickly, am I? I haven't even seen the follow-up to the microaggression drama. Apparently more stuff happens. More shit happens. I can see a Queeman react, a Ryle Kittenhouse react. I don't know who that is. Although I feel like they've donated in this chat before. Oh man, I need to stop gaming. I need to stop gaming and just fucking stream properly. Ugh. How would you say the Queeman talk went? I think it was fine. It's good talking to someone who's actually got like a fucking head on their shoulders, you know? I appreciate that. Even if I disagree on many such takes. This place is dead. Okay. I don't know if I want to watch the Nuxtaku thing, to be honest. Sounds very cringe. Go watch the 3 hours video. For now. How to dismantle democracy. Okay. Listen, if you have anyone in chat who wants to dismantle democracy, pay attention, okay?
On January 19th, 2025, the news agency Reuters published an article describing the content of a leaked diplomatic memo sent from Andreas Michaelis, the German ambassador to the United States, to the German government in Berlin. The briefing document, signed 4 days prior, aims at helping the German government assess the incoming administration and their political goals, domestically and abroad. It carries the title, Trump's Leeway to Redefine the Constitutional Order. In it, the ambassador warns Trump's agenda will bring about, quote, a redefinition of the constitutional order, maximum concentration of power with the president at the expense of Congress and the federal states.
That's not good.
Listing the options the Trump administration has to push their agenda onto the state governments, the ambassador says even military deployment within the country for police activities would be possible in the event of declared insurrection or invasion. With the nomination of a highly loyal DOJ leadership, the threatened dismissal of allegedly disloyal prosecutors and employees, and the unusual replacement of the FBI director with a deep state opponent, T ensures that investigative discretion is exercised as much as possible in favor of his goals and person. Freedom of speech applies above all to the MAGA word, and T and Musk are already taking action against critics and non-cooperating media companies. One is using lawsuits, threatening criminal prosecution and license revocation. The other is having algorithms manipulated and accounts blocked. Basic democratic principles and checks and balances will be largely undermined. The legislature, law enforcement and media will be robbed of their independence and misused as a political arm. Co-governing power.
Yeah.
Hello everyone. Roughly 2 years ago, I released a video on this channel with the title America's Coming Weimar Moment that has been receiving some renewed popularity as of late. The video aimed at answering a question I receive a lot because of my podcast on the Weimar era. That question being if the turbulent interwar years that ended with the rise of the Third Reich are comparable to the contemporary United States. And drawing this comparison is a cliche at this point, but I don't mind because I'm not too good for cliches, and I do believe there are some valuable lessons to be learned. My answer to that question was basically that while the periods are very different and it's not always helpful to match the current moment onto the past, that the United States was chugging along a trajectory towards that in-between space that Germany spent years in, where democracy was functionally dead, but the country wasn't a fascist dictatorship either. And key to understanding how democracies give way to whatever comes after is that it's never a single event that you can point to, but a slow-moving process. When I made that video, the United States Supreme Court had just overturned Roe v. Wade, and the fear at the time was that a right-wing judiciary would weaken American democracy permanently. Never could I have guessed that now, 2 years later, the state of American democracy would be so much worse that the judiciary is looked towards as a chance to halt or at least slow the advance of the current assault on democracy and government. I started this channel in 2016, so I was fully tuned in when the first Trump presidency came around. And a huge difference between Trump 1 and Trump 2 is the breakneck speed at which everything is happening. In the first Trump term, you had scandals, you had actions by the government that were unconstitutional, but I always felt like I had a sense of what was currently being fought over. But this time around, it feels like you're hearing about one thing, and as soon as you have a grasp of the issue, 5 other outrageous things have already happened in the meantime. It's very disorienting and makes it much more difficult to gain an understanding of what the Trump administration is doing.
The really good example of this is how Doge and the cuts that they were making and the excuses that they were using to find issues in Social Security that were just complete bunk, and how a 2 trillion promise for cuts became a 1 billion, and then that became 150 billion. So you're down to like less than a tenth of what was promised in the first place. And then the tariffs just completely wiped that from people's memory. Like it completely overtook it. It's crazy.
At any given moment. It's also more difficult to mount opposition on one issue because creating a political narrative and letting it spread through the media takes time. If this feeling of disorientation sounds familiar to you, I can assure you that it's not you getting too old to keep up with what's going on or being too young to understand it. It's a conscious effort. Here is Steve Bannon in a 2019 interview with PBS talking about this effort in regards to the media. Because they're dumb and they're lazy, they can only focus on one thing at a time. And all we have to do is flood the zone. Every day we hit them with 3 things. They'll bite on one and we'll get all of our stuff done. Bang, bang, bang. These guys will never be able...
Before Bannon was talking about this, Boris Johnson would say this as well for gaffes. It's like if you do a gaffe as a prime minister candidate, just do more. Because then the media won't know which one to focus on.
Able to recover. But we've got to start with muzzle velocity. So it's got to start and it's got to hammer. Donald Trump was inaugurated on January 20th of 2025. By the end of that month, that's 11 days, he had signed 46 executive orders. This is about how many Trump had signed in a whole year during his first term. So the sense of disorientation is not a byproduct of how crazy US politics are at the moment.
The fuck is a gaffe? Oh, a gaffe is just like a mistake, like a fuck up. Like a gut moment. Does that clear things up? A gaffe is a gut moment. It's just like an embarrassing fuck up.
But the goal, its aim is to knock the opposition of the Trump administration, which aren't just Democrats, but civil society, off balance to make resistance difficult to form. I even felt this during the writing of this video, because in even making a video like this, you are bound to leave out or not touch upon topics that are crucial. Nonetheless, this video is an attempt to kind of anchor you and me, tune out the noise, and try to understand the mess we're in. Apart from the speed of which everything is happening, another critical difference between Trump 1 and Trump 2 is the approach. Because during Trump's first term, you had numerous government actions that were later deemed unconstitutional by the courts. The first two versions of the travel ban, for instance, were struck down for violating religious freedom, which is guaranteed by the Constitution. The government cannot infringe on rights given by the Constitution. That's the idea, at least. And you can make the argument that something like the travel ban is constitutional or revise it, which the Trump administration did during his first term. But this argument over whether something is constitutional or not assumes a shared understanding that a president should be bound by the Constitution, something that has been completely thrown out the window during Trump's current term. Here is what Jamel Bowie writes on this in the New York Times. Yeah. The new president has, in just the first 2 months of his second term, performed a number of illegal and unconstitutional acts. But the defining attribute of his administration thus far is its anti-constitutional orientation. Both of its most aggressive and far-reaching efforts,
Let's watch several hour Amaranth crash out stream. What, isn't she like fighting with her partner on stream? Is that the thing? I mean, we can watch that. I probably would. Because that sounds mental. But let's wait.
Impoundment of billions of dollars in congressionally authorized spending and the attempt to realize the president's promise of mass deportation rest on fundamentally anti-constitutional assertions of executive authority. In other words, the Trump administration has moved on from claiming that it is playing by the rules in their understanding of them to openly saying the rules don't apply to the president. So what we see now is an administration that feels it is completely unbound by any constraints of law or separation of power. And that is usually a canary in the coal mine moment, you know, an outright rejection of legal constraints compared to the argument that you're operating within those constraints. There is a word for this type of government, by the way, in which the sole law-making authority is vested in a single person or leader, in other words. Anyway, when I started writing out this script, this section was called Canaries in the Coal Mine, pointing to some worrying developments, but that metaphor doesn't really work anymore. The canary in the metaphor is supposed to be an early indicator of danger. At this point, it's like you get to the mine and it's just bursting at the seams with dead canaries. There's no foreboding, there is no historical parallel educating us about the danger that might come. We are in the middle of that historic moment for the United States. Let's pick up some of those dead canaries to illustrate my argument here. Since March 2025, the Trump administration has deported over 200 people to a maximum security prison in El Salvador. The justification, which I don't want to spend too much time on, is that these are members of a nation that has declared war on
the 3 arrows? The 3 arrows are from an old, I don't know where they originate, but they were very much used by the German Social Democrat Party in Weimar, Germany. It was supposed to represent the Social Democratic Party, the unions, and what were the third ones? What was the third arrow? It was the party, the unions, and the Reichsbanner, which is like the military wing of the Social Democratic Party. Because Weimar Republic was very fucking chaotic, let's say. And they were supposed to be fighting like the three evils, which were monarchists, Nazis, and communists. Like tanky communists, pro-Soviet communists. So it's just kind of like, but I think these days it's kind of more generally just seen as a symbol of the forces of democracy against the forces of tyranny. That's how I think 3 Hours sees it. Because the German SPD, whilst being the ones who did fight the most to keep liberal democracy alive, they were not necessarily always the good guys. They did some pretty fucked shit as well.
The US government, or which perpetuates attempts or threatens an invasion or predatory incursion. Keep the word invasion in mind here for me, please.
Yes.
Now, those deported were not convicted of anything under this supposed justification, and as such are not serving a prison sentence in El Salvador. If they were,
Fucking
it
die.
would mean their sentence would have an end. But for all we know, the Trump administration
Holy
plans
shit.
to keep them there indefinitely. Likewise, there were no prior hearings to these deportations or any chance for these men to prove that they are not part of a violent gang, as the government alleges. And you might think that this is a somewhat odd justification for deporting someone, because being in a gang is itself not a crime. But to engage on that point of the discussion is a pure waste of time, and I'll get to why in a second. Even more odd might seem that, according to a New York Times investigation, most of the deported men don't even have a criminal record, apart from immigration offenses in the US or anywhere else in the region, and very few have any kind of documented links to gangs. Among them was, as far as we know, at least one man who was in the United States legally, had no criminal record, and was literally snatched off the street and flown to El Salvador. And despite this error in particular being acknowledged as a, quote, administrative error, the US government has not made any efforts to bring this man back. Quite the contrary, actually. They have gone in the opposite direction, just out and out lying about this man. Now, how do we make sense of this? For anyone that is willing to see what the truth is, it should be clear that all this back and forth over gang members and supposed wartime authorities is a thinly veiled distraction from what's really going on here. It's also why every justification from the administration is so incoherent, and it doesn't even matter. Despite the government earlier admitting that this guy was wrongfully deported and the Supreme Court unanimously ordering to facilitate his release, you have the Trump administration calling him an illegal alien and MS-13 gang member. It's not about the act of deportation or what it achieves or even is supposed to achieve. It's about the message it sends. The message is that you can be a law-abiding legal resident in the United States and do everything right. And still, if they want to, they can black bag and without any due process, without any chance of appeal, without you ever seeing your family again, send you to Central America and make you spend the rest of your days in a torture dungeon. And they will chuckle about it. This is nothing to them. That doesn't necessarily mean that there is no goal for this project. And for this, I won't ask you to take my word for it. Here is Chief of Staff Stephen Miller laying it out for us. The fundamental error in how immigration is being discussed in the courts and media is pretending that what happened to us over the last 4 years is a routine civil enforcement matter. No. We were invaded and occupied. Entire neighborhoods were conquered. Entire towns were subjugated.
This technique, by the way, just in case anyone doesn't know, you exaggerate and fabricate a national emergency so you can suppress civil liberties. That's the whole function of this invasion. Yeah.
Our treasury was plundered. Our democracy
It's
was
actually called... This is actually what manufacturing consent is, by the way. This is what it looks like. It doesn't look like people saying women were raped on October 7th. It means taking immigration and calling it an invasion and saying that we're like under a deep security threat and accusing people of being MS-13 when they're not, and saying that even some people who are in the country legally are a problem. That's what that looks like. It is bad.
Was torn apart piece by piece. A national referendum was held on whether to surrender to the invasion or repel it. America voted for liberation. If every foreign trespasser gets to have their own federal trial prior to removal, then there is no liberation. There is no restoration. The invasion will be made complete. Article 4, Section 4 requires the president to halt any invasion, and no district court can override that mandate. For the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. The invading armies and foreign trespassers will be expelled, the cartels will be smashed, liberation will be achieved. The rhetoric you would hear from what used to be called alt-right YouTubers 10 years
The thing that people are hearing is not trials, you're right.
ago is now the official position of the US government.
Wow.
It's an ethno-nationalist project in which the only requirement for deporting a US resident and eventually citizen is that they are not white. The other side to this deportation project very specifically targets pro-Palestinian activists. And again, this happens nearly every other day now, but the most known names currently are Mahmoud Khalil and Rumeysa Öztürk, both legal residents, both completely innocent of any crime. Both disappeared off the street by plain-clothed ICE officers and now awaiting deportation. And this is just a hunch I have, but I have a hard time believing that it is a coincidence that the Trump administration picked pro-Palestinian activists who, again, haven't even been accused of a crime. This is an attempt to push the boundaries, push the Overton window as far as possible.
Again, it's like it's a way to see that if they can use the Secretary of State's whims if he decides that they're at odds with American foreign policy. That's so... Because if he can, then he can just decide arbitrarily almost. Like, because American foreign policy, and this was one of the challenges to that law, and by a federal judge, is just that like what defines American foreign policy is fluid. It's arbitrary. It can change from day to day. You don't need a congressional fucking vote to decide on what American foreign policy is as an agenda. Like, you can just say it. Just make it up on the spot. The one that they're using for Mahmoud Khalil is anti-Semitism. Well, loads of people are anti-Semitic. They have a right to be under the First Amendment, but if they decide that fighting anti-Semitism is a good reason to deport legal residents, then that's a lot of people.
On an issue that Democrats, mainstream media, and pressure groups are weak on. The crackdown on pro-Palestinian activists is merely a tool to soften the blow of what comes next. The same way that the persecution of trans people is a tool to pave the way for broader discrimination.
I know that Giuliani had a highball for this to begin with, because I think he wanted the Golan Heights back. Although I imagine that it probably is a highball. Whoa, my screen frozen? God, I would die. Look, I would just die if I got attacked now. This is a horrible freeze. What the fuck? Look at this. It's still frozen. Why is it freezing for that long? That's not normal. Normally it freezes for 2 seconds. Times of Israel. Fuck! I can do this, I guess. Fucking Chrome. That's what's going on there. Imagine if I got a bit of the old health warning. That would be nice. Is that for real? I mean, people have spoken about it, but we'll see. Imagine if he gets the Golan Heights back in his first year. I think that's pretty unlikely. Do you think that's... what if it's Netanyahu basically forced to capitulate to this kind of thing so it can look like he's still in line with America? Black-pilled Kiwi, thanks to the 5 New Zealand. How does it feel to be my replacement for the Majority Report? Lost so much respect for Sam in that Ethan conversation, and he's the only thing keeping me subbed. Feels alright. Feels like I've got a lot of weight on my shoulders. Try not to disappoint. Fuck! Oh my god. Good. I have to go to a stone circle? Okay. Now, are you working? Hey! Can you keep playing the video? No, I'm looking at an article, asshole. Fuck. Israel said holding talks with Syria on al-Shara's regime, joining Abraham Accords. They're holding direct and indirect talks with Syrian officials in the recent days. Channel 12 reports tonight, a day after US President Trump invited new Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara to normalize ties with Israel. The TV report refers to 2 sets of negotiations. One meeting was held in recent days in Azerbaijan, it says, and Israel was represented by the chief of the IDF Operations Directorate, Major General Oded Basyuk. He met with representatives from the new Syrian government, with Turkish representatives also present. Wow, so we already have face-to-face representative talks. Wow, that's crazy. Ooh. According to what Channel 12 says are foreign reports, Israel is also currently engaged in negotiations mediated by the United Arab Emirates with the Syrian regime on the potential entry of Damascus into the Abraham Accords. Trump on Wednesday urged al-Shara to join the Accords as the 2 leaders met in Riyadh in the first direct talks between leaders of the countries in 25 years. Trump later told reporters that Shara backs such a move. I told Shara, I hope you're going to join the Abraham Accords once you're straightened out. And he said, yes. Trump told reporters aboard Air Force One, but they have lots of work to do. Once you're straightened out. What the fuck? Israel views Trump's lifting of sanctions on Syria favorably, albeit while maintaining a high level of caution, and isn't ruling out the possibility of influencing the shaping of the northern border and future relations between the 2 countries, Channel 12 adds. This contrasts with Israel's previous position, which was to dismiss the prospect of constructive interaction, with al-Shara being branded a terrorist by Jerusalem. How dare you talk about my very good-looking, strong man like that? Fuck. Today, Channel 12 claims Israel does see the possibility of Syria exiting the so-called axis of evil overseen by Iran, and even of it coming under the US aegis. How do I say that word?
Aegis.
Aegis. And it even views such potential progress as possibly even enabling a positive shift in Israel-Turkey ties, the report claims. Well, don't hold your breaths. I think because if Jelani gives up the Golan Heights, which he would have to do to normalize with Israel, I think that's the only realistic option. Oh, probably someone will clap him, kill him. Aegis. Okay. Or Israel could just give some land back instead of being a bunch of cucks.
Against LGBT Americans.
How funny would it be if they just gave Syria the Golan, the Sheba farms? After all these Syrians are like, no, it actually belongs to Lebanon. Where they're like, well, take the Golan Heights, but you take the Sheba farms. Okay, there you go. Because it is actually legally Syrian. That would be pretty mean. That would be a cruel joke.
The issue of pro-Palestinian activism is one over which they can expect the least amount of resistance from liberals. And even for those deported to El Salvador, reading about the democratic response to these deportations, it becomes crystal clear that a number of them haven't understood the gravity of the situation. In mid-April, numerous Democratic lawmakers spoke to Axios about this on the condition of anonymity. And let me just quote a specific section here. The second House Democrat who spoke anonymously, a centrist, called the deportation issue soup du jour, arguing Trump is setting a trap for the Democrats and, like usual, we're falling for it. Rather than talking about the tariff policy and the economy, the thing where his numbers are tanking, we're going to take the bait for one hairdresser. Hairdresser most likely referring to Andre Jose Hernandez, the makeup artist with no criminal record and no record of ever having been a gang member who was deported to El Salvador. Recently, a Time magazine photographer visited the maximum security prison and happened to take a picture of Hernandez. According to the photographer, while this picture was taken, Hernandez said, "I'm not a gang member, I'm gay, I'm a stylist," crying for his mother as he was slapped and had his head shaved. Now, I don't want to give you the perception that the attitude by the anonymous Democratic lawmaker reflects the entire party, because it doesn't, but the rift on this issue again shows the paralysis of the opposition. What if the Trump administration were to deport an American citizen for shouting "from the river to the sea" and accuse him or her of being a Hamas terrorist?
Uh-oh.
Would you trust the Democratic Party to go to bat for someone like that?
Yep.
I personally have my doubts. Further down in the piece, the article states that Democrats would only draw a line in the sand and shut down the House of Representatives if the Trump administration were to deport a U.S. citizen. Now, to draw that line on who seemingly deserves due process and who does not is not only gross, but again, displays a fundamental misread of the moment and how to actually fight back against the Trump administration. The reason why the Trump administration is not backing down over people obviously wrongfully deported, why they ignore court orders and double down every chance they get, is because Republicans understand something a number of Democrats seemingly don't. There
Americans are
is something
stupid.
called the political initiative.
Oh, okay.
It's also the point of Steve Bannon's flood the zone approach I read to you earlier. If the Trump administration were to give in on anyone being wrongfully deported, it would put them on the back foot while they desperately want to remain on the offensive. That is the Republican strategy, while the Democrats seemingly don't have one at all right now. Another reason why this distinction is so misguided is that the federal government doesn't even release data on how many citizens are wrongfully detained and removed from the country. An investigation by the Washington Post has determined that right now, as far as we know, over a dozen US citizens have already been deported. This article is from May 3rd, and let me just read to you a short section from it. Last week, 3 children who are US citizens, aged 2, 4, and 7, were removed to Honduras along with their undocumented mothers, according to attorneys and court records. One child, a 4-year-old boy with stage 4 cancer, was sent without medication or access to his doctors. Both families were detained at routine immigration check-ins in New Orleans, denied communication with attorneys or family members, and placed on a flight to Honduras the following morning, the Post reported. Now this might change, but during the time of researching this video, writing the script, recording the audio and putting everything together, I haven't seen much talk about the Democrats shutting down the House of Representatives over the deportations. I'll come around to why this is so frustrating to me later, but what I am hearing, or reading, is talk about Democrats shutting down the House over Doge. And we'll see if that turns into anything, but it also brings me to the second front that the Republicans have opened in their attack on American democracy, and that is the literal destruction of the American government. Because it's not just the executive that is moving at a rapid pace. Elon Musk's Doge is moving at a similar speed, dismantling everything they can on the way. I don't want to get too deep into the history of this department named after a 12-year-old meme, but even before Trump took office, it was clear that Elon Musk's plan to reduce supposed government waste either wasn't the actual goal, or that he and his cohorts lacked even the most basic understanding of government spending. As early as October 2024, Musk publicly declared that it should be possible for him to cut, quote, at least $2 trillion, later reducing that estimate to $1 trillion of the US federal budget, and then again to $150 billion. Merely looking at the numbers without giving it a 5-second pause to think, it seems like something that should be doable. US federal budget in 2023 was $6.4 trillion.
Yep.
Surely reducing that by 1 can't be that hard if you're committed to ruthless cuts. Here is where the reality check comes in, though. Those $6.4 trillion are basically split up into 3 categories. Mandatory spending, which you cannot cut because this part of the budget has been allocated by Congress for things like social programs, and to make any changes to this part of the budget requires a majority in Congress to change the laws that this money is allocated for in the future. So there's no real room for cuts here. The second category of the US federal budget is interest payments, which you also cannot cut. Which leaves us with the third category of optional spending. Here you have defense, administrative costs, transportation, etc. Now, if you were to cut this entirely overnight, meaning $0 for defense and anything non-defense, you would still be $300K short of Musk's initial goal of $2 trillion. Looking at what makes up the US discretionary budget, it's clear to anyone with the most basic understanding of government spending that cutting $1 trillion is a pipe dream, especially if you don't want to touch defense. Not to mention that the stated aim was to cut waste and fraud, not just cut funds. But that opens up the question of what the actual goal of Doge is, given that the official one is on its face fantastical. The goal of Doge is the demoralization of the federal workforce, dismantling the administrative state, and ultimately the destruction of government. There is a great piece on this in Wired magazine that makes the apt comparison that trying to imagine the long-term effects of what Doge and the Trump administration have even done thus far makes your brain feel like you are trying to imagine how deep the ocean is. It's almost beyond human comprehension. I can't run down the whole list, but just to give you an inkling, here are some examples of the cuts and their effects. The firing of thousands of federal workers at the IRS is predicted to lead to a 10% drop in tax revenue in the first quarter of 2025 alone. That's $500 billion, roughly 2/3 of the defense budget, less for schools, infrastructure, etc. They cut roughly a quarter of the health and human services workforce. This will affect disease control and occupational safety and health. This goes hand in hand with a 44% budget cut for the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. This will make the US less able to respond to the next pandemic, among other things. Nearly $1 billion was cut from education research. This effectively ends any kind of data collection on what affects kids' performance in schools, including removing digital tools from classrooms that have already been issued. Trump has also issued an executive order instructing the education secretary to take all necessary steps to facilitate the closure of the Department of Education and return authority over education to the states and local communities. In effect, this means the destruction of public schools in low-income areas, as the federal government sends money to public schools that have many low-income students and students with disabilities. The fallout of the destruction of USAID could fill an encyclopedia, but I'll give you a couple of examples. In Sudan, USAID contributed 44% of the humanitarian assistance before being shut down. This means that all across the country, food kitchens...
Is he deliberately avoiding mentioning US aid because lefties will think he's like pro-imperialist in his audience? He's just calling it like humanitarian aid, or people like mentioning people starving so that you kind of oppose it. Maybe.
Had to close down, leaving millions at the risk of starvation and preventable illness. In South Africa, the now missing funds are estimated to lead to the death of
USAID.
up to 500,000 people over the next decade. In the United States, the medical trials funded by USAID had to be stopped, leaving thousands...
I I looked into RFK just at the beginning of the Trump administration, or just before he was sworn in. I looked at all the crazy shit he was saying. Is the measles outbreak related to his advice, like his medical advice? Or I haven't looked into that. I haven't looked into it since, because you need a vaccination for MMR, measles, mumps, rubella. Not entirely. Okay. Partially. Is it because of people not getting vaccinated? It doesn't help when the Canada has one as well. Yeah, he's a very troubling person. I need to look more into him.
Without medication and with medical devices in their bodies that are now no longer monitored or cared for. And I'm no fan of a lot of stuff USAID does, but this is something that has to be opposed on principle. Doge also stopped all work at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which has been established after the 2008 financial crisis, and whose job it is to take the big financial institutions who cheat consumers to court. In doing so, it has returned roughly $21 billion to consumers since its inception. With this, Musk destroyed the law enforcement agency that would monitor financial transactions on X. On housing, rental assistance is cut by $26 billion, heating assistance for low-income households cut by $4 billion, affordable housing resources cut by $1.2 billion, and the list goes on. This will devastate public housing in the United States, including housing for people with disabilities, the elderly, and together with the cuts, the administration budget would halt any rental assistance to able-bodied adults for 2 years.
I realize that in my list here, I'm mixing Doge cuts that have already happened and proposed budget cuts. But this is all part of the same project. Under the new spending bill, the EPA's budget would be cut by over 50%.
Recently, the EPA announced the rollback of over 30 regulations limiting air pollution from cars and power plants, restrictions on the emissions of mercury, and clean water protections for rivers and streams. The EPA
RFK was in the news recently for swimming in a notoriously sewage-contaminated creek. Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
Estimated that these regulations being in place would save roughly 200,000 Americans dying of heart, respiratory, and otherwise preventable illnesses over the next 25 years. And these are just deaths, not to mention the amount of non-lethal health problems that will undoubtedly arise from this. The same analysis predicts roughly 100 million asthma attacks more by 2050 in the US alone, and 20,000 emergency room visits for cardiovascular problems. At the same time, the administration is quietly moving to get rid of the bans on forever chemicals and invited companies to email the government to get exemptions to pollute as much as they want. Luckily, there are parts of the government that aren't as easy to dismantle, like Medicare, for instance, a program that keeps 2/3 of all elderly Americans out of poverty. But you don't have to dismantle it to make it not functioning if you fire a significant amount of the people working there. This far, the Trump administration has tried to push out roughly 100,000 federal workers. And with those workers leaving, the institutions they work for will lose an enormous amount of knowledge that is needed to keep the basic government services running. I cannot understate how what I listed here is just the tip of the iceberg. The fallout of this onslaught on the administrative state will echo through generations.
Okay, apparently
this is the two-pronged attack on American democracy we are witnessing right now.
Oh, there's someone else
What's
there.
so paradoxical about this attack is that on the one side, we see a strong state when it comes to the crackdown on civil liberties and disappearing people off the street. On the other side, we see the utter destruction of everything else the state can do. In the past, I was always hesitant on my channel to use the term fascist, partially because I feel like we have an instinctive rejection for that term. The bar for it is set so high that even the fascist regimes of yesterday might not even clear it until they reach their final form in the World War. And on some level, I believe this comes from what the consequence would be from accepting that label. If the United States has a fascist government, what does that mean for me? It's something very uncomfortable to have that historic responsibility thrust upon you. Living in a democracy doesn't require any responsibility, basically. That might be why it's far less controversial to say that the United States 100 years ago, France, the Federal Republic of Germany, and South Korea, all are democracies, even though their political systems are so vastly different that a single descriptor doesn't really do them justice. So you wouldn't expect American fascism to look like German fascism, given the massively different circumstances between both countries and time periods.
Might be a problem.
And a great example of this is the concept of the worker.
Oh,
German fascism was unable to conquer the laboring classes. They were something that had to be destroyed or subjugated given their socialist convictions. In the United States currently, the lines are drawn at different spots, and this is something historian Enzo Traverso wrote on in his text, Post-Fascism, Fascism as a Transhistorical Concept. The radical right claims the classic populist paradigm of the good people opposed to the corrupted elites, but has significantly reformulated it. In the past, the good people meant an ethnically homogeneous rural community opposed to the dangerous classes of the big cities. After the end of communism, a defeated working class struck by deindustrialization has been reintegrated in this virtuous national community. The bad people of post-fascist imagination, immigrants, Muslims, and blacks of the suburbs, veiled women, junkies, and marginal men, are merged with the leisure classes that adopt liberated customs, feminists, LGBTQ, anti-racist, ecologists, and defenders of immigrant rights. On the opposite spectrum, the good people are nationalist, anti-feminist, homophobic, xenophobic, and nourish a clear hostility towards ecology, modern arts, and intellectualism. As Holocaust survivor Primo Levi put it a little bit more succinctly in 1974, every era has its own fascism. But no matter the era, fascism is anti-democracy. And what is obvious to anyone willing to see is that what we are currently seeing in the United States is an attempt to destroy American democracy and the idea of a government that can do anything besides locking you up, kill people overseas, and help corporations and billionaires make as much money as possible. And even though the situations are so vastly different, we can look to other moments in history where there was also an attempt to destroy democracy from the right and draw our conclusions. Here's where we come full circle to the question of America's Weimar moment and whether it's here now. To me, that answer is yes, although not in a way you might think. Looking at Weimar Germany, there were dozens of moments where it could have gone another way. Even in January 1933, the rise of the Third Reich was by no means set in stone. There were so many chances to strengthen and save German democracy that were, for some reason or another, not taken up. German democracy died slowly of 1,000 little cuts rather than some big killing blow. This is also why the passivity I talked about earlier is so frustrating to watch. Each small compromise makes the next slightly larger one seem more acceptable, gradually shifting the boundaries of what is considered tolerable. Reading about the Weimar era for my podcast and going through all those situations where individuals and broader society failed to avert what was about to come, it is really striking that there seems to be one constant that almost all historians point to, a chance that was missed again and again and again, especially in the later years of the Republic. And if you take anything from this video, please let it be this. Anti-democratic movements have to be met every inch of the way. You have to fight them on everything. There is no half measure in trying to preserve a democracy. Either it is preserved or it isn't. So seeing democratic leadership not even be willing to shut down the government when the Trump administration is, again, literally destroying the state apparatus, when they arrest judges and deport legal residents as well as United States citizens, when an unelected billionaire is performing a bust-out on the state, something that was obvious from a mile away, as you can see in the leaked memo I read to you in the beginning. You might even have seen this coming decades ago, because this isn't a sudden insurgence. This isn't one party brainwashed and captured by radicals. The idea that government is the problem, the idea that religious values should trump civil liberties, unleashing the free market economy within the state, none of this is new in any way. Rather, it's the final form of the Republican project going back decades. Going one step further, when you see that this movement that currently holds all three branches of government cheer, applaud, and chant USA to footage of
USA.
largely innocent people being put in chains and having their heads shaved, on an emotional level, you feel that this rot cannot be undone by 1, 2, or 3 elections. Even in the best case scenario that Trump is ousted in a couple of years, something akin to a new Reconstruction era is probably the only way for the United States to remain a democracy. Today, if you'll indulge me, I'll leave you with a poem I keep thinking back to recently.
First they came
A poem I was surprised to find out has never been translated into English.
Oh.
It's called Rathenau by Kurt Tucholsky and is named after the German foreign minister Walter Rathenau, who was assassinated in 1922. In his poem, Tucholsky is addressing the Republic, meaning politicians, but also society at large. It's very obvious that the author was very frustrated about the passivity he saw on display in the face of a rising far-right, constantly yielding space to their enemies, letting them seize the initiative. And I apologize in advance for the lack of poetic rhythm in my translation, but this is the best I could come up with. Strike, strike, hit them hard. They all flinch, for there is no man. They are only snipers in hiding. Hold them fast. Your house will burn if you let it smolder now. Tear apart the noose of paragraphs. Don't fall into it. You must succeed. 4 years of slaughter, that is, God knows, enough. You stand before your final breath. Show what you are. Judge yourself. Die or fight. There is no third choice. Not really sure what to put here for the outro.
That was a good outro. The fuck?
Probably just some footage I took while riding my motorcycle. That way you'll have something nice to look at while I keep talking.
Well, you've been talking over like a 3 hours picture with a black background. Okay, whatever. Not much of a complaint.
Anyhow, thank you for watching, folks, especially if you have been a subscriber for a longer while, considering how quiet it has been on this channel. Truth be told, I somewhat burned out on political commentary after 2020, and my life is very different now from when I was a full-time content creator. I have a regular job and a family, and the little spare time I do have, I put into the podcast. Listen to our series on the Weimar Republic, by the way. The sequel series should start soon. But one good thing about all of this, I guess, is my renewed enthusiasm for whatever this is. Hopefully I can maintain it for a while and not get disheartened, but I guess that's the challenge for all of us.
Whoa.
If you want to support what I do here or on the podcast, you can do so on patreon.com/Dan Arrows. Although I should say that I cannot promise an output anywhere close to what it used to be, considering my other responsibilities. If you still want to support the content that I do manage to put out, I greatly appreciate it. Just know that if there is anything better in your life that you could spend $5 on, you should probably spend it on that instead. Back in the day, I always sign my videos off with "have a good one." That was kind of a staple of mine. But for this new era, I'm going to switch it up a little and say, stay safe and stay in the fight. Take care.
Right. Do you link this video? Yeah, sure. But just let me stand and fight and die like you told me to, right? Stay in the fight. Don't give up on this goddamn syndicate prowler. I don't know why I'm trying this. This is so risky. Fuck me. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna unload, I think. How is he stabbing me from such a long range? But you can just kind of do this forever if you need to. Do you support anarcho-Zionism? Only with a bit of Bidenism in there as well. Okay. Okay, get his ass. Fuck. Huh. Hassan is saying Zog. Really? Hate watch? Why not?
Yeah, it's like, dude, this is literally, yeah. It's the White House Zog posting on Maine. Exactly. Like, this is everything. This is everything that the
What's the context
Nazis have been fucking saying. Yeah, it's like, dude, this is literally, yeah. It's the White House Zog posting on Maine. Exactly.
What?
Like, this is everything.
Okay, 15 seconds, bro. It's like, okay, Dan, thank you. Zog is Zionist occupied government. I don't know what he means by Zog posting. Is it the government is actually being a Zionist occupied government, or they're just talking about someone else doing it, right? He's agreeing with the Nazis. I mean, I don't know the context. Why would you? That obviously needs context. Like, you're mental if you think it doesn't. I'm not capitulating to that. Ah! Fuck! Can I take this? Probably not. This is a bad idea. Fuck me. Blind. Fucking. There's not really much point in me trying to do this fight, is there?
Health warning.
Gah! Bandage up. Why am I bothering? Oh, I can do it. I can do this and then vanish. Wait, am I actually, like, being quite a competent gamer now? Who knows? Okay, that one's dead. Now I got this one. Well, this is pointless, really, what I'm doing now, but... Okay, that's a slow, so I can cannibalize this other one. Thank you. Gobble, gobble, gobble. I just don't want to waste my vanish, because if I waste my vanish, I'm done for like 5 minutes. Not good. Not good, bro. Yeah. Fucking crippling. There we go. Okay. Can anyone link the longer segment? Yeah, I'd need the longer segment, 100%. This is useless without that. But well, fucking diminishing returns. Ugh. Fuck, he's fleeing. He's escaping my wrath. Wait, did someone die? No, they did a feign death. Okay. I know you didn't make the clip. I wasn't accusing you of doing it. Okay. Okay. Can I find this person now? Can we take her down? She must be in here, right? But if she's not alone... Ah! There's another fucking person here. Oh, God. They're gonna respawn. They're gonna respawn. I can't do it. Why does she have to be inside the fucking building? Is she? Can't tell. No? Oh! Where is she? I don't even know where my target is now. That's annoying. Is she bugged? It looks like she's in the house, but I don't... Well, fuck that. Waste of time. Okay. You think she's behind the building, but I can't see her there, right? She's not there. Is it like a... Is that a glitch? Is she bugged out? Check the basement. I don't want to fight in a basement. There are many issues with fighting in a basement. And I don't have to be Stonewall Jackson to know that I don't want to fight in a basement. There is no basement. I can't even target her from in here. I can't even pretend like swing a... Oh, what if I do this? Wait, see where it points me. See, now it looks like she's outside. Oh, what the fuck? It's not really explaining where she is. She'd probably be in the top floor, but I couldn't... I went up there. This is making me sympathize for the IDF trying to fight in a tunnel. Is she above? No way. I just need to leave. Fuck that. Somebody's killed her already. No, she can be targeted. What? The fuck? What's happening? If I put an icon on her. Bro, what? Where's this? That's not inside the building. Fuck off. God. I need to get around this guy. Please don't aggro me. Please. Please leave me alone. There's another guy here. Now where is she? Is she there? See, look, she's not here. She's not here. That's the last room. See, I'm just getting out. Fuck this. They're going to respawn soon. Loner dies here, I bet. No way. Never happen. Fuck that. Waste of time. Stupid. Never give up. I am giving up. I'm the biggest quitter. I'm going to the stones. Land of the stones. Donos. Barbas Dantiog, thanks for $5. Watch as Ben Gvir has a full psychotic breakdown and runs around Jerusalem screaming and crying because Trump decided to be a little charitable. A little charitable, man. He recognizes Al-Shara for the good-looking strong man that he actually is. He's glazing them. Meme, thanks to the $4.99. Where are the rest of your cool background posters? Just like, just... This law is too creepy. Nah. It's because these are placeholders. I don't know what I want to put on this wall yet. I'm just still in the decision-making process. This is timestamp to show you the context. Thank you.
Oh, Israel must be a Jewish ethno-state. But I think the craziest shit is when the Trump administration says, like, Shalom, Mahmoud. The Trump administration, the right-wing government is saying, Shalom, Mahmoud. This is why, you know, like, I can't stop thinking about that. I can't stop thinking about how insane it is that the American government's official accounts said Shalom Mahmoud after ripping away Mahmoud Khalil in the dead of the night away from his...
His argument is that they're Zog posting because they're proving the neo-Nazis right by acting like a Zionist-occupied government. Is that it, basically?
American citizen wife who's 8 months pregnant for the crime of speaking out against Israel's genocide. Yeah, it's like, dude, this is literally, yeah. It's the White House Zog posting on Maine. Exactly. Like, this is everything Nazis have been saying. And Zog is Zionist occupied government. It's a 4chan Nazi term. This is the type of shit that David Duke would never have dreamed would be happening in broad daylight. You know what I mean? This is the type of shit that like Nicholas Fuentes and David Dukes of the world have been saying.
I mean, Jewish supremacy was a very popular, like, David Duke phrase from the mid-2000s, but you love using that all the time, so...
Is going on. And the American government is, like, posting about it. I mean, yeah, it's way older than 4chan. Fair.
Courts will have a lot to consider.
Yesterday we had a very long session with the university negotiators.
So who is Mahmoud Khalil? Insider or conciliator? Legal experts say this case is about a lot more than a single man.
The idea that Mahmoud Khalil, one grad student at Columbia, is imperiling the foreign policy of the United States.
The president saying shalom to someone who wants to destroy Israel. Again, like, you can go for the Mahmoud Khalil thing is indefensible from the right. Like, it's so bad. You don't need to be like, you saying shalom is you proving the Zog posters correct. It's so stupid. God. Click the stone. Oh, there's one. Okay, why not?
United States is absurd.
Connor Fitzpatrick is a senior attorney with the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, or FIRE. He believes the true reason that Khalil and other students are being targeted is because of their polarizing viewpoints.
Freedom of expression is hard. It requires listening to, tolerating, and even defending views that you or I might find completely repugnant, that make our blood boil.
Yeah, pretty
much. But the alternative is so much more dangerous.
The student doesn't... yeah, it's not Zog posting. For sure. Okay, a big elite to kill. Wow. I stand corrected, I'll never defend Hassan again. Whoops. Not good. Not good at all. I'm just gonna make this a gaming stream. I don't know. Fuck. I just can't be fun watching anything right now. I'm too tired. I had really bad sleep last night, so I'm just chilling. Want another video recommendation? Sure, if it's good and long. Otherwise, we're gonna have to watch Erudite debating that guy on fucking whatever podcast a bit more. Fucking. Now this giant fuck. Dean drama? I don't have the video. Check Discord message. I always have Discord messages. What? From who? The one about the Interior Ministry. Yeah. Very real. No, I want to go and kill this giant wanker. Oh, it's very hard to solo. Okay. Let's leave this group for one. Alright. Don't solo, bro. Yeah, I know. Did it with 2 last time. This is on Afghanistan and the Taliban. That's too much for my brain right now. No. What do you think of Asmongold? Fucking mental? Trump simp? Annoying? Stupid? Oh, I'm so sleepy. Hamas confirms direct peace talks with the US. Oh, interesting.
Thanks so much. Well, as you say, some developing news coming out of Doha in what has already been an astonishing week in diplomacy and the art of deal foreign policy that Donald Trump has been driving. As Donald Trump was leaving Doha, we sat down exclusively with one of the leaders of Hamas here in Qatar. And don't forget, they have a political office here, and this is really a contact point for the international community, for Hamas. And we know since the beginning of this week that the United States and Hamas were in talks, but it wasn't clear if it was through an intermediary like Qatar or Egypt, or whether they were in direct talks, or whether Hamas officials were directly talking to the Trump administration. In that exclusive interview that I did, it was confirmed that Hamas is in fact talking directly to the Trump administration, and they were very well, I guess cautiously optimistic and positive in their tone about how Donald Trump was handling the situation here in the Middle East, whether it was meeting Ahmed al-Sharaa, the president of Syria, yesterday and lifting sanctions, or whether it was trying to bring about a nuclear deal with Iran, or trying to prevent the Houthis in Yemen from launching rockets. They said that they felt that Donald Trump had the will and the capability to bring about a peaceful and a ceasefire in Gaza. Let's just have a listen to what he had to say. Are you willing to hand over all the hostages to bring an end to the bloodshed?
We have said it for all the mediators and for the Americans. We are ready to hand over all the prisoners immediately if we can be sure that this will lead to an end of this war, and first and foremost to allow the humanitarian aid to get into Gaza. If these 2 conditions are fulfilled, again, to allow aid to get into Gaza and to reach an end, to guarantee an end of this war or genocide, yes, we are ready to hand over all the prisoners.
Are you telling the Americans this directly now?
Yes.
What are you saying to them? That these are the things that you want, and are you getting, or do you get a sense?
So there's not a give up power there from Hamas, but okay.
That you're getting a positive response from them?
We have told them this proposal or comprehensive approach, one-shot prisoner exchange, ending the war, total withdrawal of the Israeli forces, allowing all the aid to get into Gaza, and rebuilding of Gaza Strip without forceful immigration, through the mediators and directly through some persons in the U.S. administrations. Sometimes we received a positive response.
Do you have faith in the American teams and delegation that you're talking to, that they too want to achieve an end to the conflict and be able to negotiate between the two sides?
Look, we believe that President Trump has done a lot of work and hard work in different areas in this region and outside the region. We have seen it in Ukraine, we have seen it in Syria, we have seen it in Yemen. And by adopting negotiations with Iran to solve this conflict, to de-escalate the tensions everywhere and to reach a more peaceful world. I think this is what is motivating us to continue contacting the American administration, regardless of the team, because we believe that he has done it and he can do it. And I think President Trump has the capability and the will to reach this peaceful situation.
That was Dr. Bassem Naim, a senior official from Hamas, speaking to me a little earlier from here in Doha. And of course, as we've been reporting over the course of the last few days, the violence, the war in Gaza continues. Israel continues to insist that unless all of their hostages have been released, they're not going to stop the bombardment, they're not going to stop the airstrikes. And for its part, Hamas says that they need to get aid back into the territory, and they're not going to hand the hostages back until there is guarantee that all Israeli forces are going to withdraw from the territory. Let's just have a listen to my exchange with Dr. Bassem Naim about the humanitarian crisis and the death toll in Gaza, as well as the fact that they still have 50 or so Israeli hostages in Gaza. Have a listen. We're seeing demonstrations in Gaza. We're seeing people frustrated after 19 months of conflict that Hamas has brought on them.
Yes,
we're dealing with them.
I respect
we're killing them.
All people who are going to the street to say yes for Hamas or no for Hamas, because we have seen half of the Israeli population in the streets against Netanyahu. We are still seeing hundreds of thousands of people demonstrating against Trump president. We don't see that we are representing all Palestinians. We believe that we are still representing a vast majority of Palestinians.
If we go to the heart and the core of what has caused this latest...
Hamas have literally fucking murdered people who are opposing them in the streets, but okay.
Devastation on the Palestinian people 19, 20 months
ago. The occupation since 75 years is the cause of all this devastation.
But October 7th of this current devastation,
it is not October 7th.
60,000 people dead as a result of October 7th.
Because we have October 6th, a lot of Palestinians were killed. We have before October 6th.
60,000 people in the space of 20 months.
Okay, between 2000 and 2023.
And that is because of October 7. And the Israelis say they will not stop until their hostages are released, until Hamas disarms itself and says that it no longer wishes to be the governing power.
Why not? First of all, again, as occupied people, we have all the right to resist the occupation by all means, including armed resistance.
So you won't disarm?
Let me continue. If you ask someone to be disarmed, it has to be the Israelis who have all the power, the chemical power, the nuclear power, the biological power, and all the support from the West, including the Americans, to destroy the Palestinian life, like what we have seen along the 17 months.
That you still have 50 or so of their hostages that you haven't released, and it is in your gift.
Let's play a game of spot the difference between this guy's rhetoric and someone like Hassan's or Noah's. Let's play a game of that.
In your power to release them. If Hamas...
Let's go back, hang on. Let's go back. Let's play a game of spot the difference in rhetoric. Fuck!
Disarms itself and says that it no longer wishes to be the governing power.
Why not? First of all, again, as occupied people, we have all the right to resist the occupation by all means, including armed resistance.
So you won't disarm?
Let me continue. If you ask someone to be disarmed, it has to be the Israelis who have all the power, the chemical power, the nuclear power, the biological power, and all the support from the West, including the Americans, to destroy the Palestinian life, like what we have seen along the 17 months.
that you still have 50 or so of their hostages that you haven't released, and it is in your gift, it is in your power to release them. If Hamas hands the hostages over, if they disarm and they, basically disappear from Gaza, they will end this conflict. Is that something that Hamas is willing to do?
We are ready to go for one session to release all the captured Israelis and in return to get some of our prisoners, but with the guarantees that we are going to reach an end of this war, total withdrawal of the Israeli forces.
Okay.
That was
okay. So spot the difference between that Hamas guy's rhetoric and the likes of Hassan, Noah Samson, everyone else. Anyone spot the difference? Me neither, because these guys are not pro-Palestinians; they are pro-Hamas. Whoop! Funny how that happened.
Dr. Bassem Naim speaking to me there. Now, in response to that exclusive interview, the White House National Security Council spokesperson gave us this statement. He said, Hamas has not demonstrated that they are serious about peace, and the president has been clear Hamas must lay down their arms. Hamas continues to wrongfully hold hostages, including American bodies, in the dungeons of Gaza, who could easily be freed and have shown no changes in behavior to indicate they will cease to attack civilians. But we did ask them if to confirm what Hamas was saying about being in direct talks with the administration. They haven't responded to that, but have continued to remain stern about the fact that Hamas has 50 or so Israeli hostages in their captivity in Gaza. So we will be following these developments, including some of the statements that President Donald Trump made earlier today, where he said that he wanted to turn Gaza into a freedom zone. He said the U.S. should take it and turn it into...
There is difference, actually. This guy doesn't believe what he's saying. Why? What did he say what did he say he didn't believe? He said he thinks that Israel is all occupied because it's 75 years, 76 years. He didn't say 50, 60 years, like whatever the... Yeah, he didn't refer to the 6-Day War. He referred to all of it. It's all occupied. He said they have a right to resist against occupation with armed resistance. So he means they have a right to resist within Israel proper or the West Bank and Gaza. He believes that it's all the same to him. He said that he would give up the hostages to get an Israeli withdrawal. And he didn't say that he would give up Hamas's arms and power. None of that's false. He believes all of that. He also said he thinks Israel should disarm. So, I mean, yeah, that's all. He's very honest. No? That'll be a good little fucking social experiment, wouldn't it? Disarm Israel and let Hamas just kind of keep a hold of it with the right to resist everywhere from the river to the sea. See how that goes.
Into a freedom zone. He also was incredibly stern about Hamas, and he said they needed to be dealt with. But we know behind the scenes now, based on what Hamas is saying, that the United States and Hamas are in direct talks. You can, of course, see the extended version of my interview with Hamas at 9 p.m. on The World, on my show tonight. But for now, Jane, back to you.
Both should disarm, people type. That would be an interesting little exchange, wouldn't it? What would that look like? Where's the other iron? Okay. Mm-hmm. People who say both should disarm are regarded. I don't think anyone's sincerely saying both sides should disarm. That's mental. I just want a game. I just want to get level 40 and then wait 3 more levels for my fucking horse. God damn. Oh. Your viewers are going up, mate. Yeah. Yeah, the last couple of weeks has been pretty good. I don't know if you're referring to like the... Yeah, the sub growth has been good as well. 3,000 in the last 28 days. We had a bit of a stunt there, didn't we? Did the microaggression stuff get covered? Yeah, of course it did, yeah. A video on anti-Semitism. Sure. Hell yeah. Fucking raptors.
This is an exciting opportunity to present some of our work, our recent work, that, as you mentioned, builds on previous work, and of course, the connection to Archer at House 88. I'm also very happy that we're talking to visitors, guests at the house in Auschwitz in this event. So, as usual, I have a PowerPoint presentation. I've not given up.
This guy's audio,
not given
holy
up
shit.
on this.
A PowerPoint presentation.
Way to communicate about our research findings. So the title of the study, you all have received a link to the study. I guess some of you might have had a chance to look in.
Did you watch Sam Cedar with Ezra Klein? I mean, if you give me that link and maybe $50, I'll watch that, okay? Because that would be rage bait.
Into it, it's 100
Oh no, wait, there's Amaranth. We hadn't even watched the Amaranth crash out. Oh no.
So we're not expecting you to have read it all. I will highlight the key points, and then we have enough time at Q&A to dive into some of the aspects that are most relevant to you as listeners here. Now, the role of anti-Semitism in the mobilization to violence really was the key aspect of this research project. The definition that we used for anti-Semitism is the IRA, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition. There's an excellent EU handbook with practical examples how to apply the definition. I recommend everyone to use it. It's centered around the concept of hatred towards Jews.
Well, left-wingers hate this because they think it means that criticizing Israel makes you anti-Semitic, even though it doesn't say that anywhere. It's just a straw man.
Just highlight this extra sentence here because some people criticize this definition that it would not allow criticism of Israel. That Israel criticism would be considered anti-Semitic. I'm always astonished by that because the sentence here is really next to the core definition of IRA. So saying criticism of Israel similar to what leveled against any other country cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. So this means that double standards treating Israel as a country different than other countries are being treated is an indicator for anti-Semitism. But as long as Israel is criticized as anyone else, that is not the case. I feel obliged to highlight this because this is a big discussion in our line of work, and I think it's very astonishing, as I mentioned, that people seem to not read this sentence. Now, as I mentioned, we are at the Counter Extremism Project mostly focusing on violence, the pathway to violence, the dimensions.
Can I vote for the debate? You can vote with your wallets, okay? That's how I work here. You think I have shame? I don't, okay? I will fucking hustle. I'll beg, I'll cry. I'll do it. And I'll say slurs. Man does gotta eat, exactly.
Of violence, strategy.
We're gonna take a bidding war, okay? We need a fucking bidding war. People can vote with their wallets on whether I watch the Ezra Klein debate, the Amaranth crash out, or keep watching this, okay? If that's how you want to influence my decisions.
Strategies, key actors of violence networks. Here again, we applied the idea of violent incidents.
Oh my
on one
god!
hand.
Thanks for the €5.99. Okay, damn. So we've got some. You wanted to watch the debate, the Majority Report, Ezra Klein. Okay. We'll see how the performance goes then. €5.99 for the Ezra Klein debate. Okay, okay. How much for the Andrew Wilson apostate prophet debate? Bro, like $200. Fuck that. Holy shit. One vote against the debate. Okay.
But
Thanks,
also
Downtown
calls and
Muscles.
support for violence.
Oh, I'm
so
gonna die.
celebrating,
I'm
for
gonna die.
example,
I'm so dead.
the terror attacks against the Israel civilian population, Israel as a country on October 7 and 8 are, of course, considered
200? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, yeah, it's a fucking horrible sounding debate. Of course I would. Of course I put a high price next to that one. Or you can just throw in. Okay, so we got $10 in favor, roughly. I'm gonna round. Colin France and Meme, thanks for the $4.99 and the $5 for the Cedar Klein Fund and the Cedar Klein. I've already watched that one. Oh, Klein. Oh, different Klein. Whoops. 10,000 for Ezra Klein. I don't even know who Ezra Klein is. Sulfur, thanks for the 15 Canadian. Chat. Dilute Mule, thanks for the $20. Watch 20 minutes of Pierce's racist video.
2 minutes of Pierce's racist video, just 2. Love you if you don't vact it.
What's the Pierce racist video? The Kanye one? David, thanks for the $5. Say his quote, keep watching the vid. So watching the vid is on $20 now versus what, 15? Oh. Damn. Status quo. Damn!
If you take your glasses off, it looks like 200.
Thanks for the $19.99, Encello. Wait, that means that we're $20 to 15 for the Andrew Wilson debate. Okay. Okay, I see it's going in a positive direction. Okay.
Here in this report. Now, the focus of the study, as mentioned, is anti-Semitism. How is it used by extremist and terrorist groups to incite violence, recruit, and foster ideological cohesion, and even build bridges towards other ideologies that are usually not considered to be partners. This is going to be an interesting aspect as well. You see the 5 countries that we studied. So the paper, the research report has an analytics part at the beginning, and then it has 5 separate country chapters, which I would strongly recommend as resources. A lot of work went into this. They're structured the same way, so we can compare different aspects of the work. Contributions by our dear colleague Jean-Yves Camus for the French chap.
Damn it, chat, let us stay the SEP video. It's only 30 minutes.
Ah, that's $15, Sulfur. That's a lot. Okay, the status quo is actually dominating. So so far we got $20 for the Andrew Wilson debate and then 15 for the Ezra Klein one. Okay. For after this. Interesting.
Joshua Fisher-Birch for the
Interesting.
US chapter, Bulshi Yunadi for the Hungarian chapter, Jacek Purski and Jakub Voronkov for the Polish chapter, and I wrote the Germany chapter and the overall analysis. And of course, we are very thankful and happy about the collaboration, the ongoing collaboration with...
Thanks for the 10 euros, Tash Gordon. Okay, listen, the remain's probably staying if it's only half an hour, okay? We'll just keep on this one. So don't donate for this one anymore. And if you want it's between the Andrew Wilson debate, I guess, and the Ezra Klein one.
With the Federal Foreign Office, with the Division for International Cooperation Against Terrorism, Drug Trafficking, Organized Crime, and Corruption. The focus of the study, and this is basically how the country chapters are structured and also how the analysis is structured. We first need to understand legal frameworks. You can imagine those are quite different between the 5 countries we looked into. Same goes for statistics. The role of anti-Semitism in the mobilization to violence. There are discrepancies here. Dissemination strategies, transnational connections, cross-ideological collaboration. Foreign state actors played a role of our research and in our research. And of course, we were very interested in how governments and civil society respond to anti-Semitism in the whole spectrum from prevention up to repressive means.
Start a new goal. Did it fill
The
already?
analysis then comes up with highlighting some anti-Semitic narratives, the key actors that we were identifying, again, the connections, dissemination strategies, and it has really a focus on policy recommendations. And this might be important for some of our listeners here, our guests here, to understand. This research project was designed to support policymakers as a main target group and also law enforcement. So this is different a little bit from other research reports that come from universities, for example, or that come from other civil society organizations. We are trying to inform policymakers to make decisions in the future. So this is why we have a strong emphasis on policy recommendations. And as you can imagine, not all of these recommendations are going to be public.
Oh,
but
shit.
We have several.
Video and then the Ezra and Seda debate.
Abdul Bari, thanks for $10. That means that the Ezra debate is up ahead by $5 now. $5. $5 in the lead. It's between those two. I'll make a new goal for the decider. Because I feel bad. You know, I can't take too much from you guys. Decision. Ezra. MR. AP versus Andrew Wilson. Okay. Let's do a 5-chat goal, and then that will be whatever the result of this is. We will figure it out, okay? Nice one. Well done, guys. Well done. Appreciate it. I'm very impressed by your high response rate. You're like the fucking IDF in the West Bank. Good.
Several ones that I think are
Good
very
cops.
interesting and that are public.
You're like racist cops in the blackest neighborhood, okay? You're like a Dixiecrat police chief in the Deep South in the 1930s. That's how fast that response was. I'm very impressed by it.
Now, if we look again at the countries, you can imagine the differences between Germany and Hungary, United States and France in terms of available data regarding anti-Semitic incidents. We had huge variation here, quantity and quality. Oh. The presence of extremist group, of course, varies from the United States to France. This means potential perpetrators of anti-Semitic violence. There's a big variation here. And of course, also the visible presence of Jews or Jewish institutions as potential targets in the concept of this study. also vary. So we found overlapping patterns, but it was not that we found the same results in all 5 countries. Again, a recommendation to look into the report and see the differences. Now, those of us who have been doing this line of work, understanding extremism, combating terrorism from different perspectives, have run into anti-Semitism as a key narrative to justify the victimhood narrative of an extremist group, but also to justify violence to varying degrees. And I've tried to put this in a graph here. So if you look at the big
that's complex
circle in the center, you have explicitly anti-Semitic narratives. This would be the New World Order, that basically the whole world is run by a Jewish cabal, Jewish elites, big finance, the Rothschilds, and so on. And then you have a set of narratives that are a little more implicit. Elites, big pharma, Bilderberger, Davos, Great Reset, QAnon, and so on. And when we can go through the narratives, the ideological explanations why extremists do what they do, and we start from the extreme right, we go to sovereign citizens, Islamists, anti-COVID-19, extremists, esoteric milieus, climate change radicals, extreme left. You see there is something going on. And this is also something that we were seeing in the report. We're not diving into this right now because I also would set some incentive to look into the report. The key findings. Anti-Semitic narratives serve as a tool to justify violence across ideological lines, as just discussed, framing Jewish communities or individuals as threats or scapegoats. In a way, you can look at anti-Semitic narratives as the available tool for the lazy thinker, for the lazy hater, because the complexity of the world, the complexity of events or crisis or wars, if you're really looking for a quick fix, for some reason humanity is obsessed with blaming the root causes or the instigation or the steering of a lot of bad things that have happened in the last couple of thousand years on the Jews. So this is for people who are not interested in complexity, that are maybe not have the capacity to deal with ambiguity, or to smart people who know that this is a good tool to gather people around a common threat or enemy. Obviously, we have all seen the increase in incidents since October 7, the Hamas attack and the ensuing war. Interestingly, and this is being highlighted by Jewish organizations as well, most incidents reported, especially in Europe, have not been committed by the extreme right. So this is something that we will address and is being addressed in the report, because traditionally, historically, obviously, the extreme right is at its core anti-Semitic, historically, and in most of its current manifestation. But it seems then
Asmongold disputes Hassan's claim that he never slandered him. Did a bit of hate watching.
I think you're in a bad mood. I'm a little bit. I'm in a little bit in a bad mood, I guess.
I've
Not
seen this
necessarily. Hilarious cope, I know. Yeah, I'm pushing the young men to the right by being mentally weak.
I don't know. I think Hassan deals with tons of harassment. I don't think he's really mentally weak. I don't think so. I don't think that's it. Hassan says he's never slandered Asmongold nor asked for his ban. What about when he said that half of my hard drive was like lolly stuff and I loved lollies? Remember that? What about that? That was like fucking 2 weeks ago. That's pretty bad.
Charitability on almost all occasions until you
Did he
continue to
say that?
slander him. What do you expect? Back at the end of the day, what are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
I've never even demanded that he gets fucking banned off the platform. You know that, right?
I don't think. I think he just needs suspended. Like, you just stop supporting terrorist organizations. The bar is on the ground. Like, I'm not asking that you have to wear a
You are kind of getting a free one to the fucking MAGA supporter, by the way, like by doing that, but you know. Fucking hell. Both sides bad, that's what I'm saying with this. Wait, what? Foul magics. Oh, I didn't do this because of the elite quest. Oh, God.
That's...
Oh, sorry.
Make America Great hat and say that Trump is the best president, just stop supporting terrorist groups. Holy fuck. I'm not... Why is this so hard?
Why? Good question.
When he said Palestinians are an inferior culture that deserves to be fucking genocided. You understand that?
He's doing it right now. I never said deserve. I said I didn't care. And I also said I was wrong for saying it. So this is the difference, is that when I say something wrong, not only is it misunderstood, but it's also, and not even misunderstood, it's intentionally misled. You drive that, yeah, I said I was wrong. I shouldn't have said this, stupid.
Still bad, though.
I think...
Since October 7, other groups have shown their anti-Semitic ideology and also operationalized this ideology much more visibly. So these groups and networks that we're going to talk about are not new. They've been around for years or decades, but they've not been a priority for researchers or policymakers in the context of anti-Semitism. And of course, we have seen an increase of violent attacks in some of the countries. Now, we've also seen that these anti-Semitic narratives, especially if they're being mingled with anti-Zionist narratives, can foster transnational connections and also transnational collaborations. We've seen right-wing extremist networks, Islamists, socialist groups collaborating or at least telling the same story. So we've seen storytelling efforts that are overlapping. We have seen temporary collaborations online, but also offline during protests, for example. Now, one example, and this will be the classic, this is why we're starting with the extreme right, the idea that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, or at least, let's say, my temporary partner. On the left side here, you see a sticker that my dear colleague Jacek Pursky, who is currently at House 88 with visitors, they're also watching this presentation. He sent me this picture of a sticker that shows a burning Israeli tank, a Star of David crossed out, and the wording in Polish reads, "Nationalists with Arabs will not kneel in front of the Jews." Right? So this is somewhat a very good visualization of what I've been trying to highlight so far, that there's interesting alliances coming up in recent months. And then on the right side, literally, you see the extreme right party, Der Dritte Weg, the Third Path, is like a micro party with a couple of hundred members in Germany. They've always claimed that Israel is our downfall, but here they're demonstrating with Palestinian and with flags of the old German Empire. Again, very odd, because if, let's say, in a hypothetical thought experiment, the Jews would either not being considered to be an issue here, or Israel would not be considered an issue, of course, they would replace Israel with Arabs, Muslims, and so on. And they do, of course. But here again, there's been something going on. But also, and this is at least as interesting, is the temporary collaboration we've seen between Islamist groups and extreme left, and so-called anti-imperialist, Trotskyist, socialist groups. This is a picture from a demonstration in Berlin, where you see "Long Live the Resistance," you see Palestinian flags, you see communist flags, and we've seen this overlap. People who disagree on so many things, right? If you imagine matters of equality, gender, queer issues. So there's very little overlap, but what unites people is the hatred of Jews and or anti-Zionist manifestations that, according to applied definition here, are considered anti-Semitic. And these transnational networks, these temporary collaborations you're seeing here, facilitate the spread of anti-Semitic narratives. Of course, I mean, we look a little bit into social media, the online dimension, but the online dimension needs real content. So we see a lot of videos of, for example, demonstrations where, for example, police gets involved, arrests a protester, or tries to do something else that looks harsh or that looks violent. And all the videos, of course, start with when the police starts moving.
Yeah.
None of the videos shared show this minute before. And so you need to create the viral content offline. These are all professionally done.
I notice with a lot of
and
this,
then
like an extremist thing that happens all the time is a flipping of cause and effect. Like, you'll take... Some students occupy a building, they're asked to leave, they don't leave, they stay there for ages, they start barricading and shit like that. Then the cops come, then when they just like film the cops going in to get them out because they're occupying a building they're not supposed to, and they've refused to leave, then it's like, oh, look at these cops suppressing these peaceful protesters. It's stupid, yeah.
You put them online and let the algorithms do what they're doing, and let your network also share this. And this leads to some cross-sharing between groups that would usually, as mentioned, not talk to each other, but left alone, probably fight each other.
Hey.
Now, the idea of organized anti-Semitism, is an aspect, a new strategy.
Wait, I think the apostate prophet Andrew Wilson debate is winning the dono wars, just so you guys know. I think they're $5 ahead now. Yeah, they are. Because they were $5 behind, then he gave $10. Shit. So thanks, Encello, for the $9.99. And Jellybean, that's the $4.99 towards whichever is second place in the end. Well, now it's equal. Okay, coin flip.
That we are suggesting in addition to all the great work that has been done and is currently being done in the prevention of violent anti-Semitism or anti-Semitism in general, in the combating of anti-Semitism, in Holocaust remembrance. So there's a huge set of interesting, relevant, effective measures that are already running. But from our perspective, there's one thing that is not being done, and this is what I try to highlight now for the rest of the presentation. The idea to differentiate between individual anti-Semitic incidents and organized anti-Semites, professional anti-Semites that get up in the morning like we do at CEP. They do workshops, trainings, research, conferences, webinars. Their objective, though, is to promote anti-Semitism. And here, for our perspective, we like to focus on people who promote violence or conduct violence, right? So this differentiation between combating general anti-Semitic crimes, someone, depending on the national law, of course, right? So in Germany, this would be showing a swastika at a demonstration, for example, or it would be glorifying a terrorist attack, right? So this might be one individual in a big demonstration, and then it's hard to find out, is the demonstration the problem? Is the person the problem? But then again, what we are looking for and recommending, and also have a 5-step guide on how to get there. So how do I identify organized anti-Semitism? How do I combat organized Semitism? And we borrow this a little bit from the concept.
How do I combat organized Semitism? Wow. Mask slip.
Of organized crime. Because a couple of decades ago, governments understood then that you cannot combat transnational networks with complex structures, some visible, some hidden, some legal activity, a lot of illegal activity. You cannot combat such networks by going after the small-time dealer at the street corner.
The Wilson Tower.
Whoa. That's what, a $15 lead now. Shit. Thanks for the 19.99. And also it's Yaya, thanks for the 4.99. Ezra. Okay, yeah, okay. Chaos. This guy really wants us to watch that fucking Andrew Wilson video. It's like terrorism.
You
He's
arrest those
terrorizing the
dealers
chat.
all the time, it does not have an impact. Now, there's not a lot of overlap between organized anti-Semitism and organized crime. There's some, and I'm going to talk about this in a second, but this is just the mindset to understand that looking at the incidence of anti-Semitic attacks or offenses and listing them and trying to understand this one incident might not be enough, and that there's opportunity here to analyze and then disrupt organized anti-Semitism much better than we've done before. So as an example, disrupting anti-Semitic, organized anti-Semitic actors. Now, this is one example that we've been looking into. It's called Mazar Badil. That is a network that is embedded in a network with Samidun, which is part of the PFLP. So these are secular, socialist, communist movements and organizations, and some are designated as terrorist groups. Some have been banned by various governments for supporting terrorism. And Mazar Badil is the network that has not been addressed so far. And as you can see, they are active, and this was in 2023, in July. So this is before the October 7 attack. France, the Netherlands, Spain, Belgium, Germany, Austria, Sweden, the United States, and Canada. And it is beyond that. So this is a network that is strongly affiliated with violent extremist or terrorist groups. The idea is really to look at these networks as broader networks with professionals that we need to take serious. And this also looking at networks like Mazar Badil as organized anti-Semitic actors reduces the risk of conflating citizens who advocate for legitimate goals. This could be a ceasefire, this could be a two-state solution, this could be whatever they're advocating for. Maybe within a demonstration where there's also illegal anti-Semitic activity going on. So separating those from these key anti-Semitic actors, the professional anti-Semites. And this can be done in different ways, right? We always start with a mapping exercise of who could these organized anti-Semites be. Of course, the easy part is you look into their publications. Who justifies violence, calls for violence, or is even involved in violence as their ideology, as their narrative, right? This is pretty easy, and there's a lot of work has been done or is also being done at the moment. And then, of course, if you want to be more concrete, and we found this very helpful, we came up with this idea to focus on who was organizing events, producing or sharing content online.
What did they tweet on October 7th? That's always a good one.
Justifying or celebrating the Hamas attack of October 7 during October 7 and 8. Now, this means we're trying not to conflate later responses to the attack when the war was going on. And a lot of people were very emotional for good reasons. Anyone who has seen pictures from Gaza will be emotional, and for good reasons. But what we are trying to understand is who is organizing anti-Semitic activities online and offline. So we are suggesting, for example, to see who was able, meaning professional enough, to promote anti-Semitic content while the attack was ongoing and Israel had not retaliated into Gaza. And here, for example, again, we look at Mazar Badil.
Am I wrong, or was Israel not flying sorties over Gaza on day one? Were they not? Or was that day two? Huh.
understanding, promoting that the focus of our approach is organized anti-Semitism because they are professionals like us. You have this person who is also at Samidun. Samidun is a fundraiser network for the PFLP.
The fucking, is that the non-binary looking, the skinhead overweight lady from Canada who hangs out with Iran and shit? Fuck, this is hard. Oh, I got healed. Come in. Oh, they can't join me. Okay.
Which is a designated terrorist organization. And of course, so she's also one of the leading individuals of Masar Badil, right? I said there's overlap. So there's individual overlap. There's structural organizational overlap. So someone who celebrates the October 7 attack is of interest. We're not saying that this is illegal. This would depend on the national context, right? What is being banned by law. Anti-Semitism can be legal, but some forms of anti-Semitism are illegal. And if you want to start with a network analysis, it is something you can do. And here you can see, again, a Masar Badil event together with Samidun. This is from 22, and you see the rockets flying in the background. So this is definitely an essential starting point for a deeper network analysis. Now, Samidun has been banned, for example, in Germany and then later on in other countries because they were handing out sweets in Berlin on October 7 during the attack.
That's not a good idea.
Now, we did a network analysis following...
Did they not think? Did they just really not stop to think what was going to happen like 24 hours afterwards? Holy shit, how stupid can you be? How fucking dead between the ears. Oof.
This logic, some of this is in German, but I'll talk about the key points again, just for the illustration. There are many other networks. Masar Badil is connected to the PFLP, Samidun, Hamas, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. There's a connection to the Houthis, the terrorist organization in Yemen. We have linkages, of course, to left-wing extremist ideology. One could say this is their ideology anyway, so they're ethno-nationalist, but also left-wing socialists. We have Hizb ut-Tahrir, that's the Caliphate movement. We have the Grey Wolves from Turkey involved. We have the BDS, the boycott movement. And we have groups in Germany, for example, like Palästina spricht, Palestine speaks. This is just a very basic analysis, who is connected with whom. So is there a wider network that goes beyond Masar Badil, for example, right? So if we look at a wider network perspective, again, we recommend prioritizing investigations into organized anti-Semitism. This is an Instagram post from Palestine Speaks, Palästina spricht, lesson from liberation of Gaza. In the background, you see motor gliders, right? This is the tool that some Hamas terrorists used to get over the fence from Gaza into Israel and particularly murder people at the Supernova Music Festival. I think the number is 360 young people were murdered there. Several people were raped. Now, this celebration and lesson in liberation was posted on October 8, when there were still some Hamas and Palestinian Jihad fighters in Israel. And you can see there's almost 3,000 people who celebrated this.
Thanks for the $10. Fear Adjicon. I don't even know what the difference is now, actually. Does that mean it's equal again? Thank you very much. Ugh. Okay.
You see that people say, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Now, this slogan by itself, at least academically, can be discussed.
Okay.
But if it's attached to this date, and to this reference of how terrorism was conducted, this is a strong indicator that it's worth looking into this network. And of course, that is the beauty of otherwise very problematic social media networks. They display their own network, at least to some degree, right? So it's not rocket science to understand how terrorism celebrating anti-Semitic networks are connected online. So this can be done by any law enforcement or any other organization that puts some resources into this. Now, I mentioned there are linkages between organized anti-Semitism and organized crime. This is particularly relevant in Germany. We found several cases. So there's wider networks of families. So this is not the nuclear family, which usually consists out of 4 or 5 people. These are families, some call this clans, with several hundred or thousand members, right? This does not mean that any, of course, family or clan member is involved in any of this, but there are visible strategies and structures. So this is...
Okay. Does that mean that the fucking Wilson debate is ahead by $5, but then the tiebreaker makes it a tie again? I don't even fucking know, man. Thanks, Senseller. Thanks for the $9.99. And thanks, Liliana, for the €5.99. This boy is determined to win. Holy shit. Pitting you guys against each other is just such a good tactic as well. Weaponized competition. You're up by 5. You're up by 5 after the $5 to the second place run. So you're actually $10 ahead, but the second place donut puts you ahead. Is that right? I don't know. Fuck. Yeah, okay, so you're $10 ahead technically. Okay. Okay. Joan needs to save us. Joan's gone. Get fucked.
By analysis.
The competition is whether or not you want to watch Ezra Klein versus the Majority Report or Andrew Wilson versus Apostate Prophet on Zionism. So right now, the Andrew Wilson debate has the lead, even though it sounds so much worse. By how much? $10. Oh. Oh. Fucking decline. What a dick.
Of the Federal Criminal Police in Germany, the BKA. So there's an overlap of ideology, Islamist, anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist. There's financial profit interest. This is about illegal immigration, human trafficking. And of course, there's violent anti-Semitic overlap because Hamas and other attackers, as mentioned, were also celebrated here. This is this whole idea of resistance, right? The different forms of resistance. The form of resistance that is celebrated here is the violent and in most countries designated as terrorist resistance, following the Algerian approach, going back to when Algerian resistance and terrorist groups were trying to push the French out of Algeria. And this is the overlapping context in which a lot of what we've been talking about here takes place. So the objective here is not a two-state solution normally. It is to push the Jews into the sea. And this is in the Hamas charter and so on. We can discuss this. So this is an interesting linkage, not just because here you could have people with high motivation, with high level.
The anti-Andrew Wilson squad is taking a comeback.
Please no brain rot Andrew Wilson.
Dude Mansu, thanks so much. What are we now? $10 lead. But Ancelo gets 5, so it's really a $5 lead. Oh no.
Ensilo cannot win. Or at least make them pay a month's rent if they want to tank the stream. Please not Wilson, it sounds like cancer.
I feel very bad. Thanks so much for the $20. That's so generous of you. I feel very bad for the... I didn't realize this was such a good means of extortion. You know, just threaten to watch an Andrew Wilson video. And get my friend in the next room to just keep sending me donos for Andrew Wilson that I'll just give him back later. So that I'm joking, I didn't do that. I don't know Ancelo. That's a joke! I do have a feeling some streamers do that though, like things like that. Like getting one donor to fucking push the other ones. I think on Twitch it would work because of the hype trains. Like getting someone to start a hype train and then getting other people to join in.
Level of hatred, but also with skill sets regarding violence and financing that could make anti-Semitic incidents more dangerous, but also there's a weakness in this collaboration. And this is now coming to an end. The essence of what we are recommending, there are several recommendations, we're going through a couple of them, but this is the takeaway that I would say I would like to highlight. Again, prioritizing combating organized anti-Semitism, seeing this as a strategic threat and not just a side aspect, because a lot of the groups that I have mentioned, Hamas, PFLP, Houthis and all, they are on the radar, obviously, of security agencies and policymakers, but not necessarily because of their anti-Semitism, right? So in a way, the anti-Semitism as a connecting narrative, as a key motivator, is being sidelined by other activities and narratives of these groups. So we are recommending to be less reactive. It's great to have a good infrastructure of counting anti-Semitic incidents. It's great to increase the security infrastructure to protect Jewish institutions, for example. But
Liliana, thanks for €5.99. No brain rot. Okay. Turkish, thanks for the $9.99. Learnerbox, I just earned my doctorate yesterday, and I would appreciate it if you don't subject us to the torture that is an Andrew Wilson debate. Well, I'm really happy for you for getting your doctorate. Wow, congratulations.
We see wiggle room, to say the least, to introduce more proactive measures into understanding these networks of professional anti-Semites.
Professional, man.
There is a lot of funding going on, and some of it might even be public. And maybe there's evidence that some of the actors that we in our work have identified are still receiving government funding, not for their anti-Semitism, but maybe because they also have a cultural project or a social activity. So these are usually not millions of euros, but not all government bodies that hand out funding are aware and invest.
So does Lorna think Sam Cedar is a harmful influence? Bro, at this rate, I might as well just get ahead of the curve and say that everyone apart from me is probably a harmful influence, okay? Because I'm running out of people who I don't think are a harmful influence. Okay, let's just fast forward a year or two and I'll just say everyone apart from this boy, at least in terms of the kind of like edgelord alt media, whatever, yeah. There are definitely some safe people who are, I don't think are harmful. I don't think David Pacman's harmful, but... Oh my
fuck! You will not win this battle. I am sorry E for the collar damage of your mental heal TH.
Oh my god, Michael Z from the top rope out of nowhere as well. And Salah, thanks for $49.99.
You don't talk about Zionism enough, Lona smile.
Thanks for the $20, Michael. Okay, it's kind of Jover, isn't it? That guy's dedicated. And he's got a follower now as well. He's got an unlikely ally. Stop the count. Stop the count. Bro, I'm not. Can I count that? I don't even know if I can. I can go through this chats and check, but I think it might be time to stop the count.
Enough time into
I like half of the people Loner hates, but he's always right on the facts at the same time. See, I do consider that sometimes if I've got like Hassan fans or Vosh fans in my community, and I just kind of, I wonder if it would be better to correct them in a more matter-of-fact way than just being a snarky little bastard about it. But I guess the problem there is that I would maybe do that if my primary goal was to change minds, but I don't know if that is actually my primary goal. I think if I was trying to do that, I would end up being fucking a bit too, if I was too conscious of that, it would just lead me to using like manipulation tactics, which I don't really want to do. Ex-Vosh fan here. Like, I think the be yourself versus make a positive change in the world, like there needs to be some balance, right?
Searching what is the real agenda, right? So this is the obvious one. A result of having...
What's your primary goal? To make money? No, my primary, well, I mean, the money's kind of important, but my primary goal is to learn what's what. Like, that's it. I care about learning what's what. And it's probably, and it's just a bonus that I get to do that with people who are watching so they can learn with me. And also the OnlyFans girls. I'm joking. Unless they are also your mums. Whoa. Fuck! Ex-Hulk Hogan fan here. The Hulk Hogan to Learner Box pipeline. Okay, anti-Semitism.
This mapping process, who are the organizers of anti-Semitism in my city, in my state, in my country, and then overlapping, seeing if there's overlap with funding would be a first easy step. And then, of course, if there's an association with terrorism financing because of designated groups, if there is potential tax evasion, fraud, money laundering, these are a lot of donations are being collected. What happens with the donations? Is it being used to support terrorist groups? Is it being used for other purposes? These are tricky legal questions, but again, we have not found anyone who has explored this avenue sufficiently. And of course, these organized crime linkages open also doors. They are dangerous and concerning, but the government actually has a pretty extensive toolkit to investigate organized crime and combat it. So if there are actual overlaps, then this would also be an open door to potentially go through here. And we have seen some Iranian operations. These are highlighted. I mentioned that we have this five-step guide on how five-step guide on how to identify key anti-Semitic actors. This is the paper. It's on our website. And to highlight the struggle, I think, that a lot of policymakers and government officials are currently facing in this context is that the government operates in silos of responsibility. This is how governments work. So you have law enforcement for politically motivated crimes. This would be, right-wing extremism, left-wing extremism, Islamist extremism, and so on, where you can attach an ideology. You have law enforcement for financially motivated crimes. This is...
I just realized that noise, that autistic noise I just made, kind of sounded like a white person trying to say chazz for the first time. Tried to say Gaza. Okay, sorry. That's like first attempt. Ah! The Gaza. Where? I need to go into this place. This boat.
All kinds of crimes, but also organized crime. You have prosecutors, tax authorities, intelligence agencies, customs, and they usually don't work together. It's very rare.
Shit.
And we're suggesting that these different toolkits that you see in the picture below, every agency has their own toolkit, are being brought together in joint task forces. That is a strategy implementation tool, a joint task force where
You're saying I might want to check, but you think it's a $9 difference. Check what? The donos, bro, the fucking... Wait, really? The Ezra... There's no fucking way the Ezra debate's on $118. What are you talking about? You counted the... Stop the count. There's no fucking way. What? Because not every dono says that it's for the debate, right? Because we know that the Encello ones are all for Andrew Wilson. It is. What? Stop the count. Stop the count. Okay, I'll check it after this. Okay, I will go through all of them because I am fair. We will count the votes.
You temporarily bring agencies together to identify...
Yeah, the ones that have no message and they're not linked to someone like Encello, then yeah, that they don't count.
These key organized anti-Semitic actors in your city, in your state, in your country, and then see if there is illegal activity. If everyone is following the law, then there's nothing you can do. But I'm not convinced that that is the case, to say the least. Now, other policy recommendations is that there's a lot of prevention work in some of the countries, and in some of the countries, the focus of preventing anti-Semitism is in preventing right-wing extremism. And as I mentioned, historically and also nowadays, this is still a super important issue.
Where'd you go?
But as our study shows, and as actually statistics by governments show, is that a majority of anti-Semitic incidents, also illegal ones, were not conducted by right-wing extremists. We can discuss why, but by other groups that I have already mentioned, which would suggest that some of the prevention work would have to be adjusted. If you have money available, you put this on top and you look into these pro-Palestinian extremist networks and focus prevention work in these milieus. Or if you don't have, you need to additional money, you need to rearrange.
Okay, I'll put this back
And of course, when you do that, and this has been a long discussion in the field, community support is super relevant. What is sometimes not necessarily efficiently done is the monitoring and evaluation of initiatives. I have been leading such community-based prevention programs for the German government. I know how complicated monitoring and evaluation is.
Gabriel, thanks for the $9.99. And Liliana, thanks for the €5.99. I really appreciate that, guys. You've been logged, okay? You've been logged.
Roommate, make sure to PayPal me back tonight.
It's Andrew Wilson. That's what's happening here. It's actually just him. Thank you, Encello. Really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Just so you guys know, I fucking hate Andrew Wilson. Like, watching him for any period of time is just going to make me absolutely furious. Before the dono thing, I was thinking I was circling the drain and was ready to stop stream early and fucking clean my house, but you know, no rest for the box. Thank you so much, though. Couldn't be happier. At least we get to shit on right-wingers for a while. We don't do that enough of that, really, these days. We can't lose sight of the goals, the gains. Tal, thanks for the $5. Ezra Klein all day. Interesting. Fuck!
But I would say there is still room for improvement in at least trying to show what the impact of these measures could be. This has been improving, and maybe Germany is more on the forefront here, but in other countries, I think monitoring, evaluation, and impact assessment have not been a priority. And then, of course, we recommend, in case anyone here has not heard me so far, to develop disruption-oriented approaches with a focus on organized anti-Semitism. Disruption meaning identifying the networks, the key actors, and then testing if they have violated the law, and not looking at individuals, but at networks. And then, of course, follow the money.
Oh, no. You mean hate watching Hassan Piker is probably not the best. No, he doesn't know. He doesn't know about the hate watch Hassan Piker approach. We need to sell it. We need to sell it to him. Fucking mid-level of the boat. What? Really? Oh, here. Thank you. I don't know anything about Ezra Klein. Couldn't tell you. Oh, this is good. All right. Elixir of Fortitude. I could use that. Okay, there we go. Have we seen the Noah response segment yet? Yep. Get fucked. Okay. Queen. Mid-level towards the front on a crate next to the cannon. Okay.
Is an approach that would be relevant here. Extremism needs money. As Hans always says, ohne Moos nix los. Without money, there's not much happening. So this is something we are recommending. And of course, international collaboration.
What the fuck?
Now, these are the two reports. You find them on the website, and we are very interested in collaboration on how to implement this approach, this strategy that is, I think, a useful addition to existing approaches of fighting anti-Semitism with authorities, research institutions, and civil society. Thank you.
You're welcome, boss. That was a good video. I love the old German anti-free speech authoritarianism to defeat my enemies. Yes. I'm joking. That's not really. Like, these groups are fucking mental. And if I didn't know that there was, like, money laundering from Hamas and shit. That's crazy. That's wild, chat. Couldn't be me. Oh. Yeah, no. That's fine. Go click the link that Sulfur's put down if you want to go and like the video and subscribe to the channel or whatever, because I think that video's only got, like, 70 views. So...
Stop this madness. Ezra, save us.
Hey, thanks for 20 euros. Fuck you. Thanks, Tash. Appreciate it. Oh my god. This guy's gonna come with a second creature, isn't he? Fuck off. Can I not even kill him from down here? Okay, that was weird. Trippy. Right. What, is Ezra winning by... But the second place gets $5. Is it because I haven't been thinking about euros and pounds? I'm just treating them all as USDs, man. I don't fucking... Let's not discriminate against poor countries. Intel Strikes Back. Thanks very much for the $9.99. Fuck! It's on the lowest level. Okay. 3 minutes on my underwater breathing. Jesus. We're struggling, boys. How do I get in the... Fuck. Okay, this way. Uh-huh. Hello. We got this. I'm gonna take them both. Take them both. Fear nothing. Fear not. Fuck off. Fuck. Okay, where is this goddamn thing? Here we go. Thank you. Alright. Done. Turkish, thanks for the 999. Stop the count. Stop the count. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my character to a good spot that's not underwater, preferably. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, I'm going to get my character above ground. And then I'm going to go to the bathroom. Maybe grab a snack. And then I will count the things. Okay. And then we'll make a decision based on the results. Stop the count. Stop the count. Stop the cunt. Black Belt Kiwi, thanks for 5 New Zealand. If you've seen money to individual family GoFundMes in Gaza, are they just buying stuff off Hamas? My name says how I feel about that, if true. No, some people are, not necessarily, because Hamas don't have all of the things, but also some people are saving money and raising money to leave Gaza. Like a lot of people left Gaza to go to Egypt and fundraise for that. Like they got their money to do it from fundraisers. That's what that kid that we watched earlier, Yusuf, he was trying to do that. Who the fuck is this guy? Thanks for the 99.99, Andrew Wilson.
What's up? Time is
Thank you so
money,
much. I don't even know if they care about supporting me at this point, or if they just want to.
What's on your mind?
If they just really want Andrew Wilson to be seen. They just really like this debate.
Daylight's burning.
You need something?
Get rid of breaking the keystone. Oh, that one. Yeah, fuck that quest. Swim to the wetlands. Abandon foul magics. Hell yeah. Abandoned call to arms. Oh god, that's got such a good weapon though. Fuck. Oh well. Gotta do it. Boom. I'll throw in free translation services if you don't watch the Andrew Wilson debate. Wow. No, I'm going to pay you for translations if I need more, actually. You cannot stop me. I don't think he's an Andrew Wilson fan. I think he just wants to watch the debate. Okay. Ah. So Andrew almost has a $100 lead. How far do I have to go to get to a safe place? Jesus, it's a long way. Oh, I remember this run as well. This run's dangerous. Okay, we're going to focus up here. Lameo, thanks for the 20,000. Okay. That's probably cheating. Is that safe to say? That would be cheating. That would be some cap. Some fat cap. Yeah.
I'll throw my hat in the ring. Here's some Ezra Klein batch.
Thanks for the $20, Snow Source. Really appreciate it. USD. USA. It's actually quite peaceful just playing this game without any nonsense around me. Look at it. Now I have to make sure that the dwarves don't fuck me up here because being flagged for PvP is quite annoying. Overdue for a new goal again. I mean, is the goal even necessary? See, this guy, this fuck. If I get flagged for PvP, he could just kill me. Has anyone told you look like Kendrick Lamar? No. No. Look, I'm gonna go a little close up. Are my graphics really maxed out? Probably. Yeah, they are. They're very high. John T. Carrot, thanks for the tier 1 sub for 23 months now. What does 23 months convert to for Ezra Klein? Well, a tier 1 sub is like, what, $5? Sorry, you're not. I think we just stick it to super chats. I think. I don't know. No, a sub can be $5. A sub is $5. Right? Ooh! But see, avoid these guys. Fuck that. Look how chill. It's so chill. No crocodiles. Just on my little road. $1K watching you grind classic WoW. World is healing. Yeah. Wait, what? No way. Tal Enzo, thanks for $2. Andrew Wilson, I'm switching Jelani style. Alright. Card Star, thanks for the £5. Hey Lorna, your favorite album by a Scottish artist? Sonic Flower Groove by Primal Scream for me essentially invented the Stone Roses. Scottish album? I don't really listen to that many Scottish bands. I'll just say that one, you know, because I like Primal Scream. I'll just say that one. Did you read Ezra's book yet? Did I say I was going to read Ezra Klein's book? Is that one of those books where I'm like, yeah, I'll read it, but I don't? You hope I end stream without watching either. Oh, thanks, Ansel. I really appreciate that. I did say that I would get to a safe spot and then go to the bathroom, though, so... Because I kind of need a snack. Do I need a snack? Actually, I kind of need to make my fucking spaghetti, because it's like 10 o'clock. Fuck. Read Abundance, please. So good. Tough Mittens, thanks for the $4.99. Andrew Wilson, oh no. No, I should just get my spaghetti because otherwise I'll be fucked. But that's just like a... I've already made it, so I can just heat up in the microwave. No problemo. Let me go. Now So I have to avoid the dwarves, right? That's very important. You've lost the count. You can scroll back. Look at this guy. He's gonna fuck me up. If the dwarf gets to me, he'll ambush me. What's he doing? Why is he following me? He wants to tag me. That's what he wants to do. He wants to tag me. Little bastard. Fuck off. Hey, stuck. Loser. This is a nice little hallway. Scout. Dead people. Bodies everywhere. Ninja, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that. What, you guys are actually just sitting here and enjoying the fucking WoW stream? There's no way. I don't believe you. But I'm very flattered. Speedy Taco, that's $5. This goes towards us watching Haley and Chelsea meet the recappers, Talk to episode 18. Okay. Ah! Listen, we're avoiding him this time. Fuck off. I don't need you. Get out of my life. We're not getting flagged today. Not this guy either. Fuck off. And that guy. Current Star, that's for £5. Listen to Tibetan Miracle Seeds or Helison. Both excellent Scottish psychedelic rock, mate. Le Big Bird if wanting top quality Swedish psych. Okay, I'll remember that. Thanks. I can't do that on stream though. Yeah, sorry, I can't do it on stream. Look, he's coming. He's coming to fucking clap me. This level 15. He wants a fight. You trash lol. This is a troll. This is a bad person. Looks like your goal is achieved. Is it? We still have a minute before we watch the fucking video. Bah! Look at these guys. These mountaineer bastards. They're gonna come and... They're gonna try to fuck me up. Okay. Shall I start running properly? How many days does it take you to grow a full beard? The hairs on my cheeks don't grow very well at all. They're very sparse, so it's really just this. And I just end up getting like, you know those like, it's a very Arab thing. You know those Arabs have like the really huge fucking beard, but it's only at the bottom and it's all patchy up here? That's what I would look like, yeah. I would look like a mullah. So I don't really like it. Hello, son. We're going to shortcut to the Badlands now. Okay, fuck off. Haha! Because I don't consider this a full beard, right? This is like stubble. Ah! He was running on his ram. I thought he was charging me. He was going to fucking trample me. God. Wait. Will you do a kilt and bagpipe stream when you reach 100k subs? Wow.
Can you review player housing in retail before moving on to the next segment?
What, like get retail and review? No, sorry. Thanks for the $10. I appreciate it. I don't even know if I can, let alone want to. I don't know how to do that. Will you ever play Elden Ring again? Yeah, maybe. I think dying at level 46 or whatever really broke my brain. So I just kind of really need to rectify that so I can be at peace. Are you going to raid when you hit 60? I might do, but that'll be off stream, right? I don't know if I want to join a raid on stream. Imagine having to be in the fucking Discord, in the voice chat for a raid on stream. That's kind of annoying. That would be silly. I guess I don't have to join the VCs. Raids are great stream content. Yeah, but normally, like, I want to still do politics, right? I might, if I do raiding and stuff like that, I might just do like a couple, like 1 or 2 gaming streams a week. That would make more sense. Honestly, if I want to finish this character, I just need to do like the really cringe drama stuff. Like, I need to react to Hassan reacting to the content nuke, right? Because that's 9 hours. That would get me through, right? That would get me through a couple of levels. At least. Like late level 50s. Then we go up here, right? This is the shortcut. Ooh. Hung Nguyen, thanks for the $5. Here's some money from an Ezra Klein simp so you can get into more American domestic policy. I don't really know if domestic policy is for America is ever going to be my specialty, because it would be like getting into Israeli domestic policy. Like, no one cares if you're not from the country, right? And I don't think people would want to watch a Scottish person talk to them about American domestic policy. Like, it's just weird. And I understand. Like, I understand why my viewership is always down when I talk about Trump, because it's like, why would you want me to? You can get other people to do that for you. Uh-oh. Did I take a wrong? Oh my God, I took the... Oh, for fuck. Did I just go the complete wrong way? Am I gonna have to find my way back up there? No, I just have to go around. I don't think there's a way back up. Uh-oh. It's okay, we'll sprint. No, Mountaineers, no! That was a bit moronic, so I shouldn't be doing like fancy jumps. Shortcut. It is a shortcut. Listen. Have faith. Trust the plan. This isn't even the right way! Is it like up there? I can't remember where the shortcut starts, man. No. No, it is here. No, it's not. It starts here. It starts behind this dwarf. Look, it's so scenic. It's like Lord of the Rings. Look at those guys. Those little dudes. Little duders. Do you have a lot of Americans in your chat? Oh yeah. It's like plurality of the community. 30, 40%? Yeah. Israelis, believe it or not, are only like 1 or 2% of the viewership. It feels like there's a lot more of them, but you know, maybe that's just my anti-Semitism. Little bastards. Okay. USA. USA. Okay, be more careful, Learner Box. But I'm almost done here. Then I get to... Does that mean you'll stop covering Trump? No, I mean, Trump is... When there's big Trump moments, yes, I will cover it, because he's insane. And he's still doing plenty of things that affect the global economy and global politics as well. So, no, I'll still talk about him. But I don't think I'm going to pick up any special interest in American domestic policy. Might learn some civics. Wait, why am I stuck here? Hey! Hey! What do I do? This way? Okay. No! Civics. I did start doing a course on US civics, but I got stuck on it. Wait, can you do this without a mount? Surely you can. Oh no. No, I did this with no mount before. What am I doing? What's fucking happening? Oh, it's this way. Is it this way? Isn't that where I came last time? Oh shit. Is it there? I don't think it's there. I think it's here. Okay. Yeah, sure. Fine. I feel like this little sat-nav machine is really not sending me the right way. The arrow. I just have to wing this. This way? Up here? Yes, surely. Come on. Come on. Oh, I know. This is the bit where you have to jump, I think. If I remember correctly. I am lost. I'm lost at hill. Fuck yeah. Okay, first try. No problem. And that takes us into where the zone changes. See that? The little graphic? Hey! And now there's the jump, which is very scary. Ooh. Hardcore, yeah. So if I jump, got problems. Now, do I jump here? Let's have a look. That looks safe. But there could be some jumps that are so fucked that you can't get back up and then you just die, right? That looks safe. Check stream recommendations when done because we have terms for negotiation. Okay. No problem. Fucking big rocks. Fuck off. I'll sprint through you. Huh. Here's the safe place. We're going there. 200 yards, I think. Hey, hey! Is there even an innkeeper here? I don't care. Whew. You died to hyper-spawning kobolds. Schoolboy error. Skill issue. You deserve it. What were you wearing? And here I can log out, right? Wait, what? Talk to Sranda. Where the fuck is that? Oh. Wow. 11 strength, 3 agility. No. Okay. Okay, guys, we're gonna review the score when I get back from bathroom and making my food, okay? Good luck, folks. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Or maybe a bit slightly longer. Ooh. See you soon. Is Queeman defenseless? Mate, Queeman is a 13-year-old trapped in a 12-year-old's body. What's this gonna... Destiny versus Queeman. What's this gonna... What are they going for? The fucking super gay weight twink-off championships? Who would... I guess Queeman does... He looks like he weighs about 100 pounds. But he's also youthful and probably quite feisty. So maybe Queeman could just kind of dance around him and do backflips over Steven's head until he gets tired. Maybe. What a state.
Oh!
Oh shit. Oh no. Oh, that's a man shot right there. That's definitely like at least 200 miles an hour. Oh! Ooh, that's a high testosterone strike if I ever saw one. Like when I'm talking to you guys, I usually talk at I can see the chat and I can see my OBS, I can see my face, or I can see here when I'm seeing the other stuff, I can see notes. I don't always look like this to talk at you guys, do I? Why are you all freaking out at the fact that she's looking away from the camera when this is what streamers do all the fucking time? It's not actually very often when a streamer will just look right there, you down into your fucking soul, and have a good stare while they're telling you things. Would you prefer that? Would you prefer that I just gave you a good fucking... gave you a good little checking out before I tell you what's what about international politics and history and the Soviet Union? What? Delete the illicit tapestry of the Duchess's wedding night. I can't stop repeating this. It's so fucking funny. That in the Soviet Union, which I know at least a couple of these guys have a lot of sympathy for, actually maybe all of them, that one of their mental health diagnoses was sluggish schizophrenia, one of the symptoms of which was delusions of reformism. So I guess that's what I'm exhibiting here, you know? Where is it? Is this one of those PDFs that doesn't let you do the thing? 2021? There you go. Anti-Soviet thinking and delusions of reformism. Which would mean they have to bite the bullet that there have been no improvements to workers' rights in their neck of the woods since what, like 1720? Okay, dude. Yeah, I never knew he had kids until now. And I was actually really hoping, given the way that he reacts every time he sees me in chat, I feel like a son to this man, you know? He backed me up in debates, took me on his stream, reacts to my content, you know, puts my fucking videos on the fridge. I thought I was his son. Was I deceived by Chud logic?
Like I've had
That's complete nonsense. Why are you authorised to give me the number of terrorists you've killed and not a number of civilians?
Oh,
I don't understand.
Wait,
explain?
no, is he just fucking... Whoa. Bro, he just disengaged. It said Trump 2024. Fuck Biden. And it's still fine, but with South American stuff, where like Bach and all that, it's all just so like random. You know, there's no logic to any of these chords. They're just like, you can tell they were just vibing it, and that's how. Like there is a key signature, but even then they deviate from it so much. Like there's lots of chromatic stuff, and whereas even if you're playing like jazz, you've got different patterns. Yeah, like jazz is even easier than like remembering, because jazz you make up a lot of it, and also just because you got like there's still a few like scales and patterns that you remember. But with the South American stuff, it's just very, very odd. Like every shape in a tune can be like a new shape that you've never played before.
You got this.
David, shut up. No. Someone with a fucking explosive, he's obviously like, but like if someone was
I need my sundown. I need my Sundowner translator app. I can't understand what he's saying.
Jesus,
Listen,
that's clear enough, isn't it?
Because it's Arab?
Ask yourself.
No,
you racist. Whoa, Albie, you're so fucking racist.
He broke my heart.
I had to get used to it. It's just the fucking microphone. I don't know. You have to tune your ears.
The combination with the shitty mic and the accent, I genuinely.
So it is because he's Arab.
Oh my god.
No, it's not because he's Arab.
If he wasn't an Arab with the same accent, I would have the same problem.
Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh yeah, but I'm like, listen, Abby, you need to stop digging, please.
Listen, I'm saying it. In 5 years from now, we will have social credit scores in this country. There will be a civil war, there'll be World War III, and a Trump landslide. No relation. I'm telling you. And it won't be because they're evil. They are evil. The Democrats are evil. But it will really be because of the people who saw what was happening and did nothing. This is what the Democrats want, okay? They want open borders. They want puberty blockers. They want 19-month abortions. They want a safe and sovereign Ukraine. Blah, blah, blah. They want open blockers. They want puberty abortion. They want a safe and sovereign borders in Europe. What they want? No, they want open board. They want safety for Ukrainians to live in peace. What's happening? No. I'm a vessel. No. What do you think? I think he probably just looks at other TikToks and does the wavy head thing with the pointing. Look at this guy. Hey, TikTokers. I think that's what he does, right? That's the whole thing. I love you, but you're garbage.
Wait, Tuton, I had a question.
I would do suicide and bomb myself in front of militants.
Alright, Tuton, such a goofy ass up. Alright, look up. Alright, so, question 2. What's your thoughts on the Ukraine
am I
war,
talking
right?
to? DGG has already basically become a cult because of Destiny's own derangement. The thing is, it has attracted some rightists, but Destiny will never be able to fully cave to the rightists, so that's his weakness. He is currently stuck in an awkward place. With the right moves, he can be easily crushed. Oh, God. I'm still a thorn in their side. The final word on this. Nod says, are the biggest enemy, and yes, they rule us. Yes, they are at large. Yes, they are still hurting children, and yes. Yo! What? Okay. What's the results? Sulfur? Do I have to count it myself, or do we have results? Did really only 100 people leave during that whole gap? Yo. You want me to double check? Hung you in, that's $5. Okay. Ezra Klein 1. Shut up. I don't take you seriously. Okay. Okay. Let's make a little table, shall we? Let's do it old school, okay? Like Dr. House. Ezra. Andrew Wilson. Okay. Right. We're going to look at the donos and we're going to go in reverse. Did you count the $100 I mailed you? Good one. Okay. Okay. I'm going to normalize the dollars unless it's some fucking freak currency. Okay, so 5 from Hung Nguyen. Flamorous, unrelated. Kurdstar, unrelated. Speedy Taco, unrelated. Tough Mittens for the Andrew Wilson. $4.99. We're rounding up to 5. Don't care. Let's go quick. Tal Enzo, Andrew Wilson, $2. Ezra Klein. It's going to be scattered. Whatever. Okay, 20. What the fuck is this currency? Someone figure out what this currency is and tell me what it is. I've listened to Imaginal Disc by Magdalena Bay. It's one of my go-tos. Black Pill Kiwi, not related. Turkish. Wait, isn't Turkish voting for something? Turkish is voting for something, I think. Ancelo, okay, 10. Tash with a 20. Turkish is voting for Ezra, okay, 10. Okay. Tal with the 5 for Ezra Klein. No, wait. Did I misplace that? Is Turkish for Ezra? Okay, 10. Okay, that's fine. It's balanced now. Okay. This one has to fuck off. Okay, now we're at the... Okay, now we're here. 50. Okay. Gabrielle, 6 and 10. It's fucking hurting my head. 10. 6. Zio debate, 20. Another 50. No Andrew Wilson debate, 10. No brain rot, that's for Ezra, I guess. Gabrielle, that's also for Ezra, 10. This is for Ezra, 20. This is 15 for Ezra. Ezra. Don't know what you're saying there, so Ezra. Ancelo. 10. 20. 5, 10. Towards whichever second place in the end. Okay, good gimmick. Ezra. I vote remain. Okay. CEP. This is Anselmo wanting the Andrew Wilson. Status quo. Okay, done. Pierce. CEP. Ezra Klein. Klein. I don't know what they're talking to here. This Liliana one I think is for Ezra Klein because she was asking for it in chat. I remember. And then that's where it started. Okay, and then also there is obviously the 100 from Anselmo. Okay. Are we good? Are we up? Doesn't box have XL? Yeah, probably, but I'm just... Okay, quick maths. 120, 130, 150, 160, 210, 230, 280, 290, 297. Okay. 25. I'll do the 5s later. 25, 45, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 110, 125, 130, 140, 145, 155. What? 165, 171, 177, 183, 189. Who thought it was even fucking close? What? What was going on here? Who was doing the math in chat? Okay. Well. It's because he started bringing settlers in. That's what happened. Okay. Full debate.
For organizing this. Andrew is a newcomer to debates. Many people don't know him. He might be a little bit nervous today. Before I start, I want to
strap in, guys. Andrew Wilson versus apostate prophet. Should Christians support Israel? 50-50 so far.
Point out that there is a QR code over there. It might also appear on the screen. So I'm not going to go with a presentation, but I have a one-page landing site there where everyone can follow the evidence and everything that I'm going to talk about today. So I'm going to argue for the position that Christians should absolutely support Zionism. In order to have a proper debate about this topic, we need to establish first what Zionism is. Over the last years, lots of people have began talking about Zionism, often in very wrong ways. They have given wrong descriptions, especially when Christianity comes into the equation. Lots of people misunderstand what Zionism is about. They think that it is about some end-time prophecy, often influenced by certain Protestant teachings. But it might come as a surprise to many people. But when I say Zionism, we are simply talking about the establishment and the protection of a land, a country, a state where Jews can live freely, a Jewish state in what is now known as Israel. At some point in history, this was known as Palestine, or Palestina, named by the Romans in order to suppress Jewish identity. Today, the Arabs living in the region have adopted, or rather appropriated this name for themselves. But that's all it is. Zionism simply stands for establishing and protecting a land, a state for the Jewish people. I want to make one thing very clear, which is that I am not a Christian Zionist. I'm not a religious Zionist. I am a Christian today who also happens to support Zionism. because I care about the continued existence of the Jewish people in the land. That's what I support. Being an anti-Zionist would by definition be to be against the existence of this state, to be against the existence of a state for Jews, and would also conclude in the annihilation, the extermination, the destruction of the Jewish people in the land. And this is not just a fallacy, this is not propaganda, this is the truth. Destroying such a state would immediately, very quickly, lead to the destruction of the Jewish people living there. We don't have to speculate very much about this. Israel is currently at war with Hamas. Hamas stands for Islamic Resistance Movement, a very, very nice trick by the Islamists to describe themselves as a resistance. From the very beginning, Hamas made their mission very, very clear: to destroy Israel and to eradicate the Jewish people. This is not just Israeli propaganda. It is in Hamas's own declaration rooted in Islamic prophecy. In the Hamas Charter of 1988, you can read very clearly in Article 7 that it says, "The hour will not come until the Muslims fight the Jews and kill them. And the rocks and trees will say, 'O Muslim, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him,' except for the Gargat tree, which is the tree of the Jews." You only get something this sick in Islam, where you have a Jew tree that is evil because it refuses to snitch on the Jews. But the message here is very clear. It is the destruction of the Jewish people. That is literally what Hamas started out with. Hamas doesn't hide this at all. After October 7, their leadership declared that they would happily attack Israel over and over again until Israel is completely destroyed and eradicated. The leadership of Hamas, Fatih Hamad, a leader among the Palestinian Arabs in Gaza, has in 2018 and on multiple occasions explicitly said, word for word, I'm not exaggerating, that within a few years we will fulfill the promise of the eradication, the cleansing of the filth of the Jews from the land of Palestine. He also said that the second goal after that is to establish or re-establish the Islamic Caliphate in Jerusalem. And I will come to that in a minute, in less than a minute. Now, Hamas is not alone in this. While Gaza is led by Hamas, on the other side in the West Bank, the Palestinian Authority is in charge. The Palestinian Authority marks itself as a secular movement, but being secular in the Muslim world is not like being secular in the West. Being secular there simply means that you establish a political system which is not a theocracy, but which is also not free from Islamic influence. For example, the Palestinian Authority has a Ministry of Religious Affairs, which only 1 week or 2 weeks after the October 7 terrorist attack instructed mosques, and you can find this when you scan the code, instructed mosques on October 20th to tell Muslims in the mosques that the time will come when the Muslims will fight and eradicate the Jews. When they, however, speak in English to the world, they make it look like all their problem is just about existing and resisting. That's not the truth. Let's not make any mistakes here. While Israel's ambition from the very beginning was to exist and to coexist with the other side, the other side, from the very beginning, always aimed to eradicate the Jews. It's no coincidence that one of the earliest leaders of those Palestinian Arabs was the Grand Mufti Hajj Amin al-Husseini, who was also a good friend of none other than Hitler, who to him directly promised, in word, we have documents on this, that if the Nazis win the war, they will come down and together annihilate the Jews, the leftover Jews in the region, and the Islamists will then be in charge of all the Arabs in the region.
Hey, shit, I'm so sorry. Okay. What was the question? Do you agree with this narrative? Yeah. So it's kind of like, even if we assume everything he's saying is truthful, which I mean, I think it is so far, but like you're not getting, you're leaving out so many different details and important pieces of information that effectively makes it just like propaganda. So when he talks about the PA and the PLO, of course they do have elements that would say things like that with like the kill the Jews and all that shit. But they are such a broad political church. Like even within Fatah, right, there is lots of like diversity of opinion when it comes to how to deal with Israel. To use that one particular example as if that paints the entire PA is like stupid. Yeah. And obviously, with the Zionists only ever had the intention to coexist with the Arabs. That's not necessarily true either. Even the early ones who were not really planning expulsions or anything like that, even those ones, they were still skeptical about including Arabs into the workforce, because not just because they thought they were threatening, like a lot of them did, and some of them were rightly felt threatened by them, but also because some of them just felt like they thought they were kind of like a bit inferior. Like they did think that, yeah. Not in like a race science way, but in like literally the majority of Palestinian Arabs at the time, all the way up until the 48 war, were illiterate. So it was like, yeah, they did feel like there was a sense of like they just felt more comfortable and more culturally identified with having like Jews being fairly exclusive. Yeah.
With all of this on our minds, I want to present 3 reasons why we should be supporting Zionism. Reason number 1 is to prevent...
He has 2 crosses, bro. He's like those ex-Yugoslav war criminals, like those Croatian war criminals who have fucking like massive crucifixes dangling, bouncing off of their rifle.
Prevent a caliphate. This should be a given. Eradicating Jews, as I just
pointed out, Palestinians one of the most literate in the Middle East now. Yeah, I think they're like the second most well-educated group in the entire Middle East. Yeah.
Out is not not the final goal. According to Hamas, after the Jews are destroyed, the Islamic Caliphate would be established. In a fantasy world where Hamas wins and actually destroys Israel, it wouldn't simply end there. I know some people might not care about Jews, but at least care about the other people in the region or care about the history. The euphoria would be huge among Muslims. I grew up in an environment where it was talked about again and again that the Muslims will rise up again one day. If Israel were defeated, an Islamic empire would be re-established, and together they would establish brutal Sharia law and begin oppressing all the others in the region as well. And then they would probably align themselves with Britain, which also is very much Islamic today. In history, we can see...
What?
Again, that the Muslims will rise up again one day. If Israel were defeated, an Islamic empire would be re-established, and together they would establish brutal Sharia law and begin oppressing all the others in the region as well. And then they would probably align themselves with Britain, which also is very much Islamic today. In history...
Oh, God. Britain's population is 6% Muslim, so by your logic, Israel is an Islamic state, bub. Fuck me.
We can see that over the last 1,400 years, Islam did nothing except conquer and slaughter. Only last century, the Armenian genocide happened. At the same time, the Assyrians and the Greeks were slaughtered. These massacres inspired the Nazis to commit the Holocaust and to slaughter the Polish and Eastern European people. The Islamic conquests were only forcibly stopped.
Did Lorna really make hundreds of dollars putting you chumps against each other to vote on slop? Wow. Sorry, hang on. So I just need to do some housekeeping. Oh, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd they go? What happened? Where'd they go? I'm Joseph Stalin. What?
By the Christian West.
I timed them out for like 5 minutes. Okay, shut up.
If they awaken again, it would very, very quickly lead to the rising of an Islamic empire. It is in the best interest of Christians and even of Muslims that we prevent this and we wish for stability through Israel. Reason number 2 is to protect the Christians. Israel is significantly better for Christians and other minorities and even for Muslims than any other alternative that we have in the region. Let's take Christians as an example. Israel is the only country in the Middle East where Christianity is not shrinking but growing. The only place in the Middle East where Christians are overwhelmingly satisfied and happy according to themselves. The only place where Christians have full freedoms, according to Open Doors International, which is a Christian organization that tracks oppression of Christians in the world. Meanwhile, in Gaza, the Christian population is shrinking. In the West Bank, the Christian population is shrinking. In Gaza, over the last decades, the general population exploded by about 300%. At the same time, the Christians are about to be non-existent. They have shrunk under the number of 1,000. Some people actually come and ridiculously suggest that this might be Israel's fault, but how could that be? That doesn't make any sense. If Israel was at fault, then the entire population would be shrinking, not just the Christian population. Under Israel, Christianity thrives. Under Islamic persecution, Christianity dies. In 2014, the Greek Orthodox Archbishop Alexios in Gaza said that Hamas uses the compound of the ancient church of St. Porphyrius to fire rockets from there at Israel, which would inevitably lead to Israel having to respond. During this current war, the compound of the St. Porphyrius church...
Are these numbers correct? I've... pinch of salt. I have no idea.
Received damage and a building inside there collapsed. Guess who people blamed that for? Israel. Reason number 3, and here I want to appeal to Scripture. In Romans 9 through 11, St. Paul writes that his heart is aching for his fellow Israelites, that he would give up his own salvation if he could to save them, his fellow Jews, the Israelites, by flesh, as he says. He makes it very clear that the true Israel are those who believe in Christ, but he nonetheless acknowledges that those who reject Christ are still the natural branches. He writes, as regard the gospel, they are enemies for your sake, but as regard election, they are beloved for the sake of their forefathers. Wow. Only for the Jewish people is something like this ever uttered in the Bible. He says, for the gifts and calling of God are irrevocable. He warns Christians and says, do not boast against the natural branches, the Israel by flesh. If you do, remember that you do not support the root, but the root supports you. He prophesied, he said that...
Hope you guys got what you paid for. Listening to this shit, okay.
There is a partial hardening upon Israel at this moment, but that
Come
God
on, Big Daddy
will,
Nazi.
through a mystery, change things, and in the future...
To be fair, I don't think Big Papa Fascist, Andrew Wilson, whatever, I don't think he's going to give a shit about Palestinians or even pretend to. He's just going to talk about isolationism. I think that's what he'll say.
Remove sin from the people of Israel and graft them back in, and therefore all Israel will be saved. St. Cyril of Alexandria also said, based on this, that Israel in the future will be reconciled to Christ through faith. St. Augustine said that the survival of the Jewish people is a huge sign from God, and that they will eventually be reconciled. St. John Chrysostom, despite his harsh rhetoric about Jews, said that it is bound to happen in the future before the end, that the Jewish people will be grafted back in by God. I want to finally also quote a respected Orthodox hierarch, Metropolitan Kallistos Ware, who recently died, who also very, very emotionally in the 90s wrote an article in which he said that the Jews are still God's chosen people until the end. Let us never show the slightest disrespect or hatred toward them. Wow. I went to Israel myself. I saw the people there when I was still an ice-cold atheist. I experienced the people there. I had interactions with religious Jews there. My time in Israel is something that led me to question everything. I realized one thing, which is that these people are amazing, despite what everyone says. And it didn't make sense to me that people around the world would...
Bro, it's just a normal fucking country. Why can't anyone, like... That's my experience of being Israel, right? There's some pretty interesting things about it, some pretty cool things about it, some pretty awful things about it. It's just a fucking country. Shut up. God. I don't know why people feel like they need to like throw them into the fascist fucking pit or put them on this ridiculous pedestal. It's so stupid. It's just a normal ass country.
vilify the Jewish people. It certainly cannot be because of the way they are. When I open the Bible today, in which I firmly believe, I see that St. Paul loved the Jews who rejected Christ. God still loves them and still has a plan for them forever. I love them too, and I think everyone should support them in their fight for survival instead of letting them die. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that 12-minute opening from Ridvan. We'll kick it over to Andrew for his 12-minute opening as well. The floor is all yours,
His
Andrew.
12-minute opening. Oh,
Good
God.
evening, ladies and gentlemen. Before we dive into the topic at hand, can we get a standing ovation for Ridvan and his acceptance as an Orthodox catechumen? Welcome home, brother.
Is this going to be Andrew Wilson being a fucking normal person, like, or just being nice to someone? Oh my God, that's even worse. I thought you could at least just throw some like retarded debate protest. I mean, he'll go into it anyway because he can't help himself. It's okay. It's okay.
And now it's time for you to lose. The topic tonight is significantly narrower than I think many people are comfortable with. It's often in the ambiguity that people make emotional arguments instead of using logic and reason, and that's exactly what you will see tonight from my opponent, which you did. Which is why I wanted to narrow the topic to avoid this ambiguity. You'll see from him emotional rhetoric, but no actual arguments, which we didn't. The topic at hand is simple enough. The proposition is, do Christians have some sort of ought to support the political ideology of Zionism? Apostate Prophet says yes, I say no. For the purpose of this debate, I will be using the most charitable definition of Zionism, which is the one AP agreed to pre-debate so that everyone's clear. A movement for, originally, the reestablishment and now the development and protection of a Jewish nation, which is now Israel. Seems straightforward enough, so let's get into it. I will be presenting 4 logical arguments for why Christians have no such obligation, secular or otherwise, to support this Jewish political endeavor. I will order them with my weakest objection first and my strongest objection last. Note, I have many more arguments than the ones I'll lay out tonight, but for the sake of time, I'll just stick with 4. To preface these arguments, I'll explain that Ridvan cannot make the claim that the religion of Judaism isn't part of Zionism. The right of return applies to both religious and ethnic Jews. Israeli law defines Jewish as someone who is born to a Jewish mother or who has converted to Judaism. In other words, the very people group defined as both religious Jews and non-religious Jews, emphasizing all Jews have the right of return. According to legal expert Nancy C. Richmond in her analysis of Israel's law of return published in Penn State International Law Review, quote, while Israel is not a theocracy, the Jewish religion has a central role in Israeli politics because the main purpose of the country's establishment was to create an independent Jewish state, end quote. This analysis is shared by virtually every scholar I can find, pro or anti-Zionist, and is logical due to the fact that if Zionism really had nothing to do with the Jewish religion, it wouldn't specify Jewish converts as being allowed this right of return. Very simple. This is an important preface, as Apostate Prophet's going to argue this as a secular state, and that's simply untrue as a matter of fact. This leads me to argument 1. There is no ought under Christian ethics to support other religions which specifically oppose doctrine and an establishment of a homeland for them. The Jewish religion is acknowledged as being incorrect by every major Christian branch. This includes the Eastern Orthodox Church, which Apostate Prophet is converting to, as well as mainline Protestant and Roman Catholics. The specific problem here is particularly the denial of Jesus Christ being the Messiah, as outlined in simple language in 1 John 2:23. No one who denies the Son has the Father. Whoever acknowledges the Son has the Father also. In simple terms, if you don't accept Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior, you don't worship the same God Christians worship. Hey. Now, this is also found in John 14:6. Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to the Father but through me. Christ as a Messiah is central to the creed of every major Christian profession of faith. So my first argument concludes, Christians ought not support this heretical for Christian political ideology, and supporting heretical ideology is itself.
He said the strongest argument will come fourth, right? Like last. Oh God, I really hope he just says the Jews killed Jesus. Because I can imagine him doing it in his cadence. So my fourth argument, and indeed I said my strongest argument, is the Jews killed Jesus. Please do it. Please. Oh God, it would be worth so much. I'd refund every donor. Come on.
Sinful as it violates Christian ethics. The argument itself, premise one, Christians who support heretical ideology denying the divinity of Christ are sinning. Premise two, religious Jews reject the divinity of Christ after he's revealed himself to them as the Savior. Premise three, if religious Jews reject Christ, they are incorrect, and Christians who claim they aren't are spreading heresy. Conclusion, religious Jews are, by Christian standards, wrong and should not be supported by Christians who would be spreading a heresy if they acknowledge Jewish theology is correct or give it support. To reduce it to a much simpler view, if one of my daughters had an OnlyFans, I would still love her. We are commanded, as we were commanded to love the Jews and the Muslims, but I'm not going to promote it. I'm not going to promote it. Argument two, the pragmatic argument and its response. Ridvan focuses a lot on the pragmatic approach through geopolitics to make an ought for support for Christians towards Zionism, focusing on the anti-Muslim factor rather than the Christian ethics factor. The pragmatic argument from him is simple. If we have to choose to support the state of Israel, who are seemingly at least sympathetic to the West and Christian nations, then we should, or Muslims will dominate the region unopposed. There's no way. And they are in no way sympathetic to the West. This is, in my opinion, his best argument, but it falls flat because it focuses on a false dialectic that relies on fallacious reasoning. In his view of pragmatism, he presents two choices where there are actually hundreds of choices, or more. For instance, there isn't, from a purely pragmatic approach, any reason I can think of for the protectors of Israel, in this case the West, to demand Israel open itself up to tens of thousands of Christian missionaries yearly and give them all enfranchised status. Many thousands of Christians would love to live there. This would effectively end the, quote, Jewish state apparatus, which would appease Muslims and also create a dynamic for which Christians could begin their work of converting Jews to Christianity, which is their mandate. Jews would not be persecuted under this arrangement and would still be able to freely practice Judaism as they saw fit and would be enfranchised to vote just like they are in all other nations. They also would have more protections from other nations who have vested interest in their settlers. Will this plan work? I have no idea. No clue. But to pretend it couldn't be done creates a false dialectic that only two choices exist where many choices exist. Ridvan would have to effectively argue Israel would need to remain a Jewish state from a secular view, which, to quote a thing he says often, that makes no sense. Why does the state actually need to be a Jewish ethno-state and Jewish religious state in order to protect Jews? That's actually rather stupid. All Western nations afford Jewish people the same rights as all of the citizens get. Ridvan, from the pragmatic approach, would actually have to argue that Israel remain a Jewish state from a secular standpoint, which he can't do. As long as the state protected Jews and they were allowed to practice their religion, why would it be a problem if it wasn't dominated by Jews themselves? To formalize this argument to Ridvan, premise one, Jews deserve a homeland for both ethnic Jewish individuals and religious Jewish individuals. This is his view. Premise two, the Jewish homeland is necessary because it protects Jews from persecution. Premise three, the Jewish homeland can't let in majorities of other groups for its own protection. Conclusion, Israel must remain an ethnic religious state with a supermajority of Jewish people. Now you can see here the conclusion doesn't actually follow from the premise. The key here seems to be that Jewish individuals deserve protection from atrocity, but the case isn't being made why they would specifically need a Jewish state to do so. Early anti-Zionist Jews made similar counter-arguments as well. So
does this guy think that fucking... So does Andrew think that the Western world would just open its doors to 7 million fucking Jews who want to flee because they don't feel safe living in that region as a minority, which they're not. They wouldn't be. Is Andrew willing to do that? Take them all to New York.
Social dominance in culture doesn't assure prevention from atrocity for Jews any better than being a protected class under a different dominant culture. This seemingly can be viewed right now by the conflict going on with Hamas. At least not logically and not...
People always do that, but they compare... You're not comparing Jews in Israel to like Jews in the West, because again, the West didn't let them in. The ones who are in Israel are there because the West didn't let them in for the most part. You're comparing it to whether or not they're in the Middle East with a state or without a state. If they didn't have a state, they'd be so much more fucked than they are now. Like if they'd even exist at all.
not pragmatically. Also, we could use accelerated pragmatism here to point out the absurdity of this false dialectic by simply pointing out it could be pragmatic to nuke the entire Middle East, Israel included, and no longer worry about Middle Eastern conflicts and cultures ever. But my guess is most people would rightly state that would be against Christian ethics, which rejects pragmatism for Christian ethics, which Ridvan also should do. Now, even in easily dismantling the pragmatic argument, I will simply now grant it and the false dialectic of a binary choice to simply point out that even if I do, it still doesn't provide an ought for why Christians must support Zionism, which is both hilarious and ironic, but does provide us for an ought for Christians to not support it because you're being presented with a false binary. My last argument is the most important. It combines two arguments together for the sake of time. This argument focuses on the biggest ought, not for Christians, and requires a preface. The first preface is that Israel refuses to disclose if it has nuclear weapons and will neither confirm nor deny if they do, nor allow any inspection of them if they do. Our own CIA has confirmed they do, but they don't disclose it. Second, the Israeli government works hand in hand with the Temple Institute and American evangelicals. Also, there's an organization called CUFI, or Christians Unified for Israel. CUFI has 10 million members, and Israel doesn't even have 10 million citizens. CUFI spreads the false heresy of dispensationalism and hosts charismatic doctrine heresy as well. By Ridvan's own faith, he knows these are heresies. CUFI is on over 300 college campuses and growing. Their stated goal is to educate millions of Americans on these heresies, according to their own website, quote, through our 16 social media accounts, websites, blogs, daily briefs, to bring in groups of pastors and next generation influencers and students to Israel every year.
I have heard someone say in the past that despite evangelical Christian or like Republican support for Israel, it is still kind of like fundamentally in like a Christian's DNA almost, like in the DNA of the Christian religion to be anti-Semitic. It's that even when you don't have any of the excuses that people in Lebanon or Palestine might have to like still hate Jews, it's like Christians, just the more Christian people get, the more they find a way to hate on the Jews. I think it was in the context of the Abraham Accords where people were saying, there was some Israeli dude who said that like that with the Abraham Accords, that's effectively Arab states saying like, yes, we're all of Abrahamic religions. This is the Accords. Like you belong in this region just as we do. Like we're equally belonging in this region. Which is why the Abraham Accords, like that name was so symbolic. But yeah, it's like, it's funny that there are like some Israelis, I think it was Shlomo Ben Ami, who said that he can see Israel making peace with the Muslim world before it makes peace with the Christian West. Which I guess is true about Gaza, right? Like, I have said this is my prediction, and I guess it's slowly coming true. But I feel like Gaza will turn against Hamas faster than Western pro-Palestinian activists do. They already kind of have done, but you know.
Guys like Charlie Kirk and, dare I say, Ridvan and David Wood and others, to quote, those would be the types of influencers who would be their target. Not saying that CUFI paid for any of that. I'm just saying that would be the target. To reach thousands through CUFI Weekly and Israel Collective videos on YouTube, has brought in over 1,000 major influencers, including celebrities. All of this is right from their site. Now, what do these people want, you ask? Well, this is going to blow your mind, but this is what they want. They want to assist with the fulfillment of biblical prophecy to bring about a new false Messiah and usher in an Armageddon. Not kidding. Not kidding. Now, the Temple Institute's goal in Israel, using both private and Israeli state money, is to rebuild the third temple and name a Messiah, which Christians know is a false Messiah. Israel, the supposed secular state, gives large swaths of money to the Temple Institute, and many government officials back this undertaking. So remember when I said Christians ought not support heresies? Well, here's why. Right now, this second, major personalities on the right, such as Charlie Kirk, most of the Daily Wire, even perhaps David Wood and Ridvan themselves, who I like, know for sure that any Messiah named by Israel will be Antichrist.
Whoa.
They know it. Now, perhaps not the Antichrist, but the spirit of Antichrist will be with whoever this person is, and they have to denounce Christians definitionally. Have to.
Damn.
So
See,
to
that's
recap,
what I mean?
The supposed secular Zionist government is giving money to the religious Zionists in Israel and get American support to do this with both American government money and direct aid, with mega preachers like John Hagee leading the charge in America with Kufi to back this endeavor to usher in Antichrist. So, Ridvan, I will see any argument you make for why Christians ought to support.
Honestly, I think in terms of a theological argument about if you're if you want to be a proper Christian ethicist, then you should not really like Jews that much, or Judaism. Like, you love the Jews, but you hate the faith, whatever, like, it's heretic. I think that's probably true. Unless the last 2,000 years of Christian anti-Semitism was just a mistake, just a blip.
Zionism, and I will raise you one Antichrist as an ought not. This is the most powerful ought not for Christians to support Zionism, and it is really the one argument I want Ridvan to address, as it's my primary argument. So, the formal argument goes like this. Premise 1, Christians should not support false Messiah or Antichrist, ever. Premise 2, Zionists are attempting to name a false Messiah. Premise 3, secular and religious Zionists are working together to bring about biblical prophecy and name a false Messiah. Conclusion, Christians shouldn't support Zionism, especially not a Zionist nation with an Antichrist at its head and nukes, which it won't acknowledge.
Is he afraid that Israel is going to nuke the Christian world? Like, what the fuck? That's so dumb, man. I guess if you're religious, like, you're allowed to be retarded like that, but sorry, in the real world, in the practical, logical world, like, Israel's not going to nuke a Christian country. Like, get over it. The only Christian country Israel might nuke is Lebanon. But, yeah.
False Messiah, head of a state with nukes. Genius, Ridvan! Now, to end it very quickly.
Like, Reagan believed in the second coming. That guy had nukes. Trump is mental. He has nukes. According to Andrew's own thesis, like, Biden is like, brain damaged, and he had nukes. I don't know.
With this, I'm going to enjoy this spirited debate, but I really want you to address this argument. With that, the floor is back.
So the strongest argument is that they are apocalyptic, that they have nukes. Okay. Even though the only country Israel's ever going to nuke is probably, like, realistically, is Iran. They would drop tactical nukes on the nuclear facilities if they felt threatened by them. That's the chances of Israel using their nukes. Everything else is, like, just not even worth fucking hypothesizing over.
Much. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for those openings. We'll jump into the 5-minute rebuttals. AP, the floor is all yours.
Health warning.
Good.
Thank you. Okay, now. So when Andrew announced that he was going to have a very, very amazing opening speech here, I was expecting something incredible. What I heard is not very impressive, to be very honest. Is anybody actually impressed? Because here's the issue. He said that I'm going to rely on pragmatism. Wrong. False. He said that I'm going to argue from emotion. Maybe I mixed emotion into it, rightly so, but I argued on emotion based on scripture. Number 3, he listed a bunch of things that I never even addressed, that I never even think about, and he even made the false assumption that I would call Israel a secular state. Israel is not a secular state. Israel is in some way secular, but Israel is very, very explicitly, from the very beginning of its foundation, partly built on religious grounds. This is acknowledged from the very beginning. It is a compromise that was made in the history of Israel, in the founding of Israel, that it would be partially founded upon religious Jewish values and partially on secular values, because the secular ones were the ones who advocated for the building of Israel, but the religious ones were also in on it and wanted also their rights to be protected, which only makes sense. There is one big issue that Andrew here has a problem with. In my opening statement, I never ever argued that it is an obligation for Christians to support Israel. I did say Christians should. I did say it would be the right thing. I did say it would be morally right. I never ever made it look like it is an obligation for Christians, or it is within their religion that they must support the state of Israel. I argued that within certain things that we read within the Bible, which, by the way, he never even came close to addressing, and I'm sure he will not come close to addressing because he can't really get out of that. It would be the right thing to do for Christians not to stand by and let those people die whom God, if you open Romans 9 to 11, still loves despite their unbelief. I want everyone to read this again and again. Open your own Bibles. Open the Bible. Open Romans 9 through 11. Read it again. Saint Paul condemns their unbelief and still says that God loves them and still says that God has a plan for them. Even those who have rejected and who have fallen into disbelief and who were broken off, he says it is a mystery of God that he took the wild branches, the Gentiles, and put them into the tree, and he broke off the natural branches, which are the Jews, and just like that he will bring them back in and add them back to the tree. This is precisely what Romans 11 says. The narrative here is...
Why are we watching a Christian debate? What are we doing right now? Listen, the Christians have all the Catholic gold, okay? That's what paid for this debate. That's what paid for this react.
That these Jews, not just Jews who follow a certain type of Judaism, not just Jews who follow this Judaism or who do this or who do that, he says Jews by flesh, my fellow Israelites. That's literally what he's saying. He's never talking about a distinction of religious belief among Jews. He says Jews by flesh. So when Andrew talks about how lots of these people are secular people, they don't even believe in Judaism, it doesn't matter. St. Paul talks about Jews by flesh. Do you want to contest that? I would not contest it, because that's what my Bible says. This is not Protestant reasoning. Sit down and look at the scripture. This is literally what it says. I never said that supporting Jews or supporting Israel requires that we somehow acknowledge their theology as correct. This is ridiculous. This is absurd. It is fallacious. Nobody is required to do that. What we would be in our right to do is to look at the Middle East. Another thing to address here, by the way, which I mentioned in my opening statement, Israel significantly treats Christians better than the other side does. Would you rather support the other side, or would you rather support the Jewish people? I would rather support those that my Bible describes as still beloved by God, and those who have a track record of actually protecting Christian people, whereas all the other Muslim nations together have a history of oppressing them. And if they gain the power, and yes, if you don't support Israel, then you are supporting the other side. If they regain power, it will only lead to more oppression of your fellow Christians. This is not pragmatism. It is about caring for your fellow Christians and caring for those that God says he still loves, not pragmatism. I'm not sure where you get pragmatism here. Andrew says that there's an alternative of Christians going and settling there. Please. Let's not be ridiculous. So that would be the least likely option.
That was definitely I'm trying to be neutral here because I don't really give a fuck about Christian internal debate. That was definitely the dumbest thing that Andrew said. Hear that again?
Fellow Christians and caring for those that God says he still loves, not pragmatism. I'm not sure where you get pragmatism here. Andrew says that there's an alternative of Christians going and settling there. Please. Let's not be ridiculous. So that would be the least likely option. Finally, rebuilding of the temple and the Antichrist, the best polls put the number of people who want to reestablish the temple at a maximum of 30%. Are you serious?
Oh, is that all? Thank you very much for that 5-minute rebuttal. We'll kick it over to Andrew for his 5-minute rebuttal as well.
Fellatio arguments.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a no-brainer. He didn't actually address my arguments. Notice that I put my arguments even in simple premise forms that even you could have addressed them. So it's very simple. He did not actually address why it is Christians have an ought to support a nation which he admits is attempting to create Antichrist. They're going to name a false Messiah, any Messiah that the Jewish nation
and then they're going to nuke us, the United States.
False under Christianity. By definition, that false Messiah also has to condemn Christians right? Because how could he not if he's the Messiah? He'll have to say that Christ was not divine. Blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, Ridvan. So the thing is he also brings up multiple false dialectics, right? Again, false dialectic after false dialectic. First,
God
I was
forbid
not
those
saying
false
that
dialectics.
Ridvan takes the position that this is a secular state, but that even if he did, the argument wouldn't matter, right? So I'm doing an internal critique. I'm arguing both sides to still show how I'm correct and you're not. When he dives into some of these other arguments, let's go through them real quick. He says, God still loves the Jews. God loves everybody. He wants Muslims back in the fold as well. Okay, it's not just about bringing Jewish people back in the fold. It's about bringing everybody back into the fold. It's another false dialectic. The church is Israel. We're not talking about a specific bloodline people group. Okay, that's not what we're discussing. And that's when you're talking about St. Paul, and we can bring this up, especially when you're talking about the cutting off the limbs of the tree.
Why do fascists love the phrase internal critique? It's not fascists necessarily that hold that together. It's they overlap a lot, but it's a Christian presuppositionalist because they like it because in terms of foundational morals, most people don't really know why they have the moral positions they do, right? You can say, well, it's because I'm a consequentialist. I think I want to have the best outcomes for the most people, right? Without infringing upon the rights of any minority of people that want something different. But then you would say, well, why? Why do you care about those outcomes? And then you have to, what's the base why for why you support your moral positions? And then that's what people have to stop and think about sometimes, because some people genuinely don't know. Why are you a consequentialist or why are you a deontologist? If you're a Christian, it's easy because they just say it's from God. It's just divine revelation, right? But, which is why when someone else is trying to explain their moral positions, they can just ask you why you believe something, and then people will usually get stuck. Most people will get stuck. And that's internal critique. It's people might say things that are inconsistent. So if someone says, I'm a consequentialist, I believe in the best outcomes. And then someone says, well, okay, what if nuking 20 million people would make the world fucking paradise for everyone else alive? Would it be okay? And then you're like, I don't know. If you haven't thought much about consequentialism, then you might think, okay, so that's definitely a better net outcome, but why do I really think it's bad? And then they get stuck, and they failed the internal critique. They don't even know why their own moral system would contend with something that they know is bad, but can't explain why. But then these fucking people like Andrew will just say that, I don't know if he's a presuppositionalist, but I think his ethics come from Christianity, which would come from Word of God, divine revelation. But the thing is, you can internally critique that as well. It's just that a lot of people don't realize it. They don't think about it. The answer to a presuppositionalist, like the guy who was talking to Erudite the other day, is you would ask them, okay, well, what if I just had a divine revelation right now and my God just said the complete opposite of what you believe? How do we solve this problem? And they don't know how to do that. They can't give a good answer to that. Because God didn't write scripture. Someone else did. So what if more than one person thought that heard God and heard something different? How do you solve that? Anyway.
Paul is specifically
saying
that
would be an internal critique.
That he himself would give up everything if it meant that his people who rejected Christ would come back to Christ. I would love that. But Ridvan, they haven't. And the Temple Institute, which is there, and I need you to acknowledge this, Ridvan, is trying to name Antichrist. You said only 30% want to name. Is that all? 30%? This is just an insignificant number. 30%.
30%.
By the way, he's also
huge.
not telling you
That's
this. It's increasing. It's not decreasing, it's increasing. And they're getting more positions in government. And he knows they're getting more positions in government.
Oh, yeah.
How can
they're
we
breeding
have
they're having 6 or 7 babies per family. Maybe more. 9, 8. Is it 8 or no, it's 6, right?
Nation that the United States and Christians in the United States is supporting who wants to name an Antichrist. Please answer that question, Ridvan. Please, pretty please. with sugar on top. Why ought I send my big American dollars, which I want to give to my kids for college and other things, to a nation that wants to name the antithesis, the antithetical, the entire opposite of Christianity, Antichrist? Need that answered. My primary argument for an ought not needs something better than, well, because geopolitically, if Israel is not there, bad things could happen. It's like, yeah, they could. Maybe they don't, though. That's a false dialectic. It's called a false binary. You keep presenting false choices.
Damn, he got him with the maybe they won't. If Israel wasn't there, maybe it'll be fucking based. How about that? Who knows? Okay. Got him with the maybe it won't. I like it with how he does the funny voice for geopolitically because he doesn't care about rational secular arguments.
Choices. If A happens, then B assuredly will happen. You don't know that. You have no idea if that's the case. You're just making that. How
are they creating an antichrist? So I think Andrew Wilson's position here is that because of a growing proportion of Israel's population is Orthodox Jewish, Orthodox Jews believe in appointing a false Messiah, like a Messiah that's false in terms of Christianity, and bringing about Armageddon. So I guess he thinks that the Haredim are going to gain power, appoint a false Messiah, and then nuke America or some stupid shit, yeah. That's kind of where he's coming from, right? They're going to breed like rabbits, they're going to take over government, and they're going to nuke someone because they're mental. Think that's where he's coming from? And listen, I don't write off these threats. I think they're very real. I worry about it all the time. Oh, 22 damage per second mace. Hey, we're getting rid of our weaker weapons. Okay. Damn. Our blues are done. Fuck this fucking... Alright. Flash bomb. Alright.
Hey, how you doing?
Causes beasts to run away. What makes the Christian Messiah the right one then? Well, he's asking from a Christian perspective. None of them are right or wrong. It's religion, okay? But and we're talking about white Christians. The debate is whether white Christians should support Zionism or not. So obviously, if you're making an internal argument for Christians, you'd probably assume that Jesus is the Messiah and not whoever the fucking Haredim people suggest, right? Got him?
Kind of assertion without even admitting either that it's fallacious argumentation. You can look up the fallacy. It's a false binary fallacy. And with that, please, I'll yield the time right back over. I need an answer to this.
We'll actually be jumping into the crossfire section. It's about 15 minutes. Sean from Uncensored, Sean, the leader of Uncensored America, asked me to give you guys a long leash. So let it rip for 15 minutes. The floor is yours.
Do you acknowledge, Andrew, that the Jews are actually in an extermination war for their survival right now?
Yeah, I would say that they're in a war for survival, sure.
Okay, so do you also acknowledge that if they don't have the support that they need, the other side wants to exterminate them, which you just acknowledged, basically, and that they could be exterminated as a result?
Even if I were, let's just say, I'll just grant the whole thing. So I'll just grant for the sake of argument that if the United States were to pull out support from Israel tomorrow, that the nation would be exterminated. Let's just grant it, right? As horrible as this is. Nobody wants to see anything like that.
Yes.
That's still not an ought for why Christians have to support them, Ridvan. It's still not an ought claim. You're still not making the moral ought claim for why Christians have some moral duty to step in on behalf of a secular Zionist state that has religious components that wants to name Antichrist. Can we please get to that?
Do you acknowledge that if Israel is...
Absolutely fucking base. Sigma, yes. The true Christian has entered the room. He's carrying the weight of 2,000 years of Christianity on his shoulders, okay? Or rather, he's standing on the shoulders of 2,000 years of Christianity. Fuck yeah.
destroyed and the Jews are eradicated in the region, this will lead to the re-establishment of the historical enemy of Christianity, which also led to the demise and destruction of Orthodox Christians.
Oh, this is the stupid argument that Israel is like literally the fucking barrier, like the Osgiliath garrison standing before the Muslim world, and if it falls, then the Muslims will just cross into Europe like the fucking hordes. Like, okay.
Could, but also it could. Listen, I'll give you the logical acknowledgement. It could. Can you give me the logical acknowledgement that Western nations can also prevent this from happening, even if Israel's not there? Logically.
They can't, actually.
Logically, they
They
can't.
actually
No,
can't.
Ridvan, listen. Not saying that it would be the case.
There would be an
Only that logically it could be the case.
There would be an extremely low likelihood. It's ridiculous
great,
to even talk about
Okay,
it.
if you're apostate prophet, you can just really quickly say that like the only country that has the firepower to take out the nuclear sites in Iran is America. But then Andrew would just say use your tactical nukes, and then I don't know, fucking maybe he doesn't know that. But then you could say nuclear precedent, and you're just talking about nuclear stuff.
Why are we talking about
Then it's a false binary.
Is there a fantasy?
Yeah.
Like, do you think that Christians would actually go there and take over?
If you grant that there's other possibilities, just with lower likelihood, then you're admitting you're engaging in the fallacy of a false binary.
So then let's do this.
That's it.
Let's
Done.
do this. If the Jews in the region are destroyed, do you think it is much more likely that the Muslims will take over, or do you think it's much more likely that the West will step in and somehow stop this?
Even if I grant the argument for likelihood,
this
it's
is
still a
classic
false
WoW
binary
hardcore
because you have
StarCraft.
admitted that there's other options which also could be utilized.
So you
to
have
prevent
just
this.
admitted that it is extremely likely in such a case that the Muslims will take over and re-establish a caliphate which is hell-bent on fighting and oppressing. When the Jews are done, then the Christians are next.
So
There was a
I don't
saying in the
understand.
Middle East which
Do you
goes
think I support
first
Muslims?
the Sunday people, then first the Saturday people, then the Sunday
Ridvan, don't
people.
filibuster, Ridvan. Do you think I support Muslims?
You are supporting them.
How?
You are supporting them by not supporting Israel. That's basically what you're doing.
Okay, then and so by not supporting Israel, I'm supporting Muslims.
I'm gonna assume that there's like fuck all evidence for this. That's why he's had to live in. That's why he's doing the quote thing. He's quote mining. Like, yeah, he's doing the quote thing. The quote. He's a quote wanker. Fuck. He's doing the. I'm pretty sure if Israel was destroyed, I think a lot of Jews would die, a lot would run away. I don't think the Muslim world just like start pointing its rockets towards Europe. I feel like they would. I think they'd probably just fight among themselves over some dumb shit. I don't know. Or some of them would just be like, we just engage in peace deals with each other and chill. Yeah, like there's not. There would just be other minorities that would struggle and they would fight there, right? Because you still have all your Middle Eastern instability. Palestine would just become another regular old Arab state with its like, with its own weaknesses and its economic difficulties and its internal conflicts, just like any other country in that region. It would forge alliances. It would make a couple of enemies. Like, yeah, fuck. I don't think they would just start to unify and like. It's funny because the people who actually believe this might be like old school Islamist conquerors, like maybe even like the Ayatollah, because they think the only cause of Islamic disunity is Israel, right? If we're not for Israel, that little fucking cancerous crack in the Muslim world would be healed, and then they would just become and that would revive the Ummah, like the Islamic nation. Like, it's funny that apostate prophet thinks the same thing though. He thinks that suddenly with Israel gone, then the Muslim world is going to come together like a caliphate and destroy the fucking West. Like, no, bro. They would fight amongst themselves over other dumb shit, or they would do nothing at all. Right? I don't know why he's doing that. Why is he buying into this like extreme like Islamic fundamentalist worldview of what the Muslim world would do and would be capable of just because Israel's gone?
Muslims, right?
Yes.
Then by not supporting Muslims, you're supporting Antichrist. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't make sense.
Does that make sense,
It doesn't make any
Ridvan?
sense.
No, it doesn't make sense, Ridvan.
It doesn't make any
Because
sense.
it's a fallacious argument, Ridvan.
It doesn't make any sense.
Makes no sense.
Because what you're suggesting, you think that the existence of
it.
Israel itself would lead, because of certain plans, certain conspiracy theories, to the rise
What's
of
the
an
conspiracy
Antichrist.
theory? Let's go through
A
them.
planning of the Antichrist to come. Because of
What's
this,
the conspiracy
because of
theory?
this, you want to risk the people that God loves. By the way, very, very big issue here. I specifically said that the Jews Jews are the only people, according to Paul himself, who are especially beloved by God.
So you're saying that they have magic Jew blood?
For the sake of yes, for the sake of yes,
yes.
And do
Oh
you think
no!
that the Orthodox Church supports
for the sake of their ancestors.
You think that the Orthodox Church believes that Jews have magic Jew blood, which puts them above Orthodox Christians?
No.
Then your point is moot.
What does Paul say? Does he say that they are beloved for the sake of their forefathers?
Well, yeah, but you're also.
What does that mean?
Wait, what was that? That's not what Muslims say. Maronites said that with the Lebanese Civil War. What? The Friday people or the Saturday people or whatever. Is that right? Is that actually a Christian saying? I mean, the reason, whatever it is, if you're taking that, if you're just using a saying like that some people use and some people don't, that's probably because you're not actually appealing to any realistic, factual analysis of what would potentially happen if Israel was gone. It's so dumb. That Israel is basically damning the evil of the Muslim world, and as soon as Israel's gone, then the fucking floodgates are open, and then Islam would destroy Europe and America. It's so silly. Very dumb. It's just ironic that apostate prophet is basically believing the same thing that Islamic extremists do, that they think that that's what will make the Muslim world strong, is Israel getting defeated. It's like, no. The Islamic world would still have all the same fucking difficulties and tensions and internal conflicts that it has now.
Health warning.
They would just, they would change in character, maybe.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Yeah.
For the sake of their forefathers.
I'll grant
what
it.
does that mean?
I'll grant it. You are also beloved for the sake of your forefathers.
No, the Jews
you are
are
also
especially
beloved for the sake of your forefathers. Because there's no magic Jew blood, Ridvan.
All right, let me read
There's
this.
no magic. It's not magic. It's not made out of magic. It's made out of the same thing as my blood and your blood.
Now let's read this. So Paul says that they are especially beloved.
Hang on. Before you divert,
that they
we only
have
a few minutes.
What do you mean, Doug?
Hang on. I'll dive into this.
You never address this topic.
My main argument is about Antichrist.
Here is your main argument.
It's about Antichrist, Ridvan.
Look at this.
Hang on, Ridvan.
He equates this.
Please,
he equates this to my forefathers. Look at this. St. Paul says, "For I could wish that I myself were accursed and cut off from Christ for the sake of my brothers, the kinsmen according to the flesh." He says magic blood. He's making fun of Paul here, actually.
I'm not making fun of
They
anybody.
are Israelites by flesh.
You,
this is what he's making fun of. This is not what I'm saying. And to them belong the adoption, the glory, the covenants, the giving of the law, the worship, the promises, the patriarchs, the race according to the flesh is the Christ, who is God over all, blessed forever. Amen. Does anybody else fall into this category, Andrew, except for the Jews?
Yes, we are Israel. We are beloved of God.
Andrew,
we are the fulfillment of the promise, Ridvan.
Paul talks
we are the fulfillment of the promise.
Paul talks
by
about
your
two
own faith.
Israels. Paul talks about two Israels. If you have an understanding of what he talks about here, you would see this in the Orthodox Study Bible, which says that he's talking about two Israels. One is the natural Israel, one is the spiritual Israel.
Okay, are Jews above Orthodox Christians?
Doesn't matter.
Are they?
Doesn't matter.
Are they?
Doesn't matter.
Answer the question.
Doesn't matter.
What is it doesn't matter?
Do you acknowledge
are Jews above Orthodox Christians?
Do you acknowledge that Christians
this guy
are
won't answer
especially
the question.
beloved?
Look, I need you to answer the question. Are Jews above Orthodox Christians?
No.
Okay, no. Thank you.
Do you acknowledge that Jews
That's
are
the end of the
especially
argument.
beloved?
That's done. It's done.
Okay, can you answer this question then?
Okay.
Since I answered your question, do you acknowledge that according to Paul, Jews are especially beloved because of their ancestry,
yes,
above all people?
But Paul's also making a demonstration that
Thank you.
I
yes.
would.
Thank you. So Jews are especially beloved
but so
among
are
all
you,
the other nations.
You're
No.
especially, also especially beloved due to your ancestry.
Were my ancestors given the covenants? Were they given the law?
Then,
were they
so
given
then
the
they're
adoption,
above
the glory?
Orthodox Christians?
No.
So what makes what makes Orthodox Christians then equal with the most beloved of God?
Yeah, well, debate, bro.
You're strawmanning it. You don't understand the logic here.
I can't wait to hear it.
I say that Paul clearly says that they are especially beloved. Aside from those who are
especially meaning above others?
who are the spiritual Israel,
Does
the
that mean
Jews,
above others?
because of their ancestry, are especially beloved.
What does especially beloved mean?
You want to basically deny what Paul is saying.
What does especially beloved mean?
They are especially beloved for the sake of their ancestors.
Does that mean that they're loved more by God than you, Ridvan?
Actually, if you want to think about it, in comparison to somebody who is not a Christian and who is not a Jewish, yes, they are beloved more by God.
Okay, so then what you're saying is that just by the fact that they have magic Jew blood, God loves them more than you.
Now you are making fun of the Bible.
No, that's not. Listen, that's not biblical.
You're literally
It's
making fun of
not
the
what's
Bible.
actually being said here. Now I'll step through all of this with you if you want, right? But that's not what's being said.
I cited to you
and
St.
what
John
you just
Chrysostom.
admitted is that you put Jewish people above Orthodox Christians because you think God loves them more.
No, I explicitly said
total insanity.
I explicitly
Total
said they're not
insanity.
above, and I explicitly just compared them to non-Christians. You heard that, right?
So
Everybody
Paul-
has heard that.
yeah.
Jews, in comparison to other non-Christians, are especially beloved to God. This is literally what Paul says. You might scoff about it as much as you want.
And I will contend with this as soon as you
cited
stop
St. John
filibustering.
Chrysostom. I cited St. Augustine. I cited St. Cyril. I cited a recent Orthodox hierarch. Metropolitan Callistus Ware.
Metropolitan Callistus
who
is
says
never
the very
going
same
to say
thing
that God
again.
loves a Jewish person because he's Jewish more than you.
Yes.
No, he won't.
Yes.
No,
that's,
he won't.
That's literally
no,
what
he
he
won't.
says.
Nobody's ever going to say that, ever.
Well, here's the thing.
So here,
Andrew,
let's
here's the thing, Andrew. If you
Can
can't
I go
accept,
through this with you?
If you can't accept
No,
what
I
the
can't go
Bible
through it with
says
you.
and what the hierarchs say,
Dude, you can't
what am I
filibuster
supposed to
the
do
entire
here?
debate. We
What
have to
am I
go through the
supposed to do
scripture. Do you want to go through it?
You never answered my question.
Okay, let's start with 11.
You never answered my arguments.
You haven't answered mine. My
I
very
answered all
first
your
argument.
questions.
Here's my contention.
Fucking
answered all your
cringe, man.
questions.
What
Okay,
the
so
hell?
can we
My
talk about
questions.
Antichrist then?
What is it to talk about?
Okay, can I ask you
Whoa.
to contend with my argument? Here's
Fucking
the argument.
buzzard.
I literally put it in premise form
Let's
for
go
you.
through it again.
Okay, so
Let's do it again.
yeah, it's very important that this actually gets answered,
important.
and I'm happy to go through the scripture with
You
you.
didn't
too,
understand it
Rick.
the first time. Let's do it again. Okay.
Yeah, but you never actually answered to it.
I answered it.
No, you didn't. Okay, so you agree that Zionists.
I don't know why Apostate Prophet, like, he kind of sounds like he's whispering really loudly. Anyone else got that impression?
Health warning.
Andrew is such a menace. Okay. I fucking hate leveling weapon skills.
Health
Oh my
warning.
god. Fuck me. Read the comments. $300. I'm not reading the fucking comments. Fuck off.
Are attempting to name a false messiah, that is a critical function of
Zionists, no.
Hang on,
I would
hang
say
on.
religious
Bro,
Jews,
bro,
yes,
let me
Zionists,
ask you.
no.
Can I even ask the question?
You just asked it. I just answered it.
I have to qualify so that you understand what's being asked.
Okay, sure.
Okay. So, premise one, Christians should not support a false messiah or an antichrist. Do you agree
Come
with
on,
that?
level weapon skill. Quick.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. Premise two, Zionists are attempting to name a messiah.
No.
Okay. So then can you explain why the Zionist government gives money to the Temple Institute, who has a stated goal of naming a messiah?
You are talking about Zionists as a general term. Zionists are all those who support the existence of Israel.
Well, that would be the secular and the religious?
That would be the majority of the Israeli population.
No,
the majority
that's
of
not what
Jews around the
Zionism
world.
means.
That is literally what Zionism
No, what you
means.
said Zionism meant, and I'll give you your exact definition.
Yes,
It
go ahead.
meant an establishment of a Jewish state, and you agreed it couldn't be secular. It had to be
I never
religious.
Couldn't be
and it had to
secular.
be secular.
True, it can't be
So if
secular.
the religious
Can't.
and the
I
secular
never
are
said that.
both working towards a goal, then what is it?
I never said that.
Then what
You're
is
not-
it?
You're not paying attention to the detail.
Okay,
here.
I can't wait to hear it. Go ahead.
Establishing a Jewish state, a state for Jews
Yeah. Oh
in
my
the land
God,
of
this
Israel.
fucking weapon skill.
The same thing
Hey.
is wanted by conservative
Yeah.
Jews, by
All
Orthodox
Jews?
Jews, by atheist
Is
Jews.
it all
even.
Jews?
All Jews want this. Okay,
Is
all
it-
Jews
so-
want this.
so all?
It does not require it to be
All
completely in alignment with certain aspects of Orthodox Jewish theology.
Got it. Totally agree. So we've established it.
So when you say Zionists want this, then you are overgeneralizing.
Because when you say all, that necessarily includes who has a right to return, religious Jews as well. And if the secular Jews are funding with money the religious Jews towards X goal, that would be all Jews doing
Andrew,
this.
The
Yeah?
logic here, the logic in question is that.
Oh,
you're
the crowd
saying
loves
that
it. The
all-
crowd
that
goes
basically
wild.
You could make the same argument.
All
that
the Jews
all
are gonna nuke America.
Christians want to establish an apocalyptic Israel in the middle.
How?
Why? Because
Tell me the argument.
Why? Because Protestants are Christians and they believe in an eschatology
Fuck.
that includes the reestablishment of Israel.
Don't
You're
die.
not making a nuanced,
And is
a nuanced
the federal
distinction.
government funding these Protestants and bringing about this
You
Armageddon?
are failing to make a nuanced distinction between certain
No,
people
I'm making the
within
nuanced
groups.
distinction. Let me respond. Is the United States federal government funding these groups, these free groups?
They're funding
who are
any group in Israel.
moving towards dispensationalism?
All right,
Hang
let
on.
me ask you this question
Ridvan, can I ask it before you answer it?
Sure.
Okay, great. So is the United States government funding Protestants to usher in Armageddon?
I have no idea.
You have no idea?
Are they?
Yeah, the answer is no.
Yeah,
but is it the case that Zionists are indeed funding the Temple Institute, who does want to bring in Antichrist?
Some Zionists, yes, not all Zionists. Not most Zionists.
Would you like to go through what the state of Israel gives the Temple Institute,
Okay.
or are you denying that they give them money?
No, of course you're giving them money.
Okay, great.
But
So
here's my
funding
question to you.
Antichrist.
Here's my
movement.
question to you. You say Zionists.
Yeah.
Do secular Jews who are also Zionists generally agree with the rebuilding of the Third Temple?
Well, if it is the case that
do
secular
they
Jews
agree,
are funding
do
it,
they
then
agree
yes.
with the building of the third temple?
Maybe
No,
not.
they don't. They,
Not?
no,
Okay,
they
yeah,
don't.
sure.
They literally don't. They don't agree with it. No. Like building the third temple, even fucking Orthodox Jews don't want to rebuild the third temple because they want fucking God to do it, right? Like, yeah.
So when you say Zionists, then you are overgeneralizing and making a mistake. And
I'm
thereby
not, because
lying by
Zionism
omission.
includes all Jews.
No.
It doesn't?
We just established that secular Jews don't support the building of the
So
third
is
temple.
there secular Zionism and other types of Zionism?
Yes, there is Zionism in general.
So
because
then are we
Zionism
going to
doesn't
have to
depend on
go?
religion.
So then
Zionism
can
doesn't
we
depend
maybe
on
go with a
religion.
definition like Zionism means that Jews want to reestablish a homeland and they're calling this homeland Israel and they want to protect it? Can we like go with that definition?
Andrew, did you not listen to me?
He's getting predatory
Are you
now.
not
Look at his
listening?
stance. He's got his
I
aggressive
said it right
stance.
here, Andrew. Do you
He's
want me
dangerous.
to read this again, Andrew?
Yes.
Do you want me to read this again?
Yeah, read it again.
Zionism alone simply means the establishment and protection of a land, a country, a state where Jews can live freely.
Yes.
A Jewish state in what is now
Perfect.
known as Israel.
We're there.
Does this
We've
mean
got
that
it.
it has to be a
We've got
Jewish
it.
religious
So then-
state?
So wait,
Have you not listened to this?
We've got it. So then this would apply to secular Jews and religious Jews.
Secular Jews and religious Jews.
So then if it's
Therefore,
secular
all
Jews,
Jews support
if
the
it's
third
secular
temple, very
Jews
good.
supporting religious Jews by giving them money, right? By giving them money so that they can establish Antichrist, then that would be Zionists doing it, right?
So, because
Logic, Ridvan.
Because
Logic,
some,
Ridvan.
because some Zionists support a
Logic.
certain religious movement that
Logic.
most Zionists, by the way, do not support.
Great.
we
Hit
are
it with another
therefore to
logic.
conclude that all Zionists, by definition, support the rebuilding of the third temple.
Is it,
That doesn't make any
hang on,
sense.
is it increased?
That's-
It doesn't make any sense. What I say his main argument would be, it
that's a
doesn't make any sense.
non-secular.
It makes total sense, and I'll explain it.
I say it doesn't
Should
make any
I,
sense
as
because
a
you're not making any
Christian,
sense.
Should I, as a Christian, send my support over to a country where 30% of them want to introduce Antichrist?
Yes.
Okay.
Why not?
I don't know where else to go with that.
Why not?
I don't know where else to go with.
Now, I have a question to you, Andrew.
Where else do I go with
I have a
that?
question to you, Andrew. When St. Paul says that they are still beloved and that God still has a plan to reconcile them and to graft them back into the tree, do you think that he's talking about all the good Jews, or is he just talking about?
He's talking about what happens when they finally bend their knee to Jesus Christ, their Lord and Savior.
Wonderful, wonderful. And now is my follow-up question, Andrew. Now is my follow-up question. If you allow the enemies of both Christians and Jews to try and eradicate them, do you think that you will do God and Paul and the Bible a service here?
I'm sorry. If you think that Jews have magic Jew blood and are therefore the most beloved of God, isn't it the case that even if we didn't support Israel, God would love them so much that he would never let their enemies take
Andrew,
it down?
If a robber comes into your home,
Yeah.
you can just
Hell
leave it up
yeah.
to God to handle it. You don't have to
You're
do
in
anything.
God's
Yeah, it
hands,
doesn't make any-
boys. Get him out. That's what the British said when they left after the mandate. They were like, listen, the rest is up to God. This debate's amazing. This is so good. This is absolutely fucking banger. Fucking Christians, man. Imagine believing this shit.
sense.
Well, I don't
you are
know.
still supposed
Does it
to
sound like
fulfill
you're the
your
most
obligations.
beloved? Does it sound like you're the most beloved?
You are still supposed to fulfill your obligations.
Okay,
do what's
and
morally
why
right.
is my obligation
Morally right.
Great. Let's talk about what is morally right. An ought. Why, again, give me a moral paradigm from a moral paradigm. Andrew, Christians, even though you agreed with me on premise one, should not support any type of false messiah, should not support the naming of any type of false messiah. Andrew, you and your government need to send tons of money to a nation which 30% of it, by your own admission, I think it's higher and growing, by the way, but I'll just grant 30%
growing, yes.
wants to name false messiah. Ridvan, can you please, in a very concise
God,
way...
Andrew doesn't. He probably doesn't know the birth rates argument for the Orthodox Jews. Like that's a demographic crisis. Like people talk about demographic crisis, like oh no, we used to be 6% Muslim, now we're 6.5 in the United Kingdom. No, Israel actually does have a demographic crisis because these Orthodox Jews have so many fucking babies and they're already a third of the population and they don't want to serve in the military and they they bleed the government coffers dry for their subsidies. Like that's a big problem. But damn, and Andrew Wilson, he would love that. He's like a right winger, you know. Demographics argument, breeding, he'd love that. That would make him so happy to make that case.
way tell me why it is that I need to send my support and my money to a nation which is funding that endeavor?
Yes, very simply.
Yeah.
Very, very simply.
Q&A.
Because the Jews were always expecting a Messiah. Even at the time of St. Paul, they were expecting a Messiah. And when St. Paul talked about how he still has love for them and how God still loves them and how God will naturally graft them in, and even when all the saints that I just mentioned talked about how Jews are expecting a Messiah and the Christ will come and reconcile them, they clearly did talk about all Jews who are still expecting a false Messiah. Therefore, you should support them.
Okay, wait a second. Wait a second.
We're done.
Who said that we shouldn't love Jews for being
We're done.
Jewish? It's fine. We can love Muslims and Jews and atheists and everybody.
You're finished.
But that was a
We are
ridiculous
done.
answer, though.
We're done.
You're
finished.
We give you a chance to respond. We do have to go to
Such a
Q&A.
ridiculous answer.
Folks, the way this is going to work for the Q&A is if you come up the middle and stand right in front of me, we'll actually give you a chance to give a couple of follow-up responses if you'd like, as long as they're short and pithy. Also hold the mic just in case things get weird. Okay, ready? Please come up with your questions.
Do I have to watch the Q&A?
And then if you could put your toes right.
Is that part of the deal? Okay, where do I stand? I think the more Christian I am, the more Andrew wins, I guess. Also, I think Andrew was just more, like, within the logic of, like, internal Christian ethics or whatever, I think, like, Andrew just made more sense, but, yeah. Yeah, that's him on his best behavior when he's with a fellow Christian.
Right here in front of the tape.
Hey, sorry for your loss.
Well,
I was just going to ask Andrew for his answer to that.
the cope is painful, Ridvan. The cope is painful.
Hello?
Cope.
I was just going to ask Andrew his response for what he just said.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's super simple. Saying that we need to love everybody, right, regardless of the heinous things that they might have even engaged in. Nobody said that you as a Christian are not, you're not obligated to have love for people who are Jewish and Muslim and everything else. That doesn't provide an ought for why Christians have to support Zionism, though. It literally doesn't. He gave a descriptor instead. He said, descriptively, this is the case. You can't get an ought from an is. Giving me a descriptor doesn't address the ought that Christians should do anything.
It's never about loving them, Andrew. It's about supporting those people
it's
that
about
are
them
beloved.
being extra loved.
And by the way, we'll allow you guys
Wow.
rebuttals throughout if you'd like.
Yeah.
I just have a curious question on AP's position on the Jews of Israel. How do you know that the Jews in Israel today are the same contextual Jews in the Bible?
It doesn't really matter because, yes, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Why does it matter? And how do you want to prove that they are actually the same Jews? Do you want to prove that by blood? Do you want to prove that by tradition? We have in the Bible, when Paul deals with the people in...
Oh, that's where you could argue, because a lot of, if it does matter, then a lot of the Muslims in Palestine and around the Middle East are those Jews from the Bible, because a lot of them converted. Oh no, internal critique. That sounds like a job for the internal critiquers in the house. I don't need this flash bomb. Fuck that. All right, where is it? Go away. We got an internal critique in chat.
This time who are Israelites by his flesh. He talks about those who still hold on to the traditions. That's what he points out. He says that they have a very great zeal for God and for the law. That's what he says about those that he considers evil. And he points out that because of their traditions, they take their traditions so far that they fail to see the truth in the true Messiah. Those Jews continued after the fall of the Second Temple to still hold on to their traditions and to develop a new tradition, which is called Rabbinic Judaism, which started as soon as the Temple fell. Those same Jews held on to their traditions and continued to be the very same Jews that we have today. The Judaism that started when the Temple fell was Rabbinic Judaism. The Jews that we have today are Rabbinic Jews. They are the same Jews.
There's arguments to be made against this, including that they're not doing sacrifices in a tabernacle or in the temple, so it may not be the true succession of Rabbinic Judaism, but even granting the fact that there's a possibility that it is, it doesn't really matter, because when we're talking about Paul here, he says, bloodline itself is irrelevant, that's not, but what do you think Paul was talking about when he said my people? Do you think he was talking about some future people that wasn't a part of the people group he's addressing right then?
Yes.
No, he wasn't. That's nowhere in the scripture here.
It actually is.
Well, then you've refuted your argument twice. Because now you're saying, what he's saying is there's a future group of people who could be considered Israel, right, who are not the group of people he's talking about right this second. I would say, Ridvan, that we know who that people group is, the church and Christians.
No, because he's talking about those who have rejected Christ. How can that be the church?
And how are they going to be reconciled?
How can the church be those who rejected Christ?
Yeah.
How can the church
Ridvan.
be those who are in
Ridvan.
sin and who are in their rejection and who are enemies because of you, because of the gospel, but still beloved to God because of their ancestors? How can that be the church?
Again, Ridvan, when we
that
move...
doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, yeah.
I do want to move
Here's
forward
what doesn't
pretty
make any
quick here.
sense, Ridvan. So when you
give you a
move
quick
into
run.
this, what I'm arguing to you is when you say a reconciliation for these people, I want them to come back into God. Okay, that's what I want. I want that more than anything
I
else.
also want it, but for that they have to be alive.
Yeah, Ridvan, does that mean that I have some moral obligation? How much treasure should I give, Ridvan?
I'll give you a
I
chance
think
to
you should
respond.
support them.
How much?
Got to go to the next one.
Support
How much is that?
That's a trivial issue which we can talk about at another
$1?
time. Do you agree that we should support
50
them?
cents?
Do you
No,
agree?
you haven't provided me an ought yet for why I
If you
must.
don't agree that we should support them, then what's the point of talking about the details of how we should support them, Andrew?
Because we need to start with an ought.
I hate to do this, but because we have so many questions, gentlemen,
We need to start with an ought.
we're going to go to the next question.
Hey, Ridvan, congrats first on joining the church. I just have a quick disambiguation question for you. Would you make the argument that your exegesis of Romans 9 through 11 would be supported by the majority of patristic sources or even the majority of modern biblical scholarship outside of dispensational circles?
Yes.
And if so, could you elucidate on that?
Well, as said, when I talked about it, when I went through my script, I appealed to some very, very important figures in early church history. As Orthodox Christians, I'm sure Andrew also knows that St. John Chrysostom is an extremely respected figure in terms of his homilies.
The one who wrote a homily against the Jews, Ridvan?
Yes, exactly that one. Exactly that one. Do you know what he says in his homily on Romans 11? He says,
if you want to cherry pick it, I wouldn't advise it.
well, it's not cherry
Wouldn't
picking.
advise it.
It's not cherry picking because what he says is that what St. Paul says about the Jews being grafted back in, it will come true. And he says if it has not happened yet, then you must be sure that it is bound to happen. I want to point out here that St. John Chrysostom is talking in the 4th century, long after the fall of the Second Temple. So this also answers the other question here. Those are the Jews that exist here today, the rabbinic Jews by tradition. Another point, St. Cyril of Alexandria, St. Augustine supports it very, very well. He says that their existence is basically a proof of God's work and that they will be eventually reconciled. And as said, late Metropolitan Callistus were also very much, he even goes further. I don't even say this, he goes further and says they are still God's chosen people.
And also says that you shouldn't fall into heresy by spreading around any of the false gospel. That, inside of this, they are blaspheming the Holy Spirit. By what? By denying the divinity of Christ. This is also stated, Ridvan. You leave all of this out for the... Hang on, let me finish, man. I didn't interrupt you once.
Sure, go ahead.
So what you do here, right, is you creating,
St.
again,
Lonerbox
these
is
false
molding
dialectics by
this
cherry picking.
conversation.
The truth of the matter is that even if we were to grant everything you just said as being true, and that modern rabbis are the spiritual successor, one way or the other, or
Fucking
the bloodline
coyote.
successors that Paul is talking
Come
about
on.
here, I'm still willing to grant it.
Yeah,
It still doesn't give an ought for why we must support Zionism, a political ideology which includes secular and religious Jews. It
I just
doesn't.
want to establish one thing here, which is very, very curious, because
Okay.
you seem to object to it but don't really address it. When I cite Metropolitan Callistus where, you just said he also said this or something like that.
No, I was talking about St. John Chrysostom.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that hierarchs like him in Orthodoxy, in Greek Orthodoxy, respected around the world, would naturally use words such as that we should have love and no disrespect toward the Jewish people, the people of Israel, because they are still beloved and they are still God's chosen people?
Yeah.
Do you agree that this is a normal thought?
It's normal enough for people in higher up Orthodox positions to say that we should love basically every
Chosen people, Andrew.
Every
Chosen people.
Yes, but what does he mean by that?
What
Does he
he
mean
means by that is
chosen
that they're
people?
still
Do you
chosen.
think that he means what he means by chosen people is they have extra love over Orthodox Christians and they have special Jew blood? Do you think that that's what his
Special
means?
Jew blood.
I hate to say this, but we have to go to the next question just because we've gotten deep here.
You tell him, James.
A big part of your argument was saying something about the support of the state of Israel is because if they didn't have a state, they wouldn't be able to continue their existence. Did Jews exist before the establishment of the state of Israel?
Yeah, but I'm clearly talking about the Jews who are currently in the region. If they fell and if they no longer had the protection of their state, they would probably cease existing, because that's what the other side promises. We have Jews around the world still who are outside of Israel.
How were the people there in order to establish a state in the first place?
Well, you have people who lived there, you have people who traveled there, who went from around the world there.
Right, so how does it logically follow that they're unable to continue their people without a state if they already continue their people?
I don't understand the question.
He's saying if they lived in all these other countries,
I understand that. I don't understand the issue here. They specifically went there. The Zionist movement was specifically about how living as a Jew in these different countries throughout history has been very difficult, as we can all know and see. So when they went there, they wanted to establish a state where they can finally live in peace without being at the mercy of others. Now you have a large Jewish population in Israel. If Israel suddenly fell today, then the Jewish population that is there would be eradicated by the Islamists in the region. Now there would still be Jews left on the other side of the world, but that doesn't really take away from the fact.
Create the state.
Yeah, it doesn't take away from the fact that the Jews there would be extinct.
Logically follows what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, so I can respond to this as well very quickly, because Ridvan's not going to. There's short circuit in him. So the question was actually a good question. The question was, wait a second, didn't Jews exist before there was an Israel? So how is it that even if Israel wasn't...
What was there just like 3 years before? What happened 3 years before the state of Israel, bro? What ended 3 years before the... Okay, I don't even need to... Stupid. Okay. This is like a logic bro thing if you just don't know the history, but okay.
There, Jews would just stop existing. That makes no sense. Great question, right? Seems like it's a performative contradiction in his worldview, which is why he doesn't want to address it. Here's the truth. Right? And nobody's calling for there to not be a state of Israel, by the way. But if we were to hypothetically even say that Israel was destroyed and Jews, again, had to disperse or were scattered, that doesn't mean that they would be, Jews themselves would be destroyed. They would go back to other nations where they were before.
A lot of them would be.
Here's the issue. I was actually answering a question, but if you let me speak without trying to interject every second, I would actually answer your question properly. Because I understand.
I mean, that is like a fair point. From you can say that they wouldn't be destroyed as a people. First of all, it would be half the world's Jews, and I imagine not all of them would die. I think a lot of them would flee. Maybe more of them would flee, and then they would have a fucking shit time in whatever country they all flee to.
Understand the question that you asked. The question you asked is, weren't Jews around before? Weren't they around before? How were they able to establish this land? Did their existence really depend on the land? If the land is destroyed, does that really mean they would all go extinct? And so on. Here's the issue. You have a significant part of the Jewish population that currently lives in the land of Israel. If the land of Israel would be destroyed, a significant part of the Jewish population would be eradicated. That means a small amount of Jewish people who are outside of Israel would of course still be left. As the amount of those who survived the massacre that would unfold, which Andrew Wilson here never actually acknowledges, would of course survive and run away. But do you really, how is it a reasonable or proper point to simply allow for that to happen instead of protecting those people when it is so clear,
that's a lie,
that the other side wants to eradicate them?
The majority of Jews don't live in Israel,
Just under half. So he is right, yeah. Majority of them, it's a small majority. It's like 51, 52% or something.
What does it matter?
Because you just said that it would take out a substantial part of the population. The majority, it's not even the majority of the population. That's the point. Nobody's calling for Israel to get wiped out at all.
Hey Ninja, thanks for the $7.99 Australian. Hey Lordabox and Seller said in chat they don't care anymore. No one wants to watch it any longer. Can we please watch something else? What are you talking about? Yeah, I think it's just under half of the world's Jews that live in Israel. Isn't that true? It's just under half. Okay.
All I'm saying is that there's no ought for Christians to support a nation that wants to have Antichrist.
Yeah, apostate prophet is such a stupid debate topic. If you want to say like why America should carry it on its support or anything like this, it's just useless. Why would a recent Christian convert like try to get into this debate with like the biggest Christian debate lord? It doesn't make any sense. on a question that, like, it's true. Like, within Christian ethics, there's no ought to support the state of Israel. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Bruh.
At least 30% by your own admission.
So it depends on their numbers. That's very, very funny.
What?
We'll give you one
What are you
last
talking
follow-up,
about?
then we're going to go to the next question.
Yeah, you made a false statement.
And then I'll sit.
You made a false statement.
Neither Paul nor St. John Chrysostom places the Jewish people higher than any other
I
non-Christians.
never said.
Yes, you did, Ridvan.
No.
Yes, you did.
All right, hold on. We gotta give him a
I
chance.
never said they're more special than Orthodox.
Yes, you did. You said yes.
Will you let me speak?
Dude, no,
I never
but don't
said-
lie then.
All right,
I
let's
never
give-
said they're more important than Orthodox Christians. That's what I was saying.
You said God loved them more.
Because he keeps insisting that I said that. I
You
never
said
did.
God loved them more. I asked you point blank. You said yes.
Andrew, I'm clarifying it for you here right now. I never said, and I will never say, that God especially loves the Jewish people more than Orthodox Christians.
Then what is?
I never said
Then
that.
what is?
What I clearly said, and you can go back and listen to this again and again.
Yes, we can.
I can make a clip, I can make a compilation out of this for you. I said again and again that they are more beloved, especially beloved among the non-Christians.
Do you remember when I asked you
Did
what
I
that
or did
meant?
I not say that?
Do you remember when I asked you
Yes,
what
I
that
said
meant?
it.
I want to go to the next.
Especially more
Big piece.
beloved than the other non-Christians.
I want to go to
That's
the next.
especially
Oh,
what
the
I
other
said.
non-Christians.
I want to go to the next question, just because.
Okay, just real quick. I see that you have your references there. Both of you guys have made, oops, sorry, gotta eat it. Both of you guys have made quite a few claims.
Yeah.
Both sides.
Yeah.
And
Wow, both
some of them
sides,
gotta
true.
be
This guy-
fraudulent
this
because,
guy's
of course,
based.
they contradict each other.
This guy knows.
So I see references from you. I don't see a single reference from you. All I hear are your claims. And
So
I have
remember
no
how-
sources to go
Yeah,
on.
do you remember how I cited in the debate the references? So you can go back and hang on. I'll answer the question, right? I did cite the references just because I don't put them up in a PowerPoint presentation for the
So you
purposes
don't
of
have
time.
references.
For the purposes of time doesn't mean I didn't verbally cite them.
Fuck, I'm gonna
But
die.
most of my claims that I'm making, he agrees with. He agrees that there's at least a large amount, at least by his admission, of Jews inside of Israel, up to 30%, who want to name Antichrist. I gave 4 logical arguments. What references should I give you for logical arguments except me?
Any. Beyond you, because I do
Why?
not have.
What's a logical argument, dude?
I remember maybe one reference.
Do I go to an expert of logic to ask them for a logical argument, or can I make logical
Do you like
arguments?
Fontaine's DC? No, never heard of
That's
it.
it.
Nice
That's
to
all
meet you.
you've given us.
Yeah, I cited my own logic,
We'd like
yes.
to be able
cited
to
my
What
own
is
check your
logic?
Are you saying that we should only believe you as the supreme authority?
Believe me about what?
There is no Muhammad and no Jesus. I'm pretty sure both of these people definitely existed, but okay.
About what you're
about
claiming,
what?
because
What
you
am I
haven't given any
claiming?
sources.
Yeah, do you know tell me this. What's an argument? What's a logical argument?
Well, you still have not yet
What's
given.
a logical argument? Answer my question.
If you give a logical argument, which is steps from one to the next and next,
Who's
those
the
steps
source?
should be verified.
Who's the source of the logical argument?
At this point, it's you making it up.
And isn't it always the source that somebody is making a logical argument, but because it's a mathematical expression, you can falsify arguments. That's why they're called arguments. They're falsifiable or they're provable.
And that's why you give sources.
Sources for a logical argument
Yes,
that I made?
Actually, yes.
Or
You know what I
anything
find very funny here?
In case you had a different question.
Okay,
hold
I'll
on
tell you
one
what.
second.
Source.
All right, folks, hold on.
Hang on. Source. Premise 1, me. Premise 2, me. Premise 3, me. Conclusion, also me. Now, the great thing about that, you can falsify them with logic.
You know what I find very funny here?
Source.
Andrew claims.
Do you have a source for that?
Andrew claims on one hand that I agree with pretty much everything he said, yet during this entire night, during this entire debate, he claimed at least 4 times that I argued that Jews are more beloved than Orthodox Christians, which I never ever said.
Actually,
so he's just.
You did.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
He said non-Christians. I don't know why they're like fumbling on that so hard. Sourced better than a Finkelstein book. True.
Never ever said that Jews are more beloved than Orthodox Christians.
Do you have a question for Apostate Prophet as well?
Show me where.
We'll jump to the next question.
Hello. So I have a question for Andrew. I'm not familiar with you personally, so it's been interesting hearing your trains of thoughts. However, I've heard a lot of straw man attacks tonight against magic Jew blood, feigned outrage about how much money for your kids you have to give up to Jews who reject Jesus, and claims about protecting an ethnic group of people's existence, meaning supporting a blasphemous antichrist, none of which were brought up by AP or logically or intrinsically follow. Meanwhile, biblically, we see God himself set up and set apart Israel for his glory, and we see open your mouth for the mute, for the rights of those who are destitute. Open your mouth, judge righteously, defend the rights of the poor and needy. Proverbs 31, 8-9. So my question is, based on these things, if you believe in the sanctity of the lives God created, how can you attack the primary group who is speaking up for their preservation when the things that you claimed, such as ushering in the Antichrist, a biblical prophecy, does not logically follow?
Yeah, so first of all, my job here tonight is to make logical arguments as to whether or not there's an ought or an ought not. If Christians must, they have some moral obligation to support a political ideology, right? I granted AP's definition. I've been very charitable. I granted his definitions. I've granted his numbers. I've granted everything and showed that they still don't.
Yeah, she's nervous. God. Listen, lady, it's not my burden. Fucking hell.
Falsify the actual position. The reason I utilize the idea of magic Jew blood is so that he could say, yes, this is above Orthodox Christians. Do you, ma'am, do you believe that Israel is the church? Do you believe the church is Israel?
I don't know how that's relevant to supporting an ethnic group to
Can you answer my
live.
question?
Thank you. It's not
But my
Can you answer my question?
is about supporting the life of an ethnic group.
I already
So that is
established-
irrelevant to my question.
Did I answer your question?
No.
I answered it.
Whoa.
Yes, I did. Can you answer mine? Is Israel the church?
I believe that the church that is with Christ are the branches that have been grafted on to the natural-born olive tree.
AP, though, in his religious belief, and in mine, we believe that the church is the Israel which is being referenced. He believes that too.
Not
That's
exclusively.
part of his
Not
faith.
exclusively.
Hang on. That's part of his faith. So when I'm making hang on.
When it's
Can
against
you
what
let me
he
finish
says.
my point?
Not
When he-
exclusively.
What does not exclusively mean? It means also, yes, I do, but. It means, yes, I do, but a qualifier. Great, but he does.
Andrew, all
He
Christians
has to.
believe that.
Yeah, okay.
All Christians believe that.
Can I finish
Let
my
me clarify
point,
one
Leonard?
thing here for you.
I'm not allowed to
Hold on one
finish.
second. I do want to give
Yeah,
Andrew a
stop
chance to finish.
filibustering me,
Okay, sure, go
AP.
ahead, go ahead,
Let me
go
finish
ahead.
the damn point.
Go ahead.
So anyway, back to this. By his own faith, he believes that Israel's new church. Me and you are talking past each other. Me and AP are not. I'm falsifying his direct ideology, not trying to
You're
falsify
actually
whatever
not.
yours is.
You're making a false point
Okay, then
here.
who's the church?
Okay, here is the issue, Andrew. Do you acknowledge
Yeah.
that according to Romans 9 through 11 and according to Orthodox
9/11
teachings, there are two Israels here. One would be the natural Israel and one is the spiritual, or also called the true Israel. Do you acknowledge this?
Well, let's define our terms real quick. So,
Do you acknowledge that there are two Israels, the
depends.
natural
Yeah,
Israel
yeah.
and the spiritual Israel?
yeah. So if they're saying, what is natural Israel?
It's right in the scripture. I
Tell
quoted it to
me
you the
what
entire
the
time.
Orthodox Church position is. on
This is the
natural
Orthodox
Israel.
Church position.
What
are you
is it?
talking
What
about?
is natural
You
Israel?
can find it in the Orthodox study Bible. The natural Israel are those who are of the tradition of the Jews and the descendants of the Jews for their forefathers who may or may not have accepted Christ. Whereas the spiritual Israel
Is
are
the church.
those who have accepted Christ
Is the church.
and who are the church. There are two
Okay.
Israels.
Now I understand
Two
your terms.
Israels. Do you acknowledge that there are two
Yeah,
Israels?
yeah. So, which one were we talking about? What question did I ask her? Who's the church?
Do you acknowledge, Andrew, that there are two
Even
Israels?
if I grant it, who's the church?
Can you answer my question?
Who's the church, Ridvan?
Can you answer my question?
I
Do you
did.
acknowledge?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay, there are two
now,
Israels.
Who's the church?
There are two
The
Israels.
church.
Fantastic.
Get more U's
so
in there.
when it talks about
Have more
when
use
it
of the
talks about
church.
them being enemies for the gospel's sake, but still beloved by their forefathers, which Israel is this, Andrew?
So who's the? Okay, I answered your question.
Answer that question. Which,
Okay,
which
well,
Israel
give
is
me the
that?
question again, but I want you to promise that
to
you'll
be
answer
fair,
mine as
Andrew
soon as
did
I
answer
sure,
one.
sure.
I do
You
want
promise?
Sure.
Go
yeah,
ahead.
sure.
Okay.
When Paul talks about how they are enemies for the gospel's sake, but they are beloved for their forefathers' sake, which Israel is he talking about?
Well, in this case, I'd say the natural.
Thank you. And that's the one that this promise is about.
So hang on. So who's the church? Hang on. So who's the church?
Israel.
The church is Israel?
Yes.
And so when I told her that you believe that the church is Israel, I was accurate, right?
This is what.
Ridvan, just answer the question.
Yeah, but that's not.
Okay, thank you. Holy shit! Had to do all of this to get the answer from you.
That's not relevant to the issue because
it is
we're talking
relevant.
about the natural Israel.
It is relevant.
She
was not referencing natural Israel.
No, she clearly mentioned the natural Israel. That's what we're talking about.
No, I told her that we're referencing
until just
is
now.
the church. Dude.
Until just now, you didn't even acknowledge that there was a natural Israel.
Getting answers out of you is like pulling teeth.
Didn't
we have a question for
that there's a natural
Apostate
Israel?
Prophet. We have a question for you, AP.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
So Andrew mentioned earlier that he believes the religious Jews are the ones who reject Jesus, but I wanted to get your viewpoint on this since you guys clearly differ on some things. Would you agree with him that the religious Jews are those that reject Jesus, or instead those that actually accept him?
Sorry, I didn't understand the whole distinction.
So Andrew put forward the idea that religious Jews reject Jesus. I'm asking you if you would agree with that position, or if you would instead believe that the religious Jews are those that do follow Jesus. Thank you.
So all those who are Jews by flesh, all those who are Jews by tradition, who reject Christ, would be considered the Jews and of the natural branches of Israel. That is literally what Paul says. And then there are also those who he says not all are Israel. The true Israel are then those who accept Christ. So this is where the diversion comes in. And by the way, he is trying to make it look like this is just Orthodox theology. It's not. It's literally in the Bible. Protestants teach the same thing. Catholics teach the same thing. Orthodox teach the same thing because it is in the Bible. He didn't even just, he only just acknowledged that it might be true that Israel is also the natural Israel, the people of Israel.
Because I'm looking at it from the view of you, Ridvan.
I do want to jump. I do want to jump to the next question. We've been on this one for a while.
Andrew.
Yeah, your view depends on you, Ridvan.
It doesn't depend on me.
Your view depends on you specifically, Ridvan.
I hate to do this, folks, but
so I have a brief statement and then a question. So I'm a seminarian in the Reformed tradition. The Reformed tradition universally rejects dispensationalism.
Yeah.
And many of the other sort of main Protestant groups, it's mostly restorationists that accept that.
God, these guys really don't like each other, do they?
But,
religious groups kind of got along.
That's true. It's small. It's like 20% of
I'm a Christian and I reject Jesus.
Yeah, it's like 20% who accepts dispensationalism.
Yeah, I was just saying that you characterized Protestants when it is not universal to Protestantism.
That's true, but look, I wasn't being...
Real quick,
go ahead.
So in the 70s, the United States sent money and weapons to the Taliban in the effort to fight the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
No, they didn't give weapons to the Taliban. They gave it to the Mujahideen. Some of whom became the Taliban. Others became the Northern Alliance, and others split off into like a dozen different splinter groups. It's silly.
The Israeli government sends money to support dispensationalists in the U.S.
Yes.
Does the U.S. support the political aims of a caliphate of the Taliban just because they send them money?
They have. So they actually have supported what you would consider, like if we're talking about Al Qaeda, things like this. The U.S. has actually supported groups like this. I would say, though, from a Christian perspective,
they haven't, though. I don't know why. The U.S. has never actually supported Al Qaeda, have they? They might have supported some people who ended up joining Al Qaeda, but they're talking about the Mujahideen, and not everyone in the Mujahideen went to become fucking Taliban or Al Qaeda or anyone else, right?
we would say they ought not do that, right? They ought not do that. That's the whole point, right?
I think you misunderstand my question.
Okay, what's the question?
The support of a group or organization by a government is almost never because of some, philosophical or theological alignment.
I totally agree.
It is pragmatic. I think that your assertion that, your assertion that Israel is there to bring about the Antichrist because they support ridiculous dispensationalist nonsense in the United States is a bridge too far in that they're supporting them because they bring, because they support and bring people to support and positively, toe the line for the Israeli state.
Then why do they make the claim that they're essentially biblical accelerationists?
Because they're trying to get biblical accelerationists to support them.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that they're
And
I mean,
biblical
they're making
acceleration and biblical accelerationism ends in
stupidity, but
and Antichrist, right? Antichrist, the end of the world.
If you believe that eschatology is true, but if it's not, it just means ridiculous
Yes,
nonsense.
but we do believe that eschatology is true. That there will be an Antichrist, right?
Well, there is antichrists, but
yeah, but I'm talking. I understand what you're saying.
But by the same definition of antichrist, the Jewish state itself is antichrist because it's not openly supporting Christ. The enemies of Israel are antichrist because they are openly against Christ.
It's almost like we should not support either of them.
Yes.
Wow.
Damn.
Great.
This guy was doing a better job of
Let
the
the
argument than
Christians in the
Andrew
Middle
is.
East die.
We can support Christians in the Middle East. We
No,
can
not-
even
not
get
like-
Christians in the
not
Middle
like
East
this.
out.
You're letting them die.
And we don't have to support Muslims or Jews to do it.
You're letting them die.
You're not letting them
You are
die.
literally letting the Christians in the Middle East die by refusing to support the only state in the Middle East where
Hang on.
Christianity is thriving, according to the Christian organization Open Doors International, which tracks Christians and their oppression across the world. Andrew, I want to show you one thing.
1.8%.
I want to show you this.
1.8%.
I have a list here of
1.8% of
World
Christians,
Watchers.
is he going to say? Don't say that.
Published by Open Doors International. Open Doors International tracks the oppression of Christians around the world.
Yeah.
The entire Middle East is marked here. Where do you think Israel ranks on this list of
Oh, I'm
70
sure it's way higher
countries?
than a lot of the Muslim nations.
Where do you think it ranks
I don't know.
in
Where?
terms of oppression?
Where?
Where do you think?
I don't know.
Let's
Let's just say it's like number 8 zillion. Who cares?
Yeah, it's nowhere on the list.
Okay,
because among all the countries in the Middle East where Christians are brutally oppressed and which have a history of oppressing Christians, destroying Christian sites, diminishing Christianity, Lebanon was taken over as a Christian country, has been turned into a Muslim country where Christians are losing their rights day by day.
You're not
Israel
arguing
is
with a
the
Muslim,
only,
dude.
Not that.
Israel is the only nation.
Christians in Lebanon still hold the presidency, but okay.
That defends the rights of Christians, and you don't give a shit about them. You're letting them die.
Okay, so first of all, let me just respond. I got to respond to that one. First of all, inside of Israel, right, what is it, 1% or under 2% of who are actually Christians? You think that we can't remove them from that? We can. We definitely can. By the way, hang on. By the way,
You want to take them out of the.
Can I finish, bro?
You don't want them to live there.
Why am I not allowed to
Why
finish
don't you
ever?
collapse with this?
Stop
Let's go.
filibustering me, dummy. So real quick, we can assist Christians around the world and have and so have tons of organizations which have assisted Christians around the world by not supporting Muslims or Israel. You can do both.
Why?
It's a bifurcation claim.
Why?
We must do one.
Why?
Because we have great reasons, biblical reasons, to not support a state which wants to usher in Antichrist.
Which protects Christians.
Which
protects Christians.
We can protect Christians too, Ridvan.
Are we doing it?
Yeah, we protect
No, we are
Christians
not.
here. What do you
we
mean?
are not protecting the Christians in the Middle East. They are dying. Your fellow Orthodox Christians are dying.
And do you think that the United States is hindering programs from people inside the United States to assist in the removal of Orthodox Christians from those areas? No. The truth is
they do
that
that?
right now Christians in Palestine aren't even allowed to leave Palestine, are they?
Yes, they
Are
are.
they?
They actually are.
Oh, they are?
Yes, they actually are.
Okay, so
They're
like,
literally working in Israel right now.
Wait,
the population of
Wait, it's not. Fuck off, bro. They got work permits in Israel. It's not that if you're a Christian Palestinian in the West Bank and Gaza, chances of you getting out of either of these two countries is very fucking low. What the fuck? Two areas, sorry, not countries.
Gaza, the Christian population of Gaza is below 1,000.
Who lets them go?
Because of the Palestinians.
Who lets them go?
Israel.
Israel. Okay, great. So what you're saying to me then is that we can take Christians out of Israel?
Why would you want to
and we
remove
can take
the Christians
out of
Israel?
Muslim nations?
The Christians are happy in Israel. According to the latest poll, 84% of Christians say they are satisfied
What about the
with
Christians
life
in
in
Palestine?
Israel.
Are they satisfied?
They would be happier as well if Israel was in
Are
charge.
they satisfied right now?
No, they're not, because
No.
Muslims are in charge.
No, they're not.
Because terrorists are in charge.
Yeah, but
why would they?
Christian Palestinians are angry because Muslims are in charge of them. Let's find a Christian Palestinian in the West Bank and ask them who were you annoyed by, the PA or by Israel? Fuck me. Which one is causing more problems? Pasta, that's the Swedish. Is the health warning from one of the debaters? Yeah. Yeah, that's doing it.
They'd be
But
happy
here's
on the
thing.
terrorism.
Here's the thing. Why? Can you tell me why it is that I have an obligation, some obligation, to protect Jewish interests for the Jewish state instead of the Christian interests?
Well,
let's
Andrew,
give
if
EP a chance, and then we really do.
If you, as a Christian, do not care about the well-being of Christians in the Middle East or the well-being
ones I just said we should help?
of the Jews on the brink of extermination, I guess that's your problem, and to deal with it when you are
Well,
in
okay,
front of
Ridvan.
God.
I guess if all you care about is placing Jews above everybody else,
Let's
then
go.
I guess if we're going to straw man each other.
Straw man once again.
You have to move to the next question.
Okay, first of all, thank you so much for doing this in humble little Asheville, and thank you for taking my question. Somebody ahead of me actually made the point that I wanted to make about, well, Jews existed prior to Israel, but I didn't want to look like I punked out and step out of line. So I reformulated my question to address Andrew's argument that I think Josh thought went too far. But then the person right in front of me. So I'm going to try to formulate it this way, because I agree Christians shouldn't support an ideology that may conflict with Christianity wholeheartedly.
And is growing.
But
right?
the pragmatic thing that, of course, I'll lose because I'm trying to be pragmatic, but 30 to 36% of people in the United States are socialist, support socialism, XYZ. The United States government has given tens upon tens of millions of dollars to socialist causes. Therefore, should we support America because America wants to start a socialist revolution?
Well,
by that
here's the
token?
thing. I would never make an ought claim, right, that Christians would have to support United States endeavors because it's the United States. I would never make that ought claim. He's making the ought claim, we must support Israel because they're Jews. That's literally his ought claim. Two completely different paradigms.
Now, here's the issue, Andrew. Here's the issue.
This is all I can do in terms of response.
I'm just like on my third reformulation, but I appreciate it, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
We have to go to the next question because we're going to do rapid fire with these last guys.
Ought and should.
I slightly wanted to come back to a question that
no.
this young man, you brought it up a couple minutes ago. But you were saying how it's safer for Christians to live in Israel, but Israel's been killing 3% of the Christian population in Gaza recently. You mentioned earlier in your opening argument that the idea of Zionism is to coexist with one another, and maybe Theodore Herzl, didn't understand the idea of coexistence, but there's been plenty of paramilitary groups that have been attacking, during this region, during, the original ILets. Faster. You said you weren't going to reiterate propaganda, but Haji Amin was just one man. You know what I'm referring to?
Now, here's the issue. You are once again influenced by the propaganda, which I see, which is why I brought this up to Andrew Wilson and said that if we have a list...
If someone ever answered me like that, I would just start speaking over them. Like, what a fucking arrogant cunt thing to say. Just engage with the question. Like, fuck me.
Christian organization, do you trust your fellow Christians? Open Doors International is a Christian organization which tracks oppression of Christians around the world. According to their data, despite the fact that they report on every single instance of Christian oppression, even in Israel, if it happens, Israel is not listed among the countries where there is Christian oppression. So if people are dying in the middle of a war, if people are dying in the middle of a war, then...
it's funny because this guy might be like a neo-Nazi. It's hard to tell. When they're in this kind of right-wing Christian audience.
It really mean that it is Israel that is oppressing them? No, they are in the middle of a war. Do you know how many Christians died in this war so far?
Why did Israel support Hamas?
What?
Why did Israel support Hamas?
Why did Israel support Hamas? What are you talking about?
Isn't that a conspiracy?
No, it's not new to me. Israel did support the the forerunners of Hamas before Hamas came into existence, because they thought that this was a charity organization, which they marked themselves as. It then turned into a terrorist organization. The only thing that happened afterward is that Netanyahu came up with this brilliant policy for which he has been heavily criticized, where he said, if Qatar wants to send funds to Hamas, I will just allow the funds to reach Hamas because this could prevent them from violently attacking us. That's the only capacity to which Israel has supported Hamas. If you want to rely on lies and don't want to listen to the truth here, I'm not sure what to tell you.
Good evening. Thank you guys for coming. Quickly to the other two gentlemen about the other two gentlemen that talked about like if a government supports like a foreign organization, that means that they believe in what the organization is saying. Not that we should support it, but I don't think it's fair to claim that Israel supports like the whole messianic like ideology of the temple organization, but America didn't support or it doesn't believe in like they just recently admitted that they were supporting like Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab, all these. I don't think they believe that they should establish, like America should establish like caliphates in these little areas, like based off of these organizations. That's my question. Which is not, it's not like a big disagreement.
What's the question though?
Like, do you think it's fair to assume that Israel supports the Messianic movement if other governments like America supported it, like Al-Shabaab and these other Islamic...
The government's becoming the Messianic movement in Israel. That's becoming that. So it's growing by leaps and bounds. Benjamin Netanyahu had to get in good. They had to get in good with these people politically. So the truth of the matter is like, if you look at it, that organization is growing to become the government. That's literally growing to become it. He can cope about it, but he'll have to admit it's been growing, not shrinking.
I don't want to thank you for the response. And then just a quick question to you.
Apostate Prophet probably can't do this because he's kind of enamored by Israel, but that is true. It is true that they are growing and they are having more influence over government.
So yeah, you say that Israel is like, important in supporting Christians in Israel, but how about like abroad? Israel supported many dictators that have persecuted Christians, like in Nicaragua, for example, funded 90% of their military to kill 50,000 Nicaraguans, which there could be Christians in that group. And Angola did the same thing by supporting 3 of the rebel groups fighting in the country by switching sides each time and increasing the violence against Christians. This is apparent everywhere, even in my home country of Eritrea. Even in my home country of Eritrea, Israel trained a bunch of the commandos. Not only that, do you think, with this information, do you think that Christians should still support Israel despite abroad?
What you're basically asking me is because Israel makes certain mistakes in the past, does this mean we should support Israel?
I mean, they're not mistakes. They're very intentional, pragmatic foreign policy decisions. But okay.
I would just ask the same question to make a very similar point about America. America did a lot of pretty bad things in the past, in pretty messed up things. Does that mean that America is altogether a bad nation? Does that mean America is undeserving of our support and solidarity? No. Israel just as well may have done in the past certain things that are unacceptable. Does that mean Israel is undeserving of our support and our help? No.
Go to the back. Sorry, we've already gone over time for the Q&A, so I do want to jump into the actual closings. You have 3 minutes for each speaker, starting with Apostate Prophet. The floor is all yours.
Yes, so this did go a little bit as I thought it would go, which is that much of what I brought up in my opening speech, much of the argument has been left unaddressed by my opponent, Andrew Wilson, whereas I answered to very much every single thing that he brought up in one way or another. He didn't like my responses, but that's just his issue. He doesn't like it when he gets responses that don't make sense to him. He didn't answer my issues about the threats that face the world with Israel going extinct. I'm an ex-Muslim. I grew up in an environment and in a system where people preach day and night that if the Jews, who are the enemies, are defeated, then the Christians are next. There is a saying in the Middle East that goes, first the Saturday people, then the Sunday people. I'm not joking. Don't trust me. Go online and Google the phrase, okay? Use Google. Google the phrase, first the Saturday people, then the Sunday people. You will be shocked by what you will find out. Because what you will find out is that this is a common sentiment in the Middle East, that once the Muslims are done with the Jews, they would go to the Christians and oppress them as well. Because Islam is not a religion that is about coexistence.
Fucking retarded. I'm sorry. Like you, how much does the Middle East need to fight with each other to prove to us that they are not actually... that they're not actually a united front? Like, how much failure of like pan-Arabism or pan-Islamism needs to happen? Yeah.
It is a religion about dominating and massacring populations. I am an ex-Muslim. I have the death penalty on me for leaving Islam. I know exactly how Muslims think, how they feel. If Israel were to fall, the euphoric rise of Muslims to once again reestablish this sick order, which was only, by the way, stopped by Christian Western people by force, it will rise again, and it will threaten the entire region, and it will threaten Christians as well. Not supporting Israel here in this case, because some people are paranoid about Jews and about Zionism and all that, is supporting the Islamic.
Also, apparently, yeah, this proverb comes, it's also amongst Maronites. Because Maronites believe that once the fucking Muslims were done with the Christians, then they would come for the Jews, or like the other way around.
Health warning.
It's very silly.
Health warning.
Who want to take over. The very people who are fighting against Israel say very openly, I gave you the sources, that once they are done with the Jews, then the next goal will be to re-establish the caliphate and start from there. You think this is just some, a possibility? This is what they're aiming for. Why in the world would anybody support that by refusing to help those who are fighting against that? Israel, if you don't care about Jews, if you don't care about the Bible, if you don't care about God, if you don't care about Paul, care about a little bit of logic, care about the Christians there, don't allow the dam that is preventing the flood from coming in to break. Support those people that are holding back the mass.
It's so funny that this guy speaks about himself as someone who like left religion and all that, even though this is like the most biblical clash of civilization fairy tale fucking bullshit. Like Israel is the dam that stops the Muslim world from... It's so dumb. Again, I'll say it again. He's talking like an Islamic extremist. Like Islamic extremists think that the only thing in the way of Muslim unity and strength is Israel, and if Israel's gone, then the Islamic world will fall together in union and then come for the Christian, and then take over the rest because they'll be strong enough. Like, no, you fucking idiot. Yeah, he's like talking like a fucking crusader. God, batshit.
Of barbarians that not only want the extermination of Jews that people are obsessed with, but also the extermination of all the other people in the region. You are allowing them into your countries. You are allowing them to rape your people. And now you're also allowing them to defeat the only ones who actually have the balls to stand against them. Good job.
Thank you very much for that closing. We'll kick it over to Andrew for his speaker closing as well.
Yes, I think that's a really effective closing argument against a Muslim. But the thing is that I'm not a Muslim. And
health warning.
That is, listen, I hate Andrew Wilson.
Warning.
That is actually a very good response.
I am not a supporter of Islam in any capacity. And he ends it with a false binary again. If you, Andrew, don't support Israel, that means you support Islam. Boy, that's genius. I haven't heard that from every political party since I was a kid. If you don't support us, you support the death of the elderly. If you don't support us, you support abortion. If you don't support us, you support A, B, and C. Totally false dialectics, false binaries, and lies. Here's the truth, right? The truth is that the West is the ones who already enable the fact that Islam can't spread. The West is the fact that's already doing this by his own admission. We must support Israel. Why? Because they're the ones who are stopping this. That means the West is necessary in a component to stopping this. So let's assume for a second that every single Jewish person tomorrow left Israel, just packed their bags and they left. And all the Christians moved in instead because they have a lot of attachment to the Holy Land. Are you saying that their interests wouldn't be preserved there by them also against Islam? Of course it would. That's what makes this a false binary choice.
Okay,
you
he
don't
kind of fumbled that, but okay.
have to support either. I don't need to support.
The real answer is that if all the Jews left Israel, Palestine would become a state. Honestly, maybe Palestine would become a state, and then it would just become a regular old Arab state with its own issues like every other one, and the Arab countries would have other reasons to fight with each other like they always have. Like Arab countries have not needed Israel to start fights with each other. They will not stop fighting with each other when Israel's gone. Some other ethnic minorities like the Druze or the fucking Kurds or the Alawites or the Shiites, there will still be issues with all of these different groups. The Christians who still live in the Arab world, there will be internal conflicts. Some countries will be more peaceful. Some countries will realign and forge different alliances and forge trade deals, and some borders might even change, between different countries. They're not going to be like, okay, that's finally the Jews out of the way. We're coming for the Christians, boys, and everyone in unison fucking. There's the fucking Islamic Haka and comes for the Christian world, marching across the peninsula, sailing across the Mediterranean like the fucking Dothraki. No, that's not going to happen. Shut up.
Support Islam, and I don't need to support a Jewish ethno-state either, Ridvan, that has prophecies for Antichrist it's trying to fulfill. I don't need to support either. Totally unnecessary for me to support either with my tax dollars, totally unnecessary for me to support either in order to stop Islam. By the way, I just am going to point out the historic standard. Israel hasn't been around for very long. The reestablished nation of Israel, and the West has been kicking the shit out of Muslims for about 1,000 years. Just want to point that out. About 1,000 years of kicking total shit out of Islamics all over the place when it comes to them spreading their ideology. This includes when they were encroaching in Europe, which they did. They got thrown out of there, right? I would say the destabilizing agent inside the Middle East.
Talking about recently? Okay.
You could make the argument could be Israel for why there's so many of these displaced Muslim refugees moving into Western nations to begin with. You can.
Okay, he fumbled it again. Muslim refugees in Europe are from Syria, not because of Israel, but okay. Or like Lebanese Christians coming because of Hezbollah and all that shit. And the internal sectarian conflicts. Fucking doofus, man.
You can easily make that argument. Now, would I don't even think that's necessary. Maybe that is a step too far. But the point is that it still is a false binary choice. And that's all he gives you. Never, ever trust the argument of a person who says, if you don't support this, that means you support that. That's pure rhetoric. It's illogical. It's fallacious. Every argument from Ridvan was fallacious. He said he addressed my arguments. I wrote them premise form. Never addressed a single argument. Ever. When I asked him, and I want you to take this last thing away with my closing, I asked Ridvan point blank, do you think that we should support the nation of Israel even knowing that 30% of the population there and growing, right, wants Antichrist? And his answer point blank, and I'll clip it and put it out for those who don't believe me, was yes. Unequivocally, yes. Well, I have a different point of view. No. I'm not going in any capacity to support Antichrist or Islam. I can have my cake and eat it too. So that's it.
We'll conclude. We appreciate you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Give them a round of applause, folks.
Find and kill this boss. Oh, God. Shit. He's accompanied by 5 guards. No problem.
Certainly one of the more competitive and intense and tense as well debates that I've seen in a long time.
And everyone clapped. Shall I kill this fucking ogre? I can do it. I've got the chops. It just means I need to find him. He's saying Judaism is Antichrist. He's saying basically Muslims are Antichrist as well, yeah. Can you kite the guards? No, but you can distract as they patrol. Operation Gideon's Chariot started 10 minutes ago on Israeli Telegram channels. Well, that would make sense with the timeline, because Trump's visit to the Middle East is supposed to overlap with it. Yeah. Well, drones are telling Gazans not to go outside. Beautiful. Well, we'll have lots to talk about tomorrow if that starts. Operation Gideon's Chariot. Jesus Christ, man. Didn't Trump... Yeah, Trump is still on board as far as I know. I don't think he actually hasn't broken off with Bibi all that much. It's 1 a.m. and I stayed up to watch that shit. I blame you guys. You can thank our top donor for that one. Where's this fucking ogre? Remember when that kid was saying we might get a ceasefire soon? I mean, Hamas are still in talks, but I don't know. Do we know if Sinwar died? Do we know if Sinwar and Abu Ubaidah actually died? I haven't actually followed. 6 dead in Jabalia, attacks in Han Yunis. No, the debate will not be a segment. Nothing confirmed yet. Abu Ubaidah was posting. Well, he can post. Someone else can have the account, or he could schedule posts, I guess. Unless he was posting with proof that he's alive now. Biden. No, Abu Ubaidah, not Ubaidah, not Biden. I don't know how you pronounce that guy's name. Does it matter if they killed him? Maybe, because he is probably the most extreme person right now in the Hamas leadership. And I think the hope is that eventually the torch is going to get passed to someone in Hamas who just doesn't want to watch his people die anymore and gives up. But I don't know. It's also a morale fucking collapse as well, I guess, but... The thing is, it's not like defeating most armies, you know, like even defeating Nazis and shit, because it's not like they're delusional. It's not that they think they're going to make a big comeback with the Steiner plan. It's the death is like, it's not actually inconsistent with what they consider to be a victory. Which is the really scary thing. Because they think that, or they behave like more deaths in Gaza of their own people is more and more pushing Israel to becoming a pariah state. So they would consider that a victory of sorts. Isn't this comparable to Japan? I think in Japan, wasn't their reason for not surrendering, it was because of the shame of defeat, right? Wasn't that the thing in Japan? Like, defeat was so shameful that people would like kill themselves, right? And that when they did surrender, a lot of people would speak out about how they felt like they'd failed the emperor, like they were apologizing to him. Because the ultimate shame was defeat. I don't think that's the same with Hamas. I don't think it's about shame or pride. I think it's about the fact that the death and the losses in Gaza are actually like part of their strategy in a way, or they help their strategy. How can you defeat that? Gazans have to overthrow them, I think, is the only way. Where is this fucking ogre, bro? I hope I'm not going on the opposite patrol path. And I'm just following him in a circle. Oh no. Are you hype about the weekend? Yeah. I'm more hype about finding this fucking ogre, though. Where is he? Come to me. Time to start Ezra and Sam tomorrow, okay? Fuck me. Oh! Here he is. So what I'm supposed to do is distract these guys in front and let him walk on his own. Right? Is that the idea? So I have to tactically... There. Fuck! That was the shittest distract I've ever... Okay, I'll let them separate a bit. I have to do poisons anyway. Crippling. For sure. Are they going to run after this guy, or is he just gone? Is he lost from the pack? Can I just pick them all off? Oh, okay, that one's getting... Okay, good. Nice. Oh, give me another distract. Come on. Give me another distract. For just the boss. Come on. Yes! You're fucked, mate. Look at you. Look at your boys. Your boys are fucked. Look at them running away from you. That's how you do that. Well done, Learnabout. Ugh. Oh my god, die! 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 He was like 2% health for fucking ages. Okay, we got him. Saddam Hussein. Okay. Kill the one with the most cake. True. Facts. Straight facts. What a pleasant game. Level 40, guys. We did that quite quickly. What level was I at the beginning of the week? I feel like I've been playing this game, but there's so many people here. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, I feel like it's like all these hardcore characters have actually geared up and everything. That's crazy. They're geared up. Whoa. They haven't died. I know it's Nakba Day. It's actually Israeli Independence Day as well, you know? Gotta celebrate both, or celebrate one and commemorate the other, I suppose. Why not? Fuck. It's 15th of May because that's when Israel declared independence, right? That's why. It's not when the flight started about 6 weeks before that. What is Nakba Day? So I don't really know the exact historiography of it, but today it's for people commemorating the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, like the 700,000 people who lost their homes and were displaced, were forced out. Some people say it's convenient enough that they chose the 15th of May for it because it's actually just them being pissed off that the state of Israel was formed. So, you know. I think the meaning of it's changed over time. I think initially it was chosen for that date because they were mad that they lost the war, but no, it's largely today to refer to this, the plight of the refugees. What date was the Deir Yassin massacre? 9th of April, I think? It was before May. Can't it be both? Yeah. Eviscerate. Good. Don't care about... Oh, safe fall. Hell yeah. Stealth. Okay, now this is where I probably want to change my talents. For 1 gold. Did you watch Destiny XQC debate about Elon Musk? Nope. No, thank you. Okay, what do I get rid of? I need to auction off that. I need to... Buzzard Wing. When do I... Oh, it's for later. Okay, put this stuff in the bank. Who is your favorite Israeli? Sev. I need to remember... It's going to be hemorrhage spec, right? Because that's after 23... Yeah. Sleep. No. I'm busy. But... Oh, fuck. I should be at the trainer. Because I need to update the skill. The hemorrhage skill. Oh, well. Whoops. Gotta put stuff in the bank. Gotta sell stuff. And then we're done. Look at all these wankers, man. They're everywhere. Too many of them. 100% loners addicted to WoW. No, I'm not. Shut up. I can stop whenever I want. After I hit 60. Goodbye. Do I need... No. The fuck? I can sell this. Okay. That good? Shellfish. Why do I have those? Okay, I'll probably get an auctionator tomorrow. Let's just log out here. Boom, boom. Wait, what's this? Oh. Quests, okay. Well done, guys. Good job. 9 hours. Why are you guys saying wow to the stream length? We've been doing long streams every single day this week. Look at it. It's diabolical. It's disgusting. Look at this. Look at these streams. 10 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours 20. 4. That was a bad day, man. 8 hours, 9 hours, 9 hours. When's the last time I had a break? 15th, 13th. Well, this went on. It's the 15th. This went on to the 14th, right? I didn't take a day off yesterday. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Here was a break. Oh, yeah, weekend. Okay. Wait, really? Oh, yeah. So I have had a, yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 4 days I've been doing. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. But yeah, that's almost like 40 hours just in 4 days. 20K views, but only 700 live. That happens? Yep. Why'd you unlist your streams? Because they go into a separate playlist. Although, given the views that these whole streams get, if I was really tactical with the streams, I could get them fully monetized. I'd maybe just do the H3 thing where the segments are just kind of planned and timestamped, and I can just have the live stream segments up like that. Maybe that would work. Maybe. Maybe. Think about it. Okay, we will watch the Ezra Klein tomorrow, okay? You guys will get your wooden spoon fucking commiseration award. Who am I going to raid? Oh, I've never actually been on late enough to raid Nick the Oreo. Let's go there. All right. Love you guys. Take care. Bye.